Welcome back, guys. Hope you all doing great. And this is Vetri here. And today in this video, we are going to discuss about how to create a full stack web application named free mail signature generator. So basically, we are going to create a mail signatures, like the user can provide their user details and they can copy the UI and they can simply paste it in their mail client like Outlook, Gmail, or any other mail client. They can simply paste the signatures. So our website will help them to create their own unique mail signatures from the available UI in our website. So basically, we are going to build this project just by using Next.js, Shadsy, and UI, and we are going to use the Clerk Authentication for the seamless authentication, and we are going to use the TypeScript for enhancing the type forces, and we are going to use the PostgreSQL for and the NeonDB for our database, and we are going to use the Google Firebase for uploading the UI cover images. Okay, for file storage, we are going to use the Google Firebase. And this in this video, even if you haven't used any of these particular technologies before, and we got you covered. So we are going to build everything completely from the ground, and I'm going to help you out how to build all the UI and how to handle all the runtime issues during the build, and how to handle the fix the errors, and how to create a reusable components. That's the most important thing, how we are going to create a reusable components. All these stuffs are we are going to discuss completely from the ground. Okay, and if you are having any issues during this build, or if you face any issues during this particular project, please don't hesitate to contact us. Please drop your questions in the comment sections and we are happy to help you out. And if you wish to purchase this project, you just have to click the link in the description below, buy me coffee or Patreon. You can download this project by purchasing it, and inside that project I included the documentation so that you can use the documentation for running this project. Okay, so previously for all the projects we haven't included the documentation. We are sorry for that, but in this project section today, we for this particular project we included the documentation. I hope that help you out. All right, so now let's jump into the video and I will show you what exactly we are going to build and how it's going to work. So this is the page, right? So let me make it a little bit bigger so you can see it. This is the page that we are going to build. Okay, this is the page that we are going to build. This is how the landing page is going to look like. So it's having this search options, the filtering, multiple filtering options. You can filter it by using the most popular and the least popular, and you can filter it by using the oldest one on the top and the newest one on the top. And of course, we are going to deploy this project on a live server by using the Vercel, right? And let's say if you want to search for the designer's template, you can just click the designer and instantly the URL search params get updated, and you can see the search input get updated. And it's saying designer, the what particular design that you are searching for, that term, it's displaying over here, and you can see it's highlighted. And if you want to click this clear filter, instantly the entire record will be filtered out. And you can switch between the light and dark mode also. See, light mode, entire UI is completely compatible with the two different modes, as well as you can change between from light and dark mode. And for authentication, all you have to do is to click this get started option, and you can see we have a really nice UI over here for authentication. So you can authenticate yourself by using Google, GitHub, and even you can use your own custom email addresses, right? In this case, I'm going to use the Google authentication. Choose it, and this is my super admin ID where I can able to create myself a new UI and templates and everything. So let me log in with my admin account itself. Click continue. Okay, this is how the UI, and this delete option will be displayed only for the super admin, which in case it's my admin ID. That's the only ID where I can handle it. And you can see we have the profile. Once the user is get authenticated, he can able to see the user profile, and the admin ID can see the dashboard page. Okay, and over here, if the user wants to mark this particular template as his favorites one, he can simply click this favorite option, and that will be marked as the favorite templates. And if you wish to remove it also, just click it one more time, It will be complete. So every time when you are clicking, you can see we have a nice loading animation for that particular button, right? So that's seamlessly handled by using the ShatCN and the local states and everything. Okay, and of course we are using the React Zastand for managing the local state libraries as well as. All right, so basically this website, what exactly it's doing is we having the list of UI images, right? So every time as admin, if I created a new UI, I have to create a new local component in order to map that particular UI ID. So every time when I create a new UI, I will create a new UI component to look like the same design image what we do have. So let's say if I open this one, it is going to pull that record just by using this ID. Based on this ID, I will map this ID with a specific component in order to make sure that component is being get loaded. This is how we are mapping the component and with the UI we have. Okay, and in the left sidebar you can see we have the different section options where the user can provide the personal details, company details, graphic data, and style data, and the social data. So let's say on the personal detail, let's say the job title, which is going to be the full stack developer. See, every time when I'm typing something, it's instantly getting updated over here if you watch it closely. That's because we are using the React Zastand for managing the state library. So every time when I update something over here, it will be directly updated. And once the user authenticated and if he opens the link, it automatically going to fetch the details of the user's first name, last name, email, mobile numbers, and user profile images, everything literally. And it's going to bring it directly over here. And even if the user wishes to update it by himself, he can update it just like that. He can update the details and everything. Okay, and the name exactly, you can give the mobile number as well as over here, just update the mobile number. That is going to update the mobile number instantly. All right, and the public URL, the profile public URL, if I delete this public URL, I use a default image. If the user also wants to provide the public URL, make sure that public URL is deployed in a public server like the Firebase, Google Firebase, or the Google like the Cloudinary. Then you can put that public URL over here in order to load that. Okay, then the company data, I can supply the company data over here. In this particular UI, we are not displaying the company name, so it doesn't display, but you can update the website www.google.com something, and you can supply the address. So that is going to change the address over there. And the graphics data, basically at the bottom you can see it's just going to display the banner, like a small banner. Let's say if you want to use the default banner, you can click the default banner. It is going to load this banner.gif from the local file. If you want to use this animated something like animated banner gif images, something like this, you can supply that URL and you can put it over there. It is going to load it instantly. And this is the hyper reference. If you wish to click that, if the user wants to take it to some other page, you can give it that. And the style data, if you want to change the primary color, just click the primary color over here and you can change the color just by adjusting the color from here, right? Just by adjusting it, it will be instantly get updated over there. You can do the same stuff just by updating the secondary color as well as just by supplying the values from here. See, just like that. Okay, so this is the style data that you can do. And otherwise you can simply supply the social media data. Let's say if I want to supply my Dribbble profile like www.dribbble.com. If you wish to have the social medias like Facebook, Instagram, GitHub, whatever the social media that you like, you can use that. And the main important feature over here is once you finish with all these setups and everything, all you have to do is to click copy, just copy it and open up your mail, right? And you can paste it in your signature area. Just paste it. That's it. The entire UI will be copied instantly as it is, exactly as it is, and it will be pasted in your signature area. So this is what exactly that we are going to build in this project. All right. And over here on the profile section, right? And the profile section, you have the profile options to update your profile by changing and removing your profile images and adding one more email addresses, changing the primary email addresses, and the security concerns. What are the devices that you've been logged in, like if you wish to delete it. These are all the options are seamlessly powered by the Clerk itself. So this entire website, it's been completely built from the ground, and it is all the API actions and the middleware actions and the authentication actions. Everything we are going to handle it by ourselves, right? And yeah, did I miss anything? No. Yeah, this is the project that we are talking about, and this is the project that we are going to build in this particular video. I hope really you guys are going to enjoy this. If you are enjoying it, please let me know in the comment section. And if you're watching this video, or if you're watching our channel videos for the very first time, please hit the like and the subscribe button. So that really helps us to, and that really motivate us to come up with the real in the more projects. All right. So without wasting your time, let's get started. All right then, so now what we have to do is, all we have to do is to create a repository. So let me go ahead and create a repository. Basically, these are the UI designs that we have to design: the sign-in page and the home page and the skeleton loading structure. And this is how, if you're searching something, the template is not there, this is how it should look. And this is the dashboard screen. And this is the place where we are going to create that signature template. And finally, the signature template will look like this. Okay, these are the structure that we have to design. Okay, so now first, let's go ahead and create a GitHub repository. Right, so let me bring this tab over here. All right, so let us create a GitHub repository first. So I'm going to create a new repository for this particular project. So let me say Next.js mail signature generator September 2025, something like this. And I'm going to keep this domain as a private domain. Okay, so let's create this repository. All right, so here we are. So this is successfully created. And let me open up the terminal. Let me open up the terminal, and where it is, here it is. Let me make it a little bit bigger. So here we are. So currently my terminal is in the desktop. So all I have to do is to clone this complete project. So I'm just going to say git clone this project. The name is signature generator, something like this. Perfect. And let me open this signature generator in the Visual Studio Code. Let me keep that one in the left hand side. Perfect. And let me close this terminal. I don't need it anymore. All right, so I have to make it a little bigger so you can see it very much clear right now. All right, so here now all we have to do is to, let's jump into the Next.js. So that is what we are going to do. Next.js, this is the one. Okay, so click the get started, and if you load for the installation sections, you can able to see the command that you have, how to create the Next.js application. So this is the command which we are going to use, pnpm. So I'm going to copy this. I don't need that my app, because it is going to create a subfolder inside a folder. I don't want to do that, which in case we are going to download all the project which is directly inside this folder which we already have. So let's say pnpm create next hyphen app at latest and dot slash. So this is going to download all the necessary files in the current directory itself. So let us download all the necessary files. And would you like to use TypeScript? Of course. And would you like which linter would you like to use? In this case, let's go with ESLint itself. Would you like to use the Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like to use? Nope. App router? Yes. Turbo pack? Yes. Import alias? I'm not going to change the import alias. I'm going to keep the default input itself. So these are the things that you have to download. It's downloading. Let's wait. It's taking more than usual time. All right, so here we are. So we just successfully downloaded. All right, so all the files and everything, it's been successfully downloaded here. So let's run this application, pnpm run dev, which is going to run this in the local host. Let me bring the local host. There we go. So our application, it's fired up successfully. Now we have to push this application into the GitHub. So let's say changes, Next.js project initiated. commit this. So we have to commit every single changes so that we can roll back if there is any issues we faced at any point. Okay, then what we have to do is we have to install the shad cn. So of course I'm going to get the shad cn. Like this, basically shad cn is the UI component library, which is completely lightweight and easy to use. And in this case, click the get started option, click the Next.js, and this is the command that you have to use. So first you have to initialize it. Let me initialize it. There we go. So once you successfully initialize it, this is the command that you have to use to add specifically. So I'm going to use the neutral color by default color. All right, so let me clear it. Then I'm just going to say pnpm dlx add. It just add. So that is going to give me whether you are going to install specific packages, or you simply press the A. So that is going to download all the necessary packages, components from the shad cn itself. So in this case, I'm going to install everything. Even if something I'm not going to use, let us otherwise. So see, this is going to bring all the components directly into your project. If you don't need anything, you can just ignore it. Otherwise, you can install the packages, the components only which is needed for you. So every time when you want to use that, you just have to go there and copy that command and install it. In this case, I'm just going to install everything in a single instant. All right, so let me clear it. Perfect. So now what we have to do is so which is everything is perfectly over here, so that's fine. Then right after here, all we have to do is to go ahead and install the clerk. Basically, we are going to use the clerk for authentication, right? So that is what we are going to do. So let us go ahead and use the clerk authentication. Simply search for clerk.com. Okay, and hit the dashboard. That is going to take you to the specific dashboard. Okay, so in this case, I do already have an account for this project which I have created over here, or you can create your own application. Expand this one, create an application. All right, this is how it looks. In this case, I'm just going to say signature generator. Okay, signature generator, and I'm going to use the GitHub, and I'm going to use the LinkedIn. These are the things that we are planning to use. Okay, and this is how the UI component is going to looks like. And all we have to do is to click the create application. That is going to create as the application, and this is the Next.js since we are using. So I'm going to copy this command and I'm going to install it. Npm add clerk Next.js. All right, so next what we have to do is we have to create the environment variables for this. So I'm just going to create the root folder. I'm just going to say .env, and please make sure that file is being ignored, because make sure that git ignore, it's ignoring that env files. So that's what you need to do. So please make sure that it's being ignored. So then all we have to do over here, just I'm going to copy this command and I'm going to paste it. Okay, this is the thing which is done. Next, we need to create a middleware.ts. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it on the root folder. So basically this middleware create helps you to navigate the routes, whether that particular route it's going to be a non-authenticated route or it's going to be a public route. So in order to protect our route, we use this middleware, and moreover for a lot of purpose this middleware helps us to work with a really big projects. Okay, and then we need to wrap our entire structures with the clerk provider and all those things. Don't worry about that part, so we will do that one. So far we just successfully installed the project. We added the shad cn UI libraries and we added the clerk authentication as well as. So later, now what we are in the next session, what we are going to do, we are going to customize the providers, and we are going to create our own middleware in order to protect the certain routes and all these stuffs, and how to create a two unique pages for our authentications, just like here. See, just like this, how to create our own customized authenticated screens and everything. And that's what we are going to do next. Okay, then, so now for the Clerk authentication. So what I'm going to do is, so here they mentioned it to wrap the entire component into the clerk provider. So inside your app layer.tsx. So instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file over here called providers. So basically all the providers, it's going to come through this specific component. Okay, we're going to wrap the provider and keep it in a separate component, providers, right? So inside this providers, now what we are going to do is, so this is going to be a client component, use client. Okay, this is going to be a client component, and then RAFC, let's use this as the providers, something like this. Okay, now inside here we're going to bring the clerk. So let me bring the import statements from here, bring the import statements, and I'm not going to use any of these things. Okay, then I'm just going to literally wrap everything over here inside the clerk provider. Perfect. Then we have to bring all the children's inside this components, right? So here I'm just going to say open it, bring the children, which is going to be the react node itself, and that should be our props, and we have to bring all our children into it, something like this. So this is how the provider component it's going to be, right? Then what we have to do is, let's get into the let me make it a little bit so you can see this one so clear. Okay, now let me get into the layout.tsx. Inside the layout.tsx, so what we are going to do is I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to bring the providers component which we have created, and I'm going to supply the children's into it. So by this way we can keep all our providers in a separate one, so we can like what say, we can manage the all the structured providers in a single place. Okay, so let's close this middleware and env, and now we have to make sure. So currently everything over here in the middleware.tss, everything is a public one. Okay, everything is a public one, but we have to make sure certain routes are protected ones. So if you check it out over here, so they give you, continue to the next page. So they give you the pages and everything, and here they give you the clerk middleware by default to make all the protected, all the routes are protected. See, clerk middleware makes all the routes as a public. In order to make certain routes are protected or all the routes are protected, you need to configure with the clerk middleware. So click this. That is going to take you to how to keep the certain routes as a protected routes. Okay, so this is how you can protect. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring const is protected routes is equals to create route matcher, open it, and inside here I'm just going to make sure the certain routes as the protected routes. Okay, so anything which is comes inside the dashboard, that is going to be the protected route. Okay, so slash dashboard, then all the sub routes of that specific dashboard that needs to be protected. Okay, so save this changes. Then right after here, inside this what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an asynchronous callback function in it, inside that, and that function is going to take the auth and the request. Okay, so if is protected route, so we inside this function I'm going to supply the request to this function. I'm going to supply the request, whatever the requested route, it will be supplied into this. If that if I'm sending home route, if it is inside this array, then that needs to be protected. If not, then it will be ignoring it. If that particular requested route is inside the great matcher routed array, it needs to be protected. In that situation, await auth dot protect. We have to protect it. So save it. That's it. You don't have to change anything at all, right? So let me close this and let us run it. Npm run dev. which is going to run perfectly fine. If everything is working fine, it should take you to the home page. Here we are. So currently it's taking us to the home page, and we have to make sure whether it is working fine or not. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to create a group of routes. So if we check it out in the Next.js where it is. So here where it is the routings, search for routing. Project structure. This is the project structure. So that should be the where it is. Routing groups. Oh, come on, I missed it somewhere. Layouts and pages. There we go. So this is how the pages will looks like, right? See, creating a nested route. This is the root segment, and this is your the routing that particular route page, right? So if you want to create a page in Next.js, all you have to do is to create a subfolder in it. Okay, and if you want to create a group of routes, you just need to wrap it inside a normal parenthesis. So there is no I think they changed the documentation, updated the documentation. I'm not sure where it is, but if you go through it, you can understand how does it should be. Okay, so over here, let me explain. Anyway, I'm going to explain it to you. So here in this, I'm going to this currently this is the home page which is coming from here. So I'm just going to delete this, and I'm just going to say sfc home page and div, which is going to simply say the home page, something like this. This is how it looks, but this page needs to be inside. I'm going to stop the server. So inside this app, I'm going to create a new folder over here, which is going to be a group of routes. I'm just going to name that route name as site. And inside this group, I'm going to create a new folder called dashboard, which is comes inside that site. And inside this, I'm just going to create a page.tsx, which is going to sfc. I'm just going to say dashboard page div dashboard page, something like this. And inside this route, I'm going to bring this page into this site folder. Please make sure I'm just putting it inside the site folder. Move it. Okay, now inside the app, we are having a site group. Inside the site group, we have the home page, the main home page, and we have the dashboard page, and the rest of the dashboard pages will comes under this dashboard folder. Let's make sure now it should give the home page instantly. It should give us, oh come on, npm run dev. So that is going to load the home page. It should give us the home page. Okay, if the home page is loaded, then it should take. Now if I want to move to the dashboard page, right, if the user is authenticated, it is going to keep us in the dashboard page, or else it's going to push us to the sign in page. See, we've been pushed into our sign in page, but in this case it is not taking to our custom, it is taking to the clerk default, that project particular sign in page, right? See, it's giving us the create the hoster version, create a specific redirected for your sign in component page. So it's asking us to create a customized page over here. So all we have to do is to go ahead and create ourselves a customized page. So in order to do that, if you check the Clerk documentation, so over here, they give you how to create a customized page and how to load that specific components over there, right? So for that, I'm just going to create a new specific route group, which is going to be the auth route group. And inside this auth route group, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the routes. One more subroute, it is going to have the layout, specific layout.tsx. At authentication, it's going to have a specific layout, because you can see we have a customized layout to load that pages. We are not willing to load it directly in a single page. So I'm going to create myself a customized layout and I'm going to put it inside there. So this is going to be SFC, which is, I'm just going to say auth layout, and that's going to have a property of children, which in case it's going to be react node itself. Okay, then I'm gonna bring that children, and inside here I'm just going to have a division, and I'm just going to bring that children, render the children in it. This is how the layout it should be. Later we can customize that layout structures and everything. Okay, so since I moved that particular page.csx over there, it's causing me that issue, so I'm just going to delete this catched.next folder. Anyways, it will be automatically created for us, no issue. Now inside the app.js over here, I'm going to create a new subfolder called routes. Inside this routes folder, I'm going to create one more subfolder called sign in, one more subfolder called sign up. Make sure they are spelled perfectly, just like this: sign in and sign up. Okay, now inside the sign in and sign up, I need to create the project folder structure in it. So the reason why we are creating something like this, because when you've been successfully navigated to that Clerk Authentication, that it's going to have a multiple URL parameters in the URL. So we need to capture all the URL parameters. So that's the reason it's asked us to create this. So let me close this. Oh, this is not necessary. Okay, here we are. So I'm just going to create a new project inside the new folder. Open and close the square bracket, open and close the square bracket. You have to spread the folder structure. Then I just need to use the same folder name, sign in. Now inside this, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. Okay, you can simply copy this from here and I can put it over here, sign in page. Okay, and here you can directly specify the path, what is the path is going to be, or you can specify it directly inside your env environment variable. All right, so just like the same way, I'm going to create a new project for the root folder, spread out the same, sign up, and inside this I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. Then I'm going to paste it, and then I'm just going to change this into sign up, which is provided by the Clerk Next.js itself. Close this, close this. All right, now let's fire our application, npm run dev. If everything is working fine, the home page will be loaded properly. And then it should take, let's move on to the dashboard page. It should take us to our own customized page. The reason it's not taking to our own customized page, it's because we haven't configured the path. See, we have to configure the path. Still, it doesn't know that specific path. So what I have to do is I just have to get back to that, and I have to get into the environment folder. So let me stop the server and let me open the env file. And right after here, I'm gonna bring that env the text which we have to copy. Okay, so let me copy all these things and let me put it over here. Okay, these are the things. I'm just going to copy this and paste it one more time. This is going to be sign up. Okay, so we have sign in fallback redirect URL, sign up fallback redirect URL. This is the thing. So let us fire our application. Here we go, and let me refresh this. And now if I get into the sign in page, it will be taking to me sign in page. And if I get into the dashboard page, it will be take me to the sign in page, because we haven't authenticated. The dashboard routes are protected route, right? So these are the things. And now all we have to do is to customize our application into the dark mode and change the clerk authentications and everything into the dark mode. And that's what we are going to do next. All right then. So in order to change the look and feel of the clerk and as well as the feel of our entire web application, the toggling between the light and dark mode. So how to do that? So first I need to configure the clerk. So search for dark mode. See if you click the themes, so that is going to give you the different themes over here, right? These are the different themes that you can work with. Okay, so in order to work with these themes, I just have to install a very specific package. Let me give you that package, the package that we have to install. We need to install this specific package in order to work with this, right? So I'm just going to install that one. So clear pnpm add clerk slash themes. So go ahead and add that one. Then we can customize it. So I'm just going to open the providers. Okay, so inside this providers, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make sure I'm going to use the appearance prop, which is going to be an object. Inside this, I'm just going to supply the base theme, which is going to be the dark mode. So I'm going to bring that dark mode from import from at clerk themes. I'm going to extract the dark mode and I'm going to use that over here. Okay, so these are the things. So save it. And now if I run our application, and you should be able to see that changes over here. It will be changed into a dark mode. This is what we needed. And if you're willing to work with the any other different themes over here, so you can choose those different themes. Okay, you can choose the different theme structures as you wish. Right, so in this case now, right after that, I need to bring the theme switcher in our chat cn. So let me bring the chat cn, bring it, and let me bring the themes over here, right? These are the different themes and everything it does have. So click in the, if you click inside the themes, if you click the documentation, you can switch between the dark mode in the left side menu. Click that dark mode and choose the Next.js, and this is the package that you have to install. So copy this and I'm going to use this. Clear, then pnpm run dev. All right, so now we have the Next.js themes successfully installed. Now we need to create a theme provider component. So I'm just going to close all, and inside the component section, I'm going to create a new file in this called theme switcher, or we can keep it as theme provider.tsx. That's a component that I'm going to create it inside the components folder. Then that is going to be the client component itself. Okay, so next I need to bring these two things over here, bring it. Okay, then what I have to do is I have to bring up a function in order to do so. Export const theme provider, which is going to be something like this. Okay, and inside this it is going to have the props structures, and let's bring this props. This is the one. Then I have to bring this as well as. Okay, this is how it looks right inside here. So here they directly returned it, but sometimes it will leads us to an hydration error. So hydration is basically like the layout, the HTML structure layout issue. So we have to fix that issue. So here what we have to do is we just have to add one more thing: suppress hydration warning issue. Along with that, we need to add we need to handle the hydration issues properly. So add this in your layout.ts file, and along with that, I'm gonna avoid this. So hydration, if you check it out, the hydration error in Next.js. Hydration error occur when a mismatch between the HTML generated by the server during the server side rendering and the HTML React expects to render on the client side. That's the hydration error. Okay. So please take your time to refer it much more about it. We need to handle that properly. So for that, use state. Here, react.useState. Yes. So this is going to be is, come on, use state snippet is mounted. It's going to be false. React.useState. All right. So now what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to use the use effect hook. Use effect hook, open it, a callback function and supply the dependency injection in it. And inside this, I'm just going to say set is mounted as true. Okay. So right after here, if the client is not mounted, if it is not mounted, I just have to return the value as null. If everything is properly loaded, then I just have to return this. I have to copy and paste it. That's it. This is going to be your theme provider. Now what I have to do is I just have to get back over here and open the providers.tsx in our application, and I need to wrap the entire children into that theme provider, which is coming from our add components theme provider. Open it. Don't make mistake over there. We need to bring it from add app components. Okay. Then I just have to supply the children's prop. Okay, now I just have to supply a few attributes over here. Attribute, which is going to be the class attribute, because if you don't understand what I'm typing over here, if you just scroll down, they give you the stuff what you have to keep it over there. Just copy it and then replace it. That's it. Attribute is going to be class attribute. Default theme is going to be the system. Based on the system, the UI it's going to change its UI. And the enable system, disable the transitions on change if you want. Otherwise you can use the transition changing, because when you're changing the color themes and everything, this will happen. And you have to, it's instruct you to add the suppress hydration warning in the layout. Okay, that's what we did earlier. All right, so if you just follow the documentation, you are clear. So save these changes and let us run this application. And let me refresh this. So entire stuff will be changed into the dark mode right now. There we go. So it's completely changed to the dark mode. All right. And now all you have to do is to go ahead and customize the authentication layout. That is what we are going to do now. So let me open up the auth layout. So I just have to add some styles and everything. Okay. I think this is more readable, this one, or we have to make it a little bit even bigger. Okay, let me keep it in this way. Okay, so now what we have to do is I just have to make sure this class name, this should always have the minimum height of the screen. All right, then I'm going to use the flex column, and on the medium devices it needs to be in the row direction, flex row direction. Okay, then the bg color, it needs to be in a black color, something like that. Okay, already it's in a black, but anyways I'm just going to use it. Then now what I need to do is I just need to bring the left side. Okay, so basically what we are going to do, we are going to bring the left side with the masked gradient effect, and that is what we are going to bring in the left side. So here I'm just going to create a div class name. Okay, so this needs to be hidden. When on the mobile screen it needs to be hidden, but once it started on the medium devices onwards, it's need to be in a flex, and the position needs to be relative position. Width needs to be the 1/2, half of the width. Then items needs to be the center, justify needs to be in the center, and the overflow needs to be hidden. Okay, that's how it looks. Okay, then right inside this particular division, inside this division over here, now I need to bring a gradient with a mask effect. So let me bring a gradient with the mask effect. Okay, so right after here, div class name, which is going to be absolute position, inset, which is going to be 0, take the complete percentage, then the bg gradient, which is to bottom right corner, bg gradient to bottom right corner, then from red 600 divided by 50 percentage of its color to the black color. Okay, save it. That's how it looks. See, something like this. And now I need to add a mask layer over here because the gradient it's look too vague. It's, if you check it out over here, see, it's masked properly, right? So we just have to mask it completely. So for that, what I'm going to use it, I'm going to use this mask image. Okay, then I'm just going to use the linear gradient. So don't make any mistakes. Gradient, don't make any spelling mistakes over here. Then we are going to use the to right property, to underscore right comma, which is going to be black color. Then it's going to be transparent. Okay, that's how the mask gradient is going to work. Like now you can see we masked it properly. Okay, so to blend it properly, that's how you have to use it. Okay, so if you don't want that, you can just ignore it. That's up to you. All right, so now what I need to do is on the top of the section over here, you can see on the top of the section I have to bring the logo and the something like these texts and everything. So that's the stuff that we have to do now. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So you can download that logo directly from the link which I given in the description below. So please go ahead and click the drive link. So you can find all the SVGs, which is already few of them are default, and in this the banner.gif and this the logo.svg, these two are the asset. Okay, so I'm just going to download this. Click download, and there we go. So I'm gonna bring that into my public folder. I'm going to put it inside the public folder, close it. That's it. Okay, now I think I failed to change one more stuff in the layout.tsx. I just have to change the name, so which is going to be mail signature generator and generated by, I'm just going to give my name vetrivel Ravi over here. Save it. All right, so now we have ourselves the logo file. So now inside this layout auth, now what I have to do is I just have to bring the content right after this. I'm going to bring the content. So currently we have to be inside this. Everything needs to be inside the left div. Inside here, I'm going to bring the content on top, which is going to be div class name relative position. Oops. Class name, which is going to be the relative position itself. Then it should be always on the top. Then flex. Okay, everything needs to be in a column direction. Then item needs to be center, and the text, everything needs to be in the center. Okay, then right after that, I'm going to increase some space y, it's going to be 6, padding which is going to be 8, and the text color needs to be the white color. Then right after here, I'm going to bring the image tag, image from next image itself. Inside this, now I need to supply the source, basically the source which is going to be slash logo.svg itself, logo.svg. Then alternative, which is going to be the logo text logo. Then the width and height property, width which is going to be 80 pixels, height it's also going to be 80 pixels, and the class name, I need some space right under the image, so margin bottom 4. Then it needs to be the priority, it needs to load much faster. Okay, you should not use the lazy loading to use it needs to load that logo instantly. So let's save these changes. There we go. So we have ourselves that logo over there. Then right after that, I need to bring an h1 tag and I need to bring a paragraph tag. So let me bring it over here right after this. H1, this is the welcome to our platform. Then a paragraph tag, manage everything in one place, sign in to continue, save it. This is how it looks. So now, since the left section is successfully completed, we need to bring on the right side, we need to bring the authentication from right side. It's for auth form, right? So I just have to cut it out, put it inside a division, class name flex width full. Then on minimum width minimum medium devices width needs to be the 1/2. Okay. Then item center, justify everything in the center, padding, which is going to be 8, PG, which is going to be the black color, and minimum height, screen height. Then on the minimum medium devices, height needs to be 0. Okay, inside here, I'm just going to say class name, width full, and maximum width needs to be medium, something like this, 448 pixels. Inside, I'm just going to paste that children. So this is how it looks. You can go with grid container, or you can go with the flexbox. If you're going with the flexbox container, you have to specify the height and everything on the mobile and the small screen and big screen. And if you change it to mobile view, I will not see that. This is how it looks. So mobile view, the left container will be ignored. You will see only the top section, the form one alone. Okay. All right. So now what we have to do is, next, I just have to authenticate. So every time whenever the user is being authenticated, I have to store the user data into our database. So for that, I'm going to show you how to create a Cloudflare tunnel to because once the user is being authenticated, we will create a webhook from the Clerk project, and that webhook will be triggered. It will send the authenticated user information. We have to collect that user information and store it into our database, right? So for that, we are going to create ourselves a local tunnel, so to capture that data and make sure everything, that APIs and everything is working fine. So I'm going to show you how to create that API tunnel to work with the Clerk webhook, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then. So now what we have to do is, I just have to create myself a database in the PostgreSQL. So for that, I'm going to use this neon.db. If you search for neon serverless PostgreSQL, so search for neon.com. That is going to take you there. And if you don't have an account, create an account for yourself. I'm going to use this login. I'm going to use my Google account. All right. And there we go. So I do have a certain project over here, and I do have this project for the mail signature generator also. So here I'm just going to create a new project called signature generator, something like this. And I'm going to use the AWS itself. So click create. And if you click this connect option, you can choose what are the different ways that you're going to use to connect it. Either you can use the Node.js, or just to give me the connection strings. So you can choose what or the way that you're going to use. So in this case, I'm going to use the Prisma ORM. So I have to install that. So I'm just going to say pnpm add Prisma and at prisma/client. Hit the enter. So that is going to add those two packages, clear it. Then I just have to initialize, so pnpm prisma init. Okay, so that is going to initialize the Prisma. So it is going to download all these necessary packages, and it's going to initialize and create a schema for ourselves, for our project. Okay, so let's go ahead and customize the schema for ourselves. So now everything is being generated. If you open up the env file, you should be able to see a certain things that's been generated by the Prisma itself, and this is the database URL that we have to update, right? And if you check it out in our local folder, you can see a new folder is generated called Prisma, and you have your new schema over here. Okay, so this is the provider, and this is the output which is going to be generated. The generated schema output will be stored inside this folder, or you can customize the folder locations and everything. In this case, I'm going to use the provider as the PostgreSQL. You can use the different things: CockroachDB, MongoDB, MySQL, SQLite, SQL Server, different stuffs out there. I'm going to use the PostgreSQL. Okay, and the relationship mode, I'm going to change this into Prisma. Okay, so That's the thing. And now I'm gonna structure myself, create myself a new model, which is going to be the user model. Okay. If you check it out in the Clerk over here, uh, we have to get into the configure section. And if you get into your API webhooks, okay, this is the API webhook section. And inside here, in the currently we don't have any event. So here, these are the different events. If you check the user, when the user is being successfully, these are the different user um, events. And in the user event section, if you check the data object, these are the fields of that user data. Every time whenever the user is being successfully created inside the clerk, these are the object properties that is being given by your clerk itself. So in this, I'm gonna get the first name, last name, email address, image URL, and last active at, and last sign in at. So these are the different properties that you can collect in it. Okay, so for that, I'm just going to create a new ID, which is going to be the string itself. And by default, this ID, we need to map it as an ID attribute, and the default value needs to be automatically created. So for that, I'm just going to use this CUID, okay, which is going to be the primary key in our case. Save it. Then I'm going to get the first name. So first name, which is going to be the string. Then I'm going to get the last name, that is also going to be string. Then I'm going to get the full name, which is going to be the string itself. Then I'm going to collect the email, and that is also going to be the string, but it needs to be unique. Make sure that email address needs to be unique. Then I'm going to get the image underscore URL, which needs to be string. Okay, which in case it can be an optional one, so use the question mark symbol. Then I'm going to get the clerk ID, which is going to be string, and it needs to be the unique itself. Okay, clerk ID needs to be unique. Then I'm going to get this last sign in at, so I'm going to copy this one, field name, last sign in at, which in case it's going to be the date and time. Okay, save it. And right after that, I'm just going to have created at, which it's going to be date and time, and by default it needs to use the current timestamp when it's been created. Then I'm going to use this updated at field, and that needs to be date and time, and I'm going to use this attribute updated at. So every time whenever the data is being updated, it is going to automatically keep that updated timestamp. Okay, this is going to be our model user. So now I have to push this into my database. So in order to push it into a database, you have to change your strings. So let me get into the database and choose the Prisma, and in the environment variable, this is the database URL. So I'm just going to copy this database URL and I'm going to change it over here. Okay, everything is being pasted. Save it, close this env and schema. So I'm just going to clear it. Then I'm just going to generate the Prisma. So pnpm Prisma generate. I just have to generate the client version first. So it has been successfully generated, and it is generated inside the library generated Prisma. Then I just have to push it, pnpm Prisma db push. Everything needs to be pushed into our database. So that is what we are going to do now. It's trying to connect to your PostgreSQL database. Let's wait. For the initial push, it will take some time, so please wait. And it is successfully generated and it's pushed. And if you check the table section, you should be able to see a new table. It's created over here called users with all the fields which we have generated. All right, perfect, which is working. And now I need to create a database instance for my local project, and that is what we are going to do now. So all I have to do is to get into the library folder, and either you can keep it inside the library folders or you can keep it inside your helper folder, something like that. But in this case, I'm going to create myself a new folder here called new file db.ts. database.ts file. Okay, so here I need to create a database instance. Okay, so let's create a database instance over here. So for that, what I'm going to do is first I'm going to bring the Prisma client from the generated Prisma client location. Okay, so I need to store the Prisma instance in the Node.js, which is going to be the global object. So that is what, so store Prisma instance in the node.js as a global object, something like that. Okay, so const global for Prisma, something like that, global for Prisma, which is going to be global is the global keyword. Okay, global as unknown, as an object, which is going to be the Prisma, which is going to carry on the Prisma client instance. Okay, something like this. Then right after here, next what I need to do is I need to reuse the existing Prisma client, or I have to create a new one if there is no Prisma client is there. So reuse the existing Prisma client or create new one, something like this. So I'm just going to say export const db, which is equals to global for Prisma dot Prisma instance or create new Prisma client, something like this. Okay, then in development I need to attach the Prisma to the global object. So for avoid creating a multiple clients, so I need to attach the Prisma to the global object. For what? To avoid multiple instances, okay, or clients, something like that. The reason why I'm giving you the comments, because it helps you to understand why we are writing this. So if the process dot env dot node env, if it is not equals to protection, if it is not equals to production, then use this global Prisma dot Prisma, which is equals to the database. Okay, that's the in the development why we are attaching the Prisma with our global instance in order to avoiding the multiple clients. Okay, so the reason why we are creating something like this is because this is a problem cause creating a multiple clients. So this is the problem with this pattern. Okay, if you're directly creating an instance and using it, it's going to create a multiple clients. Okay, so in Next.js on development mode, every time when you save a file, the app hot reloads, right? It's basically it's reloading the entire app. So each reload create a new Prisma client instances, so we don't want that. Okay, so that quickly leads to too many database connection errors. Okay, that will gives you too many database connections that cause as an error. Okay, so how to resolve this error? So to avoid that, we store the Prisma client in the global object and reuse the existing client if available, or else we are going to create a new one. Okay, so in the production, so we will always create a fresh instance. Anyway, there the hot reload issue will not be in the production. It will cause the issue only in the development. That's the reason we are created something like this. All right, I hope you understand why we created something like this. So let me close this now. Okay, now we have all those things, all the necessary stuff, and now all I have to do is to create a Cloudflare local tunnel. So for the Windows users, you can use the npm untun. This is the package that you can use, npm untun. So that is going to give you the helps you to create a local host tunnel. So you can install this and you have to run your local host in a local tunnel, and that is going to give you a global URL. You can use that in your API webhook. If you're using Mac or Linux, you can use this Cloudflare. Where is it? Not CloudFront, Cloudflare tunnel localhost, something like this. So that is going to give you the Cloudflare documentation, And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, this is how it's going to help you to run this command. So you just have to install this Cloudflare package globally in your machine. Then you can run this command anytime you want. So in this case, I'm just going to make sure run my local host first, and everything is working perfectly as so far. I just have to refresh this page. If this page loaded properly, everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. And I don't need this. Okay, let's keep it. And clerk documentation, so far I don't want it. This one I don't need necessary. This is also not necessary. And anyway, we downloaded it. If we want, we can open it later. And yeah, now I'm just going to copy this, and in a new tab I'm going to paste it, and over there I'm going to supply my localhost URL, then paste it. That's the localhost URL which I'm going to use. So hit the end, oops, delete that and hit the enter, and that is going to create a new localhost tunnel for us, a global tunnel. And this is the URL, right? So if I'm copy and paste it, and if I open it, that particular URL, it needs to run our app. See, it's running our application, right? That's the tunnel. So once you deployed it somewhere, you just have to use the deployed URL, and you have to update it with your API webhook. That's it. Okay, please make sure that your local host, it's constantly running. If you closed your local host, you have to update your local host tunnel URL, this one also. So please make sure both of them are running. And now let's get back into your clerk, and here get into the endpoints. And here I just have to create a new endpoint, add a new endpoint. So paste that URL. Please make sure there is no unwanted space back and forth. Then I just have to say API slash clerk slash webhook. That's the complete endpoint. Okay, so right after that, so when these events needs to be, if you search for users, whenever the user has been created or deleted or updated, I just have to trigger this API webhook. Just I have to make sure to create it now. So now the API endpoint will be created. Okay, so next what I need to do is I just have to get back over here, close it inside the app folder, or we need to create an API folder. So inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called API. And inside the API folder, I'm going to create a folder name called clerk. And inside the clerk, I'm going to have a webhook. Please make sure that this folder names are exactly created over here, API. Then I just have to create a new folder called clerk. And inside the clerk, I need to create a new folder called webhook. Make sure there is no spelling mistakes over here, right? So that needs to be created with exactly the same way. Okay, then inside the webhook, now I'm going to create a new file called route.ts, something like this. It should be inside the webhook folder. Okay, now inside this route.ts, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that database instance which we created in our library. Then I need to bring two different packages from at Next.js, sorry, not at Next.js slash server, next slash server. Over here, I'm going to extract the next request, and I'm going to extract the next response as well as both of these. Then I need to create a new user if the in the database, if the clerk user is automatically sign in or sign up, sorry, the sign up, right? So this endpoint receives the clerk users object from the clerk itself, and it will persist the details and everything into our user table in the Prisma, in our Neon database. Okay, so I'm just going to create export const post method, which equals to async open it, and that's going to get a request which is going to be next request itself. Then here I'm going to use the try and catch. Okay, if there is any issues are happening over here, I'm just going to do console.log. Let me use the dynamic string literals over here, which it's going to say as error on user create, something like this. Then right after here, I just have to get that error message, whatever the error message it is. I just have to print that error message. Then I just have to return the next response with a JSON data. JSON, open it. It's going to return an object which along with the status as 500. Okay, the message, which in case the message which is going to message property, which is going to be an unexpected error occurred while creating an user, something like this. Then along with this, I'm going to send the error, whatever the error it is, in the response itself, which is going to be error as error object. Then I'm going to extract the message and send it as a string instance, something like this. This is going to be. Now what I need to do is I need to collect the user data. So if you get into the testing section and select the user created, and that is going to give you the data. See, these are the data that you have. So what I have to do is I have to map that data with our schema fields over here, these fields. Okay, so that's what we need to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get the data. So const open it equals to await request dot JSON. Okay, JSON. I'm going to extract the data from it. Then I'm just going to do the console.log with that data, whatever the data it is. I just going to log it. Let me open it. Let me get into the node. Currently everything is fine. So I'm going to trigger some example data from here. So I'm just going to send this example. If everything is working fine, you should get that data in your console log, which is because it is going to trigger that this particular API endpoint which is currently running, and through that it is going to trigger that particular webhook. Through that tunnel, it's going to trigger that local host. So that's the reason this API webhook, it's been triggered and we got our data in the local hand, which is perfect now, which means everything is working fine. Now right over here, what I need to do is I just need to make sure if I don't have a data ID or if I don't have an email address, I just have to return it as an invalid response because the required fields are missing. So I just have to write an if condition over there. So what are the things? If the data, if this particular data doesn't have an ID or doesn't have an email address, so basically the email address field over here, if you check it out, it is an array. In that first object, the first index, it is going to have an the email address. So that is the thing, we are going to access the email address. Okay, so basically email addresses is an array of objects. So we are going to access the first index. In that first object, we are going to access the email address property. Okay, so if it doesn't have these things, I just have to return it as an invalid request, missing required clerk user fields, which is perfect. Then right after here, I just have to create user payload. I just have to create the user payload. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use all the respected fields over here. So let me cut all these fields over here, and I'm going to bring a multi-line cursor. I'm going to delete all these things. I'm going to bring then I'm going to say data comma. Okay, then I just have to change all those respected fields over here. So from the data, I'm going to extract the first name over here, this first name property, data dot first name. If it doesn't have, keep it as an empty. Just like the same way, I'm going to access the last name, data dot last name, otherwise keep it as an empty string. Okay, so for the full name and for the last name, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to write something like this. Data, I'm going to create a string literal. Inside that, I'm going to print the data dot first name. If the data dot first name is not there, use it as an empty string. The data dot last name is not there, use it as an empty string. Then trim back and forth. I need to remove the unwanted white spaces if that is anything else. Then I need to extract the email address. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it over here. From the email address, I'm going to extract the very first email address of it. Okay, then the image URL, which is going to be this If the data.image URL it's not there, then I'm just going to keep it as the null. Okay, then I'm going to extract the clerk ID, basically ID, which is this is the clerk ID. That is no, so data.id itself. And then the last sign in, as it's going to be, it's going to save it as a date field. So new date, open it, data dot last sign in at. Okay, these are the things, these are the payloads. So Prisma expect it as a date type, so that's the reason we are sending it like this. Okay, so then right after here, now I need to create this user using this user payload which I have in my hand. So const create user, which equals to await db.create, sorry, db.user.create, open it. Then I need to supply the data, which is going to be the create user. Okay, sorry, not create user, user payload. Yes, that's the thing. And once everything is done, I just have to send a next response. So return next response with a JSON data, open it, along with two different objects, one which is going to be the status as 200 status. Okay, and then right after here, inside this object, I'm going to send a message user created successfully. Okay, user created successfully. Then along with that, I need to, if you want to share the user data as well, as I need to send the user from where created user.id. Then I need to send the clerk ID, which is going to be create user.clerk ID. These are the things I need to share to the front end. Okay, now let's make sure everything is working fine. So which is, if I refresh it, it should run it. And if I open it, so currently everything is fine. And let me click sign in, and I'm going to use my email account. Choose that, continue. Once everything is fine, it is going to load and it is going to trigger that API webhook over here. Yes, post method, you can see the API webhook, it's being triggered and it's getting the 200 status response, which means our data is successfully stored in our DB. Here we go. So we have ourselves our data over here. So now if you don't need this Cloudflare also, you can just ignore it. In this case anyways, I'm gonna, like, let me get into the home page. Let me log in with my one more account as well as, okay, for testing the different purposes, and then I can close that Cloudflare tunnel. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna get into the global page, site page, and here I'm gonna bring this user button which is provided by the clerk itself. So after sign out, it needs to push the user into the home page. There we go. So we have ourselves that button. So I'm just going to click sign out, and let me get into the sign in page one more time, and let me log in with a different account now. So let me use this one, choose that account, continue, and it should create this data also needs to be pushed over here. There we go. So now we have the user informations over here. Okay, perfect, which is running perfectly fine. I'm just going to sign out, and anyways, I don't need this Cloudflare tunnel anymore. Later, once the project is being successfully deployed, I just have to get back over here, and I need to update this URL with the deployed URL so it will work on the production mode perfectly. You should not forget to do that, so don't forget to do that. So I'm just going to delete this, which is everything is working perfectly so far. And let's get back into the sign in page, and let me sign in with my this primary account, because that is going to be the super admin account, and I'm going to keep that one as a super admin itself. Close this. All right, And then now I get back over here, and where is that email address? This is that email address, vetrivel.galaxy at gmail. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to copy this clerk ID. Okay, I'm going to copy that clerk ID. So user, this one, this particular clerk ID, vetrivel.galaxy. Yes, that's the one. So I'm going to copy that, and let me open the env. Here I'm going to paste it. Okay, because that is my admin, super admin ID, right? Next public super admin ID. Save it and let me close it. Okay, this is it. So now all I have to do is to stop my server, and I have to restart it because I just changed the clerk, the environment variable pnpm run dev. Okay, pnpm run dev. All right, so now we have all those things. So let's go ahead and start structuring our layout, the main layout. This is the one that we are going to start structuring, and we have to bring the profile button, and moreover we have to bring the theme switcher button as well. As these are the stuffs that we are going to do in the next section. All right then, so now what we have to do is, so we have to create this layout structure, the left layout structure, right? The sidebar and the header sections and the buttons and everything that we have to go, we are going to do one after another. So first, basically we have to have a custom layout for the main page. So I'm going to create a new file in the site called layout.tsx. All right, that's the thing, and that is going to be sfc, which is going to be main layout div. Okay, and basically this is going to have a prop which is going to be a children prop, and I'm going to extract that from react.react. Why it's getting, oh, it should be inside react.react node itself. Then get that prop over here, children. Then let's render that inside over here, children. Save it and let's run our application and refresh it. Everything should work perfectly through this layout, and we can customize this layout, not an issue. Okay, so for this I'm going to say class name flex, which is going to be 1. It should grow, stretch out completely. Then flex item center, and justify everything needs to be in the starting point. Justify starting point. Okay, it needs to be on the starting point itself. Perfect, at the top left corner. Then now what I have to do is I have to bring the sidebar component. So first I need to bring the sidebar over here. Then I need to bring a main tag, which is going to have okay, inside this I'm going to bring that children. All right, so now let's go ahead and bring that the sidebar. So it's a custom component which we are going to create, and inside this component sections, so we have the components, and I'm going to have myself a new folder over here called containers. Is going to be, and inside the container I'm just going to create the sidebar.tsx, because this is a very big component, so that's the reason we kept it as a container over here. Then in this I'm gonna make sure this is a client component, use client, and rafc sidebar. Okay, so that's the thing. Save it, and I have to bring it from at containers slash sidebar. Save it. You should be able to see the containers now. Now in this, now what I'm going to do is I have to structure the layout for the sidebar. So in the sidebar, so I'm just going to say class name, which it's going to be, we have to set the minimum width for that. So the minimum width, which is going to be 32. Okay, now we can see that width is occupied. Then the maximum width is also going to be 32, which is going to be fixed, top 0, left 0, and border right. I need to have a border right. Then the border right, which is going to be neutral 200. This is going to be on the light theme, and on the dark theme, which is going to be border neutral 700. That's on the dark theme. Now you should be able to see, and you can see because of the fixed position, my main tag, main container, it's completely overlapping the sidebar. So to avoid that, I just have to make some CSS changes over here. So not an issue. So first, let's finish the changes in for the sidebar. Okay, now we have the borders for the dark and light mode. Then it should access the 100% screen height, the viewport height. Okay, and the color changes. Okay, so for the dark mode, I'm going to change the color. So BG neutral 800, that's the color I'm going to use for on the dark mode. So flex column, then items, everything needs to be in the center, and padding top and bottom, which is going to be 4, and padding bottom, which is going to be 14. I need some extra padding over here. Okay, so that's the thing. Then now I need to bring the main tag. So let me get into the layout.tsx. So for this style, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say padding left 22, padding left 20. I can see that, and otherwise 22 or 24. Till flex 1, and on the dark mode, BG neutral 900. Okay, then the minimum height needs to be the screen height. I should be able to see it completely, but still, why I can't? I need to increase the padding. Maybe I think this sidebar, it's a little bit too much for 32. Let me change it to 24 then. Oops, 24. I think that's more than enough. Okay, 24, it's looking good, more suitable for ourselves, and we can adjust the padding stuffs and everything when we are working. So currently everything is perfectly fine. Then now inside the sidebar, so first thing we have to bring the logo. I'm gonna bring the logo over here, Next.js. Okay, so src, which is going to be slash logo.svg, then alternative text, which is going to be logo itself. Then width, I'm going to set it to 40. Height, I'm going to set it to 40. Then it needs to be prioritized. Image needs to load it properly. Save it. That's how the logo should looks like. Then right after here, I need to bring the navigational bar, the all those containers and everything. Okay, so yep, that's the thing. So now all we have to do is to go ahead and bring those nav bars and nav menus and everything. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into the helpers. Okay, so we haven't created that. In the library file, I'm going to create a new file called helpers.ts. Okay, inside this helpers, now what I'm going to do is, so basically we are going to create ourselves a navigational menu. So what are the menus that we do have? We have home, about, contact, profile, and dashboard. These are the stuffs. All right, and this dashboard needs to be protected, right? So these are the things that needs to be protected. So for that, we have to create a specific types for it. So now we have the helpers, and in the root folder, I'm going to create a new folder called types, and inside the types, I'm going to create a new file called index.ts. And here first I'm going to export the type for a navigational menu. So export interface, which is nav link props. Open it. It's going to have a label. Of course, it's going to be the type of string itself. Then it's going to have the link prop, which is the string type itself. Then it's going to have an icon. Basically, that's the lucid icon from the lucid for the lucid icon that we are using. So that is the type for the icon component. Then make sure that it needs to be in an uppercase. Okay, then right after here, it needs to be protected, and it is going to be an optional one, which is a boolean prop. if that particular route is needs to be protected, which in case the user needs to authenticate to access that route, to see that route. So that's the thing. Okay, so in the sidebar now we have this. Now let me get into the helper.ts. Inside the helper.ts, now I need to say export const nav menus, which is going to be the type of nav link props, which is going to be an array of that. Let's create an array inside here. So first object, so label, which is going to be home, then link, which is going to be this, then I need to supply the icon, that is going to be the home icon from the Lucid React. Then I need to create one more, which is going to be label, and that is going to be about slash link, of course, which is going to be, currently I'm just going to put it to the same home page itself, because later we can create that page and we can change it. Then icon, which is going to be info icon, info icon. Then I just have to create one more, which is the label. Of course, it's going to be the contact. Then link, of course, it's going to be empty. Then I'm gonna bring the icon, which it should be the mail icon. Then I'm gonna create one last one, which is going to be label, which is profile label, profile label. Then the link, which is going to be slash profile. Then the icon, which is going to be the user icon from Lucid React. Then it needs to be protected, of course it should be true. Okay, the dashboard we can put it over there, because that even though if the user is authenticated, that authenticated ID needs to be the super admin ID, then only he can able to see the dashboard. Okay, so these are the routes that we have successfully created. Now let's get back into the navbar over here. So I'm going to create navbar as a component over here. Let me get to the components folder, create a new file called navbar.tsx, nav-bar, something like this. Then now here inside this, I'm going to mark this as a client component, use client, and RAFC, which is going to be navbar, save it, and let's import that one over there. You should be able to see, is it running? Yes, it's running. Why I can't see the change? Oh, here we go. So we can see that navbar. Okay, so now what I need to do is, so if the user is in the home screen, we need to give some special changes. If you check it out over here, see the UI, it's quite different compared to the other. It needs to highlight it. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is get into the navbar. So I need to bring a certain objects. So I'm going to get the path name, which path we are currently. So path name, which equals to use path name hook provided by the Next navigation itself. Then I need to access the user ID and whether the user is authenticated or not. So we need to access those things. So const equals to use auth. Using this, I'm going to extract the user ID along with these, whether the user is signed in or not. And yep, these are the stuffs. Save it. Okay, now inside this, instead of returning it as a division, I'm going to return a UL tag. Okay, for this class name flex column, of course it's going to be in a column direction. Then items needs to be center, and justify everything needs to be in the center. A gap, which is going to be 4, margin top, which is going to be 6, width of course full. Then I'm going to have some padding, which is 1. Then inside here, I'm going to bring the nav menus from the helper function, which is an array of objects. Open the map, and I'm going to extract the menu out of it, bring the value render. Usually we used to do the value render, but here I'm going to bring it as a function. Inside this function, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check the if condition. If the menu dot protected, if it is protected, and if the user not is signed in, if the user is signed in, if the menu is protected and if the user is not signed in, then only you need to return for that null. Okay, Otherwise, what I need to do, I just need to return this, which is going to be a link from the next link inside here. So the key prop, which is going to be menu dot link itself, which is unique, and for the hyper reference I need to supply the menu dot link itself. Okay, and of course over here in the menus link, few of them are not unique over here, right? So for that I'm just going to give it about and contact. So let's keep it and later we can change that. Okay, these are the things. And inside here now I need to bring a division where I'm going to render that menu icon, and as well as right after that I need to render the label. Okay, so for that I need to extract from the menu. I do have this icon, so I'm going to render it over here. Then I'm going to bring a span tag where I'm going to render the menu dot label. So this is how it looks like. So but we have to make some customizations and everything for this link and everything. So first let's start with the link tag over here, class name. So open it. I'm going to use the CN property provided by the shared CN for merging the Tailwind utility classes based on the conditional rendering. So over here, these are the default styles. By default, I'm going to send some styles over here. I'm going to fix the width. Of course, it's going to be 10. Height, of course, it's going to be 10. So the minimum height needs to be 10. Minimum width, of course, it needs to be 10. Something like this. Then I am going to set the group hover. For the group hover, bg neutral 300 divided by 50, and on the dark mode the group hover bg needs to be neutral 600 and 50 percentage of its color. Okay, then I'm gonna bring the transition. Okay, and rounded needs to be medium, and I'm going to set the inline flux property. Item needs to be centered, justify needs to be centered. Oops, I think I returned the styles in a wrong division. This needs to be returned in for this. For this one, I need to write those styles. Yes, for this. And for this link tag, blender mistake. Flux and flux needs to be in a column direction, and items needs to be center, justify, center, gap needs to be 1. Width, of course, it's going to be full, and need to group it. All right, this is how it looks. So previously I written these styles for the wrong tag, so that's why I'm wondering why these styles are completely collapsed. Okay, now if I hover it, this is how it looks. See, just like that. Okay, and now for the icon, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say class name, which is width, of course, needs to be 5, height needs to be 5, something like that. Then for the span tag, I'm just going to say class name, text needs to be a smaller text as 12 pixels as the minimum. This is how you need to write a custom CSS styles in the Tailwind. Truncate and px, which is going to be 1, and the text needs to be center. That's how it looks. Okay, which is perfect, I think so. Okay, later based on the what to say, this conditional rendering, based on the path which current path we are, I need to make that color changes, right? So over here, right after that, I'm going to add the comma. Then I'm just going to say path name. If the path name it's equals to menu dot link, if it is equals to that link, then I just have to say bg neutral 300 divided by 50 on the normal view, but on the dark mode bg neutral 600 divided by 50 on the dark mode. So now you can see it is being successfully highlighted. All right. So that's perfectly fine. And now I need to bring the dashboard also. So I have to bring the dashboard over here. So let's go ahead and bring the dashboard route. So right after this, I'm going to say if I have the user ID and the user ID should be equals to process.env. Let me open the environment variable and let me copy this and let me put it over here dot that particular super admin. Then only I need to render this. What I'm going to render, I'm going to render this link tag. So let me copy this link tag completely and put it one more time. But this time I don't need this. And this time, instead of this menu link, I'm just going to say slash dashboard, BOARD slash dashboard. And instead of this menu link, I'm just going to change it to slash dash dashboard. Instead of menu icon, I'm going to bring that menu icon directly, which is going to be layout dashboard itself. Instead of menu label, I'm going to bring the text dashboard directly over here. So save it. That is going to display that because the authenticated user ID and everything is quite same. If I click this, that is going to take me to the dashboard page. If I click this, that is going to take me to the home page. The rest of the route doesn't have anything. It's going to cause us an error. So now the navbar, it's successfully completed. And right after that, I need to bring this user profile and I need to bring this theme switcher. So let's go ahead and bring that. Let's get back to the sidebar. Right after this navbar, I'm going to bring a division. So let's say class name, margin top needs to auto. Of course, it's going to bring everything to the bottom. Then space Y, which is going to be 4. Then flex column, and item needs to be center, justify needs to be center. And inside over here, I need to make sure if the user is still loading, I need to show some loading animation. If the user is loaded and successfully signed in, I need to bring that user button. So what I'm going to do is I need to extract the prop from the use auth. So const equals to use auth. From this hook, I'm going to extract the is loaded and is signed in, these two states. Over here, I'm just going to say if the user is not loaded, if it is not loaded, then I need to render something. What we are going to render? We are going to render this loader. Okay, that's an icon. Basically, that's an icon. Then if the user is successfully loaded in that situation, I need to check whether that if it is loaded means I need to make sure if the clerk and everything is being successfully loaded, I need to make sure the user is signed in or not. So then here, this is the place where we are going to check one more condition. If it's signed in, then only I'm going to render this user button. Okay, so save it. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add few styles over here. Class name, which is going to be height of 5, and width, of course, is going to be 5, and animate spin. Then text, it's going to be neutral 400 on the 600 on the light mode, but on the dark mode, text neutral 300 on the dark mode. So save it. Okay, and if the user is successfully signed in that situation, this user button is going to have, after sign out URL, it's going to be this. Then the appearance, I'm going to target the elements using the elements prop. Then I'm going to target this avatar box. That avatar box, it needs to be a little bit bigger, so I'm just going to say minimum height as 9. Minimum height as 9. That's the style that I'm going to use. Then the minimum width as 9. Save it. Now you should be able to see that we have a quite bigger box over here. By this way, you can customize those things and everything. Okay, which is perfectly fine. Now if I refresh it, you should be able to see the loader icon, which is loading that user. Okay, so that's the thing that we want. Next, we have to bring this theme switcher. So for that, we have to go ahead and bring the theme switcher icon. So basically, the theme switcher icon is provided by your the themes from the Next.js themes itself. If you click the code, you can see these are the theme switcher icon that they have used. All right. Okay. So for that, um, Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that we are going to use. Perfect. So I'm just going to copy this code completely. Before that, I'm going to bring one more stuff, which is going to be pnpm add framer motion. Add that animation stuff, because for the button, I'm going to bring some animation stuff. And then in the root folder, I'm going to create a new folder called animations. And inside the animations, I'm going to create a new file called index.ts one. And here I'm going to create myself an animation export const fade in button, which is going to be initial. Okay, so these are the properties that we are going to use. So let me bring that. So pause the video and you can type it. Initial, the object which is going to be opacity 0, scale 0.9, and animate, which is going to be opacity 1 to the scale. So this is the initial. These are the three different basically there are three different states over there: initial, animate, and exit. So I'm going to copy and paste it here, which is going to be exit state as well as exit state. This is how, if that particular button needs to exit, this is how the exit state animations also should look like. Okay, these are the properties for that one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get back over here in the sidebar, and I'm going to create a new division for the theme switcher. So right after this, I'm going to bring theme switcher. Let's create that component over here, theme switcher.tsx, and use it as a client component, rafc theme switcher. Save it. Let's bring it over here, save it. Oops, that needs to be theme switcher. Save it. All right, so now we have the refresh it. Oops, I stopped the server, right? pnpm run dev, refresh it. So you should able to see the theme switcher over here, which is there. Perfect. Now let's get back over here, and I have to bring all these stuffs from here. So first let me bring the all the necessary import statements. Import statements are there. Then I need to bring the component structure in it, which is this. All right, these are the stuffs. Now what I need to do is this: I need to wrap that into this entire stuff needs to wrapped into that animation stuff, right? So how to do that? So let me bring the import from framer motion. I'm going to bring that motion animation stuff. Then I'm going to create that div. This basically, this div needs to be motion.div. Okay, so here I can write these styles: initial animation, which is going to be opacity as 0, then the scale level, which is going to be this 0.9. Okay, just like this we can add the three different one. What is that? Animate, exit, and animate opacity, it's going to be 1, scale level it's going to 1, right? These are the properties. This is how you need to write these styles, and here you can add the transitions as well as directly. Okay, instead of that only, we have all these animations written separately as a reusable one. I can reuse it just by simply saying over here variants, which is going to be the fade in button. Okay, save it. So that will be destructured and rendered over there, which is perfect, right? So then if you refresh it, you can see that fade in button over there. Okay, don't see these animations working. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, so that's fine. It's working so far. Everything is working. And if I try to change this into light mode, this is how it looks in the light mode. So for the light mode, what we can do, so that's pretty much good enough, I think. So for the light, I think I'm okay with it. If you wish to change the background as well, as feel free to change the background. Let me go with the system itself. So that's looking awesome. So we successfully finished this the left container sections over here, and now all we have to do is to go ahead and start working with this the header section. So let's go ahead and finish the header section, and then let's move on to the database connections and everything. Okay, so for that, so what I have to do is let's get back to the layout. So over here, I'm just going to close all the others except this layout. So right after here, I'm going to bring the header, which we don't have that particular component. So that I just have to go ahead and create the component in the component section header.tsx, which is going to be a client side component. Okay, so let's bring that header component, and let's say rafc header component, and let me bring this, import it from at component slash header, save it, and you should be able to see that header right now. Okay, so in the header now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make some customizations for this header. All right, so here now what I need to do is I need to bring use from the const equals to use auth. From here I'm going to extract is loaded or is signed in. Okay, so basically if the user is not signed in, so we have to show somehow the user to get signed in, right, to get authenticated. For that, I'm going to bring over here, right after here, I'm going to bring a button called get started. If the user is not signed in, I'm going to bring the button to do that. So what we have to do is, for this division class name, it needs to be sticky. The position needs to be sticky on the topmost of everything. Then it needs to top of all, so z index 15. Then the width needs to be full. Then the backdrop needs to be blur on the medium devices, blur medium devices. Then the border, which is going to be neutral 200. Then on the dark mode, border which is going to be neutral 800, something like this. So you should have the border effect, but I can't see anything. Why? Oh, okay. So I need to give the border first, then only the color will. Okay, now I can see the border. All right, so I was wondering why the border is not visible. So view, it's going to enable the word wrap so you can see it completely. All right, now then what I'm going to do is a div class name, this division. So maximum width of this, it's going to be 7xl. Maximum width, it's going to be 7xl. mx needs to be auto. Then px, it's going to be 6. py, it's going to be 3. Flex, item center, justify, between, and the gap, it's going to be 4. Save it. Then inside over here, next what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the left section, which is going to be the logo and the title, which is going to be the h1, where I'm just going to say free mail generated. Save it. You should be able to see that. Then for this h1 tag, I'm just going to say text needs to be Excel size, and font needs to be bold, and bg needs to be gradient to right, to right, from blue 600 to purple 600. Then bg clip text, use that so that we can clip the background color. Then text needs to be the transparent, so you should be able to see that, the gradient text color. All right, then right after here, this is the place where I need to bring the search div class name. It needs to be hidden on mobile devices, but medium devices onwards it needs to be visible. it needs to access the complete width, and the maximum width it's going to be medium, something like this. And mx left and right, it's going to be margin. We need to have some margin, something like that. So I'm just going to say search input. So that's how it looks currently, right? All right, so later we can come again and work with the search inputs and everything. Currently I'm just going to leave it as it is. All right, so right after that I need to bring that. So I think, yep, right after here. So here I'm just going to say if the user is not signed in, and if the clerk everything is completely loaded successfully, then I need to bring this link, next link. I need to push the user to say /sign in or sign up page, something like that. Then inside here I'm going to bring the button from @/components/UI button. This size of this button is going to be the small size, and the class name, which is going to be rounded full button, and padding px, it's going to be 4. Here I'm just going to say get started. So for the time being, I'm just going to say if the user is signed in, display that button. This is how it looks, but this needs to be displayed only if the user is not signed in. So not. All right, so don't worry about this search inputs and stuff. We will work it out later. Okay. Otherwise, what we can do, we can just bring the layout structure, and the functionalities we can implement it later. Okay, so let's bring that. So inside this components, I'm gonna bring the search input.tsx, and I'm just going to say use client and REAFC. Let's say search input. Save it, and let me bring that search input over here. Search input, just like that. So you will have your component over there. Now instead of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a very big style. So let's say over here, let me enable the word wrap so you can see it completely. So class name, which is going to be flex item center, then gap, it's going to be 2. Inside, first let's bring those the search icon, input button and everything. So let me bring the search icon. So that is the search icon. Then I need to bring the input from @components slash @components/UI input. So save it. Then I need to get the here I need to bring the loader animation. If the user searching something, I need to bring the loader animation stuff, right? So later let's worry about that particular part later. So here now for this, what I'm going to do is gap, which is going to be width full. Then px, of course, it's going to be 3. Py, it's going to be 2, and rounded xl. Then I need to bring the border, which is looks like this. Then I need to say border neutral 200. Then on the dark mode border, it's going to be neutral 700. That's how it looks. All right. Then I need to change the color, background color, which is bg, which is going to be the white color. And on the dark mode, bg needs to be neutral 900. Okay, something like that. Then shadow, which is going to be small. Then focus within, which is going to be ring 1, because if the input is being focused, it needs to be the color, the background color. So the focus within needs to be ring blue 500, and the 50% of it, or let's say 40%. Then transitions. Okay, now if I click this, you can see that the outer color, it is being focused, right? Okay, then what we need to do is for the search, I'm just going to say class name text neutral 50, text neutral 500. and on the dark mode, text neutral 400. Then height, of course, it's going to be 5. Width, of course, it's going to be 5, something like that. Then for this input, I'm going to say type, which is, of course, it's going to be the text, and the placeholder, which is going to be search templates, something like that. That's the then for that class name, which is going to be width, of course, it should be full. Then outline, we don't need any outline. Then border, we don't need any border, so we will remove the border completely. Then the text size, it's going to be smaller size. Then the placeholder text color, it's going to be text neutral 400, and the placeholder, and on the dark mode, the placeholder size, it's going to be color is going to be text neutral 500, something like that. Okay, then focus visible, which is going to be ring 0. I don't want to keep that focus because it has been focusing over here also, so I don't want that. So I'm just going to change the focus into 0. Now you can see the focus 0, it's completely removed it. Okay, then the focus visible, I'm just going to say ring offset, that is also going to be 0. So now if I focus, only the outline is going to be highlighted, not over here. All right, that's looking good. So this is how the search input is going to be. Later we just have to bring all the searching functionalities and everything over here, and that's it. Next, we have to go ahead and start working on the dashboard section, and that is what we are going to do next. All right then, so now we successfully finished the main UI layout, and now we have to work on the dashboard layout. So first, let me close everything, and here we are. So if you open up the app site dashboard, so we have this dashboard page. So basically this dashboard is going to have a specific layout. If you check it out over here, so we having this navigation options, and also we have this one more button for creating a new signature. So let's go ahead and display that. So first, I'm going to create a new file over here called layout.tsx and sfc, which is going to be db layout div. And inside this db layout, basically what we are going to do, we are going to bring the children, which is going to be the type of react node itself. Let's bring that prop in it, and let's bring that prop over here, and let's load it. So this is how the layout is going to be. So for this layout, what we are going to do is, so we have to structure the layout properly. So for this class name, I'm going to say flex-1, then flex. Okay, then flex, everything needs to be in the column direction, and everything needs to be on the starting point, and justify, everything needs to be on the starting point, and padding all corners, it's going to be 4. This is how it looks. And now I need to bring the navigational bar for the db. So let's say db nav bar. That particular component we don't have yet, so let's go ahead and create that db nav bar. Under this dashboard section, I'm going to create a new folder, underscore components. So the reason why we are keeping it as an underscore components, because it should not be treated as an route, so we need to skip it. So that's the reason I just made it as a slash underscore over there. Then here I'm going to make it as db-navbar.tsx, which is going to be a client component or a fc, and which is going to be db navbar. Save it, and let's import it straight away over here. That is going to give us the db navbar. Perfect. Now inside this navigational bar, if you check it out, the look over here, which is quite exactly the same UI which I used in the sidebar, and here also it's going to have the same thing, right? So we're going to use the same UI. So first, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say class name, which is going to be flex item center. Then justify everything in the, it should be on the starting point. Then width, of course, it's going to be full, and gap inside it's going to be 3, and margin bottom it's going to be 4. That's how it looks. Now inside here, I need to bring the helper menus. So let me open the helpers. Just exactly the same way, we're going to bring the menus for our dashboard. So for that, I'm just going to be exactly the same thing, just like this. and then import these two icons. Just exactly the same way what we created for this navbar menu. We're going to create the DB nav with the same label, link, and icon. We are going to create the same thing. It's going to be overview and uses. Later, as you wish, you can keep on add however you wanted it. So save it. Let's get back to the DB navbar sections over here, and then inside here, I'm just going to close it. Then let's bring that DB navbar menus, nav menus, and dot map. Open it. Uh, then I'm going to extract the menu out of it. Menu, then bring the condition, not the value rendering brackets. Then let's get into the link tag, next link. Inside over here, href, which is going to be menu dot link itself. Then the key, which is going to be menu dot link itself. And please make sure all these menus are unique, so it should not cause any issues over here. So the link needs to be unique. Okay. Then inside over here, we have to bring the exact same stuff what we designed on our nav bar something. Yes, nav bar. So I'm going to copy this stuff from here to here completely, and then I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so we needed a path name, which we need to bring it over here. So const path name is equals to use path name from next navigation. So that error will be resolved. So save these changes, and that's how it looks. Okay, so we need to make a few corrections over here, which this is going to be flex item center gap, everything is okay, width full and everything is okay. And inside over here in the menu section, instead of this flex column, I'm going to delete this. And item center, justify center, gap, it's okay. And width full, it's not necessary. So save this. That's how it looks. Okay. Then inside everything, everywhere, it's going to be exactly the same stuff. We are not going to do any changes over there. Just that's it. Just delete those few thing. It is going to be quite awesome. Just exactly the same way over here. All right. Then right after this part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring one more link section, which is going to be quite exactly the same. So let's bring the link href, which is going to be slash dashboard slash template slash dashboard slash template, which is that's the place where we are going to create the template. Then class name here, I'm just going to say margin left auto. Then cursor needs to be pointer, and inside over here I'm going to bring a button from add components button, and inside this I'm just going to bring a plus icon, and right after here add new signature, something like this. Then for this button, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say size, which is going to be the small size, and the variant, of course, it's going to be the outline variant. And in between this the slash dashboard slash template, this needs to be without any spelling mistake, right? So don't make any spelling mistakes over there. So that's how it looks. And in the overview page, we are going to display something like something like this. This is how we are going to display in the overview the total users, how many users on the weekly, day wise, and the total signature, how much signature we are going to create on the weekly, day wise, and the favorites. So I'm just going to give you the idea, and the main analyzation sections you have to write a tons of code like month-wise analyzations, month-wise user creations, month-wise favorite sections. You can do a lot of analyzations just as you wish, but in this case I'm going to show you 3 different use cases. Okay, so this is what that we have to design, and now all we have to worry about this particular section, how we are going to create this signature, and that's what we are going to do next. Alright then, so now let's go ahead and start design this. Since the layout is certain, just we have to create a new page to carry on this stuff over here. So let's go ahead and do that now. So for that, what I'm going to do is, so for just exactly the same way, I have to create a new folder inside the dashboard section. So let's say right click the dashboard and create a new folder called template. And inside this, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. And that is going to be a server-side component, which is going to be the template create page. create page, div template create page. Save these changes. That's pretty much enough. And let's make sure it is working perfectly fine. So if I click this, that should take us to the template create page. That's pretty much done. So in this case, now what we have to do is, so basically for a template, we need to have a title, then auto-generated template ID, which the user can't change it. Every time, whenever the user try to create a new signature, this template ID will be automatically generated. Then we are going to have a drag and drop D&D feature for bringing the image inside and upload it into the Firebase cloud storage. All right. So these are the stuffs that we are going to do over here in this particular section. So first, let's go ahead and create the schema, which is that's the most important thing in order to push all the data into the database. So let's create the schema structure first. So let's open up the schema, search for the schema. Right after this model user, what I'm going to do is model signature. Okay, so for this we're going to use the same ID stuff. Copy that ID and put it over here. Oops, it needs to be ID. Yes. Then I need to give a unique template ID. Template, make sure there is no spelling mistake. Template ID, which is going to be string, and make sure that's every time it is unique. Then I need to have a type title. That's also going to be a string. Then I need to have a preview image of that particular signature. That's the string, which is basically it's going to be the image URL. Then I'm going to have the created by ID. So maybe in future we can expand, so like different admin users are going to be, so they can manage and create those templates and everything. So that's the reason I'm using created by ID. So string, and here we need to say what is it, created by, and it needs to refer the user field. So it's going to be at relation. I'm going to give a name for this, which is going to be created by. Then I need to supply the fields, how we are going to create that relations. I'm going to create a relation for this particular field, created ID, which is going to carry on the reference of the user ID, which is going to be the clerk ID. And so far we don't have the relationship in the user. So what I have to do, I have to update this particular relationship over here. So single user can create a multiple signature, right? So let's say signatures, which is going to be signature, this name, signature of array, and it's going to have a relation property, which is going to be created by. So that's the relationship that we have to use. All right. So since this warning, it is this particular warning, it's going to be, we are using the relationship mode as the Prisma, so no foreign keys are used. So what we have to do is we have to make sure to index that particular one. So let's fix that warning. What I need to do is use the at index property. So use this, then I need to supply the created by ID over here. So that will create the index. So that helps us to ignore that particular warning. All right. Then right after this preview, I need to bring one more stuff, which is going to be the favorites, whether it is marked as the favorites or not. So which is going to be favorites, favorites, and that's going to be string of array, which is going to carry on the multiple user IDs, whoever marked that particular signature as the favorite one. Then I need to have the default value as an empty array. Okay, so these are the fields. We need to have the ID, then we need to have the template ID, title, preview, then we need to have the created by ID, which user created it, then we need to have the whether the favorites one, and at the end we need to have the index of it. Then at the same way I need to have this created at and the updated at field. This is it. This is the signature model. All right, now I'm just going to stop the server, clear pnpm. I need to push this into the Prisma. So first I need to generate Prisma generate. Then I need to push this database into the PostgreSQL DB. So pnpm Prisma DB push. That is going to push this updated DB into our database. So let's wait. This will take a few seconds. All right. And if I check back over here, so far we have only the users tables. Once this is done, I just have to refresh it over here, refresh it. That should bring the signature table also which is empty, which means our database has been successfully updated. So now I just have to think about it, what I need to install next. So over here, if you check it out, we need to bring this particular DND feature, right? The drag and drop feature. So for that, what we have to do, we have to bring the Firebase. So for that, I'm going to install the Firebase, right? So for working with the Firebase, all you have to do is to click over here. Yep, search for Firebase, right? So wait a minute. So in order to work with the Firebase, I have to click over here, firebase.google.com. So click it and click. And if you don't have an account, just use your Gmail and it's completely free for a certain limit, right? So previously, if you want to work with the Firebase, you can create a project and you can use the storage for free completely. You don't have to set up any billing accounts or nothing. But currently, the Firebase update, you have to set up your billing account. But anyways, you will not be charged. So that is a certain limit. So we have a 5 GB of free storage for every project, but you have to use your billing account. So once you crossed that 5 GB of online storage, you will be charged, right? So that's the reason they ask you to set up the billing account. It's completely free, but you have to set up your billing account, because 5 GB for this particular project, just for the training purpose, not for the educational purpose, not for the production purpose, we are not going to be get charged, right? For education purpose, 5 GB is more than enough, right? So I'm just going to click this, go to console, and here you can create a new Firebase project. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to use the existing one, but anyways, I'm going to show you how to create a new Firebase project and how to enable all those stuff. Then I'm going to delete that and I'm going to use the existing one, which I'm already using it. So I'm just going to use this, create a new Firebase project. So all you have to do is to give your project name, but in this case, I'm just going to say mail signature, something like this. Then I'm just going to click continue. I'm not going to enable the Gemini. It is not necessary. So click continue. Google Analytics, that's also not necessary. Create the project. So this is going to take a while to create a project, like a couple of seconds. Let's wait until it successfully created it. All right then, so here we are. So all I have to do is to click continue. So first, what I need to do is I need to create a web app, right? Whether it is going to be web app or iOS or Unity game app or Flutter. In this case, we are going to create a web app for our Firebase project. So click that, and that is going to be the mail signature. And don't worry about the hosting. I'm just going to register this app. We're not going to host our web app in this anyway. So this is the package that we have to add. So let me copy this, and this is the API key. Click continue to the dashboard so you can check it out, your API keys and every stuff later. So here I'm just going to get back over here, and then I'm just going to say pnpm add Firebase. Oops. Pnpm add Firebase. So that is going to bring all the necessary things that you need to add inside the Firebase. So let it successfully download. It's downloaded. Then all you have to do is to get back over here and click the storage. This one, Firebase Storage. So here, in order to work with this Firebase Storage, you have to change your project to billing plan. The reason why it's because if you're crossing a certain limit, you will be charged like based on the usage, how you used it. But 5 GB, it's free. So, but anyways, you have to create a billing account in the Google, and you have to use that billing account to to upgrade this project to the Blaze from Spark plan to this particular Blaze plan, which is pay as you go. Okay, so it's like over here, once you crossed that quota, the no cost quota, you will be charged. Okay, so yeah, this is the stuff, and you have to upgrade this project by either create a new billing account, okay, or you can choose the same billing account which you already have in your case. In this case, I already have a billing account, so I don't have to use it. I'm just going to close this project anyways. Let me close this project settings, project settings. Let me delete this one. Oops, cancel, delete the project, delete Firebase all services, and delete it. Anyways, I'm not going to use this one. I'm gonna use the one which I already have a building purpose and everything. Okay, so I'm gonna use this where I do have the storage, and I think the storage also it is accessible until October 1, 2025. All right, so this one it's more than enough for in my case. Okay, so all I have to do is to get back to the project settings, and I just have to copy that project API keys, and I need to update it in my local case where you can see the project over here. See, the API keys and everything is over here. We just have to update that, and we need to put it into our web page. So here what I'm going to do is in the root folder I'm going to create a new folder called config. Inside the config folder I'm going to create a new file called firebase.config.js, sorry, ts. Okay, since we already added the Firebase which is installed successfully in our app, I just going to I need a certain package, so import from Firebase/app. Then from here, what are the things I need to get? I need to get the get apps. Then I need to get the initialize app. So the reason why because we are creating the apps by the time, if you click the project overview, you can see we have the list of apps over here. So if I don't have the web app, I just have to initialize it. If I already do have a web app in the project, I just need to utilize it. I don't want to create a multiple instances over there, right? So what I need to do is then I need to access the Firebase storage, right? So storage, and here I'm just going to say get storage instance, save it. Then I just need to bring the Firebase the API keys and all those things. So in order to get that environment variable, the API keys and everything, so I'm just going to use the AI Studio Gemini AI, and I'm going to ask this Gemini AI to generate. So please generate Firebase config API keys environment variables for the Next.js app. So that is going to give us for the Next.js app, it is going to give us this particular variables. So these are the stuffs that you have to put it into your project, and this is the configuration that you have to use. So I'm just going to copy and put it over here. Then I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it in my environment variable env. Right after here, Firebase configurations, paste it. You have to replace all these stuff, your API key, your auth domain, your project ID, all these things. All right, so these are the things that you have to update. In this case, I'm going to update it and I'm going to get back to you. All right, so alright then, so I just updated my API keys and everything. So you guys go ahead and copy the API keys from your Firebase storage where you can copy it. Just get into the project settings, and right after here you can see all your API keys in over here in this particular section. You just have to copy it from there. Okay. All right, so right after here, next what I need to do is I just have to create an app. So const app. So as I said, first I need to access the complete apps which I already created in the Firebase project of length. If it is greater than 0, then I need to access that particular web app. So it will be automatically managed, whether the way how you're accessing it from a web or mobile or iOS, it will be automatically assessed by the Firebase itself. If I don't have an app, I just have to initialize a new web app just by using this Firebase configuration which I have in my hand. Then I need to access the const. I need to access the file storage. So let's get the file storage equals to get storage by using the app configuration which I have in my hand. Then at the end, I just have to export the file storage for our later purpose. I need this. Okay, so now we have the Firebase configuration. So next what we have to do is we have to create this table structure, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so let's go ahead and start creating the unique page layout. Okay, so I'm gonna close this, I'm gonna close this and this. Let's keep this particular. All right, let's bring this template create page allow. That's the place where we are going to create our new template, right? So for this first class name, I need to make sure flex and flex -1. Okay, then width I needs to full, then padding of course it's going to be 3. So I can't see any changes. The reason is because server is down. pnpm run dev, and I just have to refresh this page. Close this, it is refreshing now. There we go. So we have our template create page now. So let me close this, and inside here I'm gonna bring a client to load that particular form. So inside this component section itself, I'm gonna create a new file called client. Let's say create client .tsx and mark this as the client page rafc, and then I'm just going to say client. Close this. Let me bring this client over here from dot components create client. There we go. So now we have the client allow, right? So now inside this client, this is the place where we are going to have that form and all those stuffs, everything. Okay, so basically, so what we are going to do is we are going to use this what is the chat scene? Yeah, this is the one. We are going to use this form, react hook form. So this react hook form, it helps us to build the forms by using the react hook form and by using the Zord resolver. So the react hook form, it helps us to work with the forms and handle the events and everything, and the Zord resolver, it helps us to build a schema for the form and for the form validations, all those things handled by using the Zord itself. All right, and we have a certain components in order to work with the form freely and in an easy way, which is completely provided by the chat CN itself. So this is the way they already given how to use it and how to install, which we already installed, and here they given how to create a schema stuffs and everything. Okay, so now all we have to do is to let's go ahead and create the form schema. So what I'm going to do is inside over here in the dashboard component section, I'm going to create a new folder called form. Inside the form, I'm going to create a new file called index.ts. Inside this index.ts, this is the place where I'm going to create that form. Okay, so for that, I'm going to import this Zord first. Import the Zord, which I already installed. Then I'm just going to export that form schema. So export const form schema, which is equals to z.object. Let's open it. Okay, inside here I need to get the title and I need to get the template ID, which it needs to be automatically generated. Then I need to get the preview, which is going to be the image URL. So let's get the title, which in case it's going to be z.string, and it should not be empty, non-empty field, which then it should carry a message which title is required, something like this. Okay, that's the error message. Then I need to have the template ID, which needs to be matches this schema. So please always maintain the field which matches the schema, so we don't want to run into any unwanted issue later, because if you're using different name, you should follow it properly, otherwise keep the same name itself. Z.string, and it should be a non-empty field. Then it should have a message in it, which is template ID is required and should be unique. Okay, that should be unique. That's the message. Then right after this template ID, I need to bring one more field, which is going to be the preview field, and that is also going to be a string, and that should also needs to be a non-empty field. Open it. Then inside for this, I'm going to have a message which is going to be template cover image is required. Save it. Now we already exported it. Now I need to export the type for this form schema so that I can define the type, use the type inside, because we need the form schema and I need the form schema type. That's the thing. So export type form schema type, which equals to z.infer. Then I need to supply the type of the form, type of the form schema. So the type of form schema will be exported in the name as form schema type. So now we have that. Next, I need to get into the template client, the create client, where I have to create the forms to use it inside other particular fields, right? So here I'm gonna get the loading state. So use state. So basically, this is the state which we are going to use for the like the image, whether the time the image is being uploaded, that is going to be some loading stuff, right? So for that, which is going to be the boolean. Then right over here, I'm going to create a form. Const form is equals to use form, which is coming from a React hook form itself. Import that hook. Then this hook is going to carry on the type of form schema type. Schema type, that's the type. Make sure that is being imported from the form which we have in that folder. Then inside over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to supply an object. So this form is going to have the resolver. What kind of validation resolver that we are going to use? We are going to use this Zod resolver, which is not imported yet. So Zod resolver, all we have to do is to import that Zod resolver. So let's say so right after here, I'm just going to get that Zod resolver from where? From at hooks resolver slash Zod resolver. Basically, this package being installed by the chat CN itself, so you don't have to do any stuff. Zod resolver. This Zod resolver need to validate this particular schema which we exported from the form, right? So that's the one. Then make sure the form schema and form schema type is coming from the form which we created over here, right? So that's the thing. Then right after here, I need to supply the default values for our form. Open it. So initially the title, of course, that is going to be an empty one. Then preview, of course, it is going to be an empty string. Then the template ID, this is the one. The template ID need to be automatically generated, right? So for that, I'm going to use to, in order to auto generate that, I'm going to use this particular package called nanoid npm, right? So this is the unique ID, unique string ID generated package. That's the one which we are going to use, nanoid. This is the one. Okay, all you have to do is to install it and use this nanoid function to generate the unique ID, something like this. So I'm gonna copy this nanoid, stop the server, clear npm add nanoid, and I just have to import that nanoid. Right after here, I'm gonna import that nanoid, save it, close this, and right after this template ID, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a dynamic string literals, which is going to carry on the initial value as temp hyphen. Right after here, I need to bring the nanoid, open it, nanoid, bring the nanoid. Then I need to supply that function. It should be 8-digit unique number. Then it needs to be in an uppercase. Open it. That's it. So you can define how much unique character that you have to design it. So I need to define, I need 8-digit unique characters. So create 8 and it should be returned it in an uppercase. So that is going to be the template ID initial value. Then I'm going to get the const from the form state. From the created form, I'm going to have the form state. So whether the form is loading or the form is invalid, so we have a different hooks. The form states are there. Whether the form has a dirty value, whether the form is still loading or submitted or still submitting, submitted successful. We got different states. Based on the different states boolean value, we can update the different UIs. In this case, I just need only this particular form state is submitting. If the form is still submitting, I just need to hold the user in that particular page. Then I need to disable all the buttons, because user not supposed to click continuously if the form is still submitting, right? That's the reason we have this one. Then I need this router instance, because once the form has been successfully created, we need to push the user to the dashboard page, right? So I'm going to bring the use router from Next navigation. Perfect. Now we have that. Then I need to handle the on submit event. If you check it out over here, so they give you the on submit event, how to handle the on submit event. So I'm going to say on submit, which is equals to form.handle submit, open it. Then that is going to carry on the asynchronous arrow function. So this is how you need to create form.handle submit. Inside that handle submit function, you have to create one more submit function and one more arrow function, and that function carries your data. And here I'm just going to say console.log data, which is pretty much done, right? Then now we have to go ahead and start customizing your UI. For that, I just need to run my application npm run dev, and then I just have to refresh this page. Close this, it's refreshing. And now for this, I'm just going to say class name, width, of course it's going to be full, and then it should have some border. Then flex, of course it's going to be 1. Then rounded medium, padding, it's going to be 4. So you should be able to see something like this. Then right after here, I'm gonna bring the form provider. So let's bring the form provider from where? From at components UI. So you have the form provider from, we have the form provider from React hook form only. Sorry, my bad. So import that form provided from the React hook form. Then I just have to destructure the form instance which we created. Then inside over here, I just have to supply a normal h2 form, the HTML form. Then delete the action. We don't need the action, but we need the on submit event. For that particular form on submit event, I need to map this form on submit event. So how does it work? Whenever a form gets submitted, the default HTML form on submit event will be triggered, and that is going to trigger our custom function, and that function, which is nothing but, which is the handled by form.handle submit itself. Okay, so that is going to trigger this form.handle submit, which is going to validate in the entire form schemas and everything. So the entire form schema validation needs to be triggered automatically by the time whenever the form is being successfully submitted. So that's the reason. And here for this form, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a class name, which is going to be a width, a complete width. Then it's going to be a grid, and in the minimum medium devices, grid needs to be 3 different columns, and the gap, of course, it's going to be 4. Okay, so that is how. Then inside this form, I'm going to bring our very first form field, this one, form field. So here they are using the form. So, but if you are using the form in the Next.js 15, we are getting some unwanted issues. So that's the reason we are using the form provider. So feel free to try by yourself. Now I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just going to get back over here. Let me put it on the top. Needs to be on the top over here. This is also there, and let me bring it over here. And I don't need this form. Close this. Right, so right after here, I'm just going to bring the form field, just exactly the same way how they did over here. Form field, control, name, username, render option, then form item. So let me do it. Let me just copy this from here, and I'm just going to bring it over here. Name, we are not going to use the username, but here the field name is going to be the title which we have. Then this username is going to be template title. Then this needs to be imported, so I'm just going to say at @chatcn, and the placeholder, which is going to be example, something like electronic salesman mail template, something like that. Okay, that's the placeholder, and you have to destructure the complete field instance which we are accessing it from the field. Okay, so this is the exact thing that we are using it from the form chatcn itself, or you can feel free to type it completely by yourself. Don't make any spelling mistakes. Okay, so for this form item, I'm not going to do anything, but for the form yeah, we need to add something over here. Form label, which is going to be width as full, and minimum medium devices onwards column span needs to be 2. Okay, then which is going to be template title, then form label. I'm not adding any styles and everything, so let's see how does it looks. This is how it looks. Okay, and the description, I don't need any descriptions. Let me delete this. Okay, because at the place of the description itself, I need to display that error message. It will be displayed over there. And for the input, I'm just going to say class name. I'm going to define the height as 12, something like a little bit bigger. Okay, so this is how it looks. And now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this form field and paste it. This time, this is not going to be the title. This is going to be the template ID, and this is the place where we are going to get the template ID. Okay, and the placeholder, which is going to be temp hyphen xxx, like 8-digit 2468, something like that. Okay, height, everything is okay, perfectly fine, but this field needs to be a disabled field. User is not supposed to do anything over here, so this needs to be disabled one. If you save these changes, this is how it looks. But on the medium devices, it should access the column span as 1. That's how it's supposed to looks like. And now we have to work on this particular section, which is the drag and drop field, and that is the one that we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go ahead and create that particular form. So let's say right after here, I'm just going to bring the form field, and inside over here I need to bring the control, which is going to be form dot control. Then I need to bring the name of the particular field, which is should be preview. Then render the field. This is how, and this function is going to take an object as a parameter, which is going to have the field property in it. Then inside here, I'm going to bring the form item. Then inside the form item, I need to bring the form control. Then inside the form control, I need to bring that image upload form area. So for that, I'm going to bring this image upload. Okay, image upload. Let me bring that component over here inside the dashboard form components. I'm just going to say image hyphen upload dot tsx. Pretty much done. So inside this image upload, this is needs to be the client component. Use client, and it's going to have an interface. So let's say define the interface image upload props, open it. So this, it's by default, it's going to have a field, disable field, which is going to be an optional field, and that is needs to be the boolean. Disabled needs to be a boolean one. Then I need to carry on the on change function. On change, that's it's going to be a type of function which is going to return nothing, void, but inside over here it's going to carry on a value which is a type of string itself. Just like the same way, I'm gonna have one more which is should be remove. On remove, that is also going to be a string, and it's not going to return anything. Then it's going to have a value that is going to be a string one. Then it's going to have a location, which is basically on which folder I'm going to store this one in the Firebase. So that's the reason I need the location one. So these are all the props that I needed for the specific component. So let's say export const or RAFC image upload. Delete this. Let me bring this over here, image upload props, and the stuff which is needed, which is going to be disabled, then on change, then on remove, then value, then location. These are all the stuff which is right. Then let me get back over here. Let us import it, image uploads. Then I need to bring the necessary properties values. I need to supply the value, which is going to be the field dot value itself, field dot value. Then I need to supply the disabled Basically, it needs to disable when the form is being submitting or it is loading. If it is still loading or if it is submitting, I need to disable it. Okay, then on change, whenever I'm changing this, okay, I need to supply the URL. Then I need to update that URL in the field dot on change function. I need to supply that URL. Then on remove, I'm gonna have a callback function which is going to get the URL itself. Then I just need to remove. I don't need to get the URL field dot on change, which is going to be an empty string. Okay, then the location, basically the location which is going to be YouTube signature hyphen template. That's the folder name which I'm creating to store this image. So save it. These are the stuffs that we have to do. So now we have that image form upload. We have all the necessary setup, but we have to design it over here. So for that, what I need to do, I need to get this drop zone, React drag and drop zone one, React drop zone. This is the package that we are using. So let's get this and add this in our application. Let's say clear pnpm add React drop zone. Add it. Clear. All right, so we installed it. So let's run our application pnpm run dev, and let me refresh my web app. All right, so it is being refreshed now. So now maybe at some point it might cause you the hydration issue, right? So we have to overcome that hydration issues as well as, right? So to avoid that, I'm going to bring use state snippet, which is going to be is mounted. So by default it is going to be false, and the type of the state which is going to be the boolean itself. Okay, then I'm going to have the loading state, then I'm going to have a number state. This instead of is mounted, which is going to be is loading, and here I'm just going to change this into is loading, and this is going to be the progress, and this is going to be set progress, and this is going to be the number field, and initially the value needs to be 0. Okay, then right after here I'm going to bring the use effect hook. Inside this hook, I'm just going to say set is mounted into true. Then right after here, I'm just going to say if is this particular value, if it is not mounted, if it is not is mounted, then I just have to return the null. Okay, if everything is mounted properly, then I should return the value. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to define this React drop zone options and everything on drop zone. What are the files that I need to accept, and how to use these functions inside these fields. So I'm gonna either, or you can use this drop zone component which is provided by them itself. Okay, but in this case I'm going to show you how to customize all those stuffs just by yourself. So right after this use effect and in between this return statement, you have to start writing the rest of the stuff. So const on drop is equals to, and it's going to have a callback function. Okay, so maybe in the future, if you are willing to work with the multiple files options also, this function needs to ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say accepted files, which is going to be the type of file array itself. That's the parameter which is, so if the accepted files dot length, if the file is length is equals to 0, then I just need to return the value as I just need to simply return the function equals to 0. I just need to simply return, and otherwise I'm just going to access the const file accepted files of first index. Okay, maybe in future, right now I just hard coded it to accept the very first file because I'm just going to accept it only one file. Maybe if you wish to work with the multiple files, you can reuse the same component to work with the multiple files itself. Okay, then here I'm going to say on upload, I'm going to send that file to that particular function. So far we don't have that function, right? So const on upload is equals to a function which is going to accept the file, okay, which is the type of the file itself. All right, that's the thing. Then right after here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring all these props, get root props, get input props, get is drag active or is the drag rejects. So I'm going to bring all these things. So const is equals to we have to use this use drop zone, which is needs to be imported from this React drop zone. Right after here, let us import that. Then let's bring that use drop zone, open it. From this particular use drop zone, what I'm going to do, I need to bring these objects. So get root props function, get input props function, and is drag active state and is drag reject state. These are the things. And inside this use drop zone, I'm gonna it's going to have an object, and it's going to supply this on drop reference. On drop, whenever you're dropping something, this is the event it is going to trigger, and that function, it should trigger this particular function. Both of them are same name, so you just have to, you don't have to refer it something like this. Okay, if you're keeping it in a different name, this is how you need to refer it. In this case, both of them are same. I'm just going to leave it as it is, and accept. What are the types of files that it needs to accept? It needs to accept the complete image. So image slash star as an empty array. Okay, then right after here, whether it is going to accept the multiple file or not. So multiple, it's going to be false right now, but in future, if you're willing to use the same component to accept the multiple file, you just have to change it into true. You don't have to worry about here. You need to change it, then you have to change it over here. Okay, and because we are sending only one file to this function, and in future, if you're willing to work with a multiple file, you just have to accept all the files. Then you need to send the multiple files into this on upload function, then loop through the each and every file and push it into the database. That's how you need to work. Okay, right now I'm just going to make sure this is should accept only the single file. So multiple option, it needs to be false. Okay. Then let's get back into the Firebase, and I need to get into the docs. Okay, let's get back over here. Let me create a new tab, and let's say Firebase Google Storage Docs. Search for Firebase Storage Docs. Click this cloud storage for Firebase, and get back into the web section, and click this upload file section. Okay, and there you can see how to create a reference and how to create a reference for your particular file and how to push that file, and all those options and everything is there. In that case, we are just going to use this methodology just by using the snapshots. Okay, this is the approach that we are going to use. That's the place where we get the progress and all those stuffs. By the time when you're uploading, we just have to show how much percentage it's been done, right? So this is the thing. Now inside this on upload section, right after here, I'm just going to say set is loading state into true. Then inside over here, I'm going to create that upload task. So const upload task, this is the one that we are going to create. Const on upload task, which is equals to, we're going to use this upload byte resumable itself. Const upload byte resumable, imported from the Firebase storage. Then inside this function, I need to supply the reference. So they created the reference separately and stuff it inside that function as a parameter. But in this case, I'm going to use this reference function from the Firebase /storage itself, import it. Then I need to supply the reference for this function, right? So basically the reference, which is going to be your storage instance, which I have successfully exported from the Firebase config.ts file, supply that. Then I need to supply the name for that particular file, the file name, what that file name it's going to be, right? So in this case, the file name, which is should be a dynamic string literals, then it should uh, basically, this is the file reference, the location of your folder, right? So the location is already in the name of the location prop, which I already have inside location. Then along with this, I need to get into that folder. Then I need to get the file name, right? So along with the file name, I'm going to get the unique timestamp. So to make that file as the unique one, date.now. Then along with this, I'm going to join that file name, file.name. Okay, so don't make any mistakes over here. This is how it is supposed to be. Okay, so you can see this one, so don't make any mistakes over here. So we have the location slash and date.now and then hyphen file name. This is the file name and this is the location and this is the reference of the file which we are uploading. Okay, then right after here, okay, this is the one, right after this one, comma, I need to supply the file which we are receiving inside. That's the file complete data. Then I need to supply the metadata also. So content type, which is going to be file.type, what type it is. That's the metadata of that particular file. Okay, so these are the things. Then right after this upload task, this resumable, it's completely done over here, right? And content type, yes. So inside the on drop itself, everything needs to be there. Then right after here, we need to create this task sections over here. So upload task dot on, open it. I'm gonna get the state changed event. It's going to have 3 callback functions, 1, 2, and 3. So let me explain what are the 3 different functions over here. One is for receiving the snapshot to calculate the process and whether you want to pause the upload or continue the upload or to close the upload. And one more function is for handling the error. And one more function is for after the successful upload, I need to get back the downloaded URL, uploaded URL so that I can push it into the database. So these are the 3 different functions that we need to use. So inside the very first function, I'm going to get this snapshot, put it inside the snapshot. Then right after here, I'm going to access this, copy this. Then I'm going to put it inside the set progress, open it and put it inside that. Simply as that. So completely this thing is accessed from the Firebase documentation itself. Then right after here, the error section. Inside the error section, I'm going to extract the error. Inside here, I'm just going to say toast dot error, open it. I'm just going to say something went wrong. Then I'm going to get the description. I'm going to supply the description with the dynamic string literals. Let's say extract the error as the type of error. This needs to be inside of this bracket. Then I need to get the message out of it. Okay, that is going to be the error message. Okay, then right after here in this particular section, I'm gonna get this download URL. This is the place where we are getting the download URL. So let's copy this get download URL, paste it, and this get download URL needs to come from Firebase Storage itself, import it. Then I'm going to use this upload task because from that task only I need to get the reference dot snapshot dot reference, get that particular reference, use the then function promise. We need to handle that promise properly. From that promise, I'm going to get the download URL. Okay, that is going to give us the download URL, and I need to push that downloaded URL into this on change prop which we have over here. Supply that URL into that function download URL. Okay, then I just need to say set loading, set is loading as a false one. Then I just need to say toast dot success, just say the status, image uploading status, let's say status description, which is going to be image have been uploaded to our server, something like this. Okay, that's the status. And once, even if you're getting any error, I just need to show that for status as a false, set is loading as false. Okay, right after this post message, I need to say this option, and over here we check the state in the false. All right, that's pretty much done. All right, now let's get back into the UI part. Now this is the place where this is the most important thing. The main functionality for uploading and handling the drag and drop and everything is being written, but we need to make sure whether it is working fine with the UI or not. So let's start with the UI. So let's say class name width of course needs to be full. Then inside this image upload, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say if I do have the value, I need to display that value. Okay, if I don't have the value, this is the place I need to bring the drag and drop section. Okay, this is the thing. These are the two different conditions that we are returning. So first, this is the place, if I have the value, I need to display the image. This is the section we are going to display the image. And this is the place where we are going to have the drag and drop features and everything. So if you check it out, your drag and drop features, so they have to create a div, and you have to destructure this particular option over here. So for this, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say open it and destructure this complete get root props. That's the function that we have to destructure. Open it. Then inside this function only, we are going to get the different UI styles. Okay, so let's get that. And this is going to have a class name property. This is the place where we are going to have a conditional styles. Okay, so I'm going to bring this one, dynamic string literals, or you can use this cn function itself. Cn, open it. This function is going to return that options, right? So here I'm just going to write the default styles, all the default styles. Okay, so let's say width, of course it is going to be full, so you can't like what to say, it's not going to give you the auto suggestions when you're writing it over there. So I'm just going to copy these styles which I already have, and you can pause the video and you can type it, or you can type all the styles somewhere over here, something like this aspect video or something, then you can copy and paste it inside over here. Okay, then what I'm going to do is inside this function, this is the function inside here. Right after here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to check if it is drag active. If it is drag active, I need to write a condition. What if it is drag active? This is the color it's going to looks like. This is how it looks like. Otherwise, if the drag reject, if it is rejecting something, then I'm going to check one more condition, which is going to be this color. Okay, if the drag reject is also condition is also failed, this is the style I'm going to use. Okay, so check it out over here. So basically this is the default style. Okay, and if the user are dragging it something inside, this is the color changes it needs to use. If the drag active is not, then it is going to check for drag reject. If this drag reject event is not triggered, it is not going to return this, it is going to return this. Okay, this is the UI that we structured for the three different states. Okay, then right after this, next, where it is being finished, this is the place it's been finished. So right after here, inside that division, I'm going to bring an input tag. For this input tag, I'm going to bring all these input props, destructure I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to paste it over here, drag input props. Okay, then inside over here, if it is loading, if that particular part is loading, I'm gonna bring a division div. This division is going to have a class name, which is going to be flex and flex column, and that is going to have a gap too. And inside this div, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring that the progress status, where the place where we are going to display the progress. So let's say progress. Okay, I'm just going to display the progress, that particular progress number. Otherwise, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring a division div. Okay, for this particular div, what I'm going to do, let's say class name, which is going to be width as full, height as full, and flex it's going to be column, gap it's going to be 2, item center, justify everything is center, and text neutral, which is in case it's going to be 500. Then on the dark mode, text neutral, in case it's going to be, in that case it's going to be 400. Then inside over here, I'm going to bring an icon, which is going to be image plus. If you have a look at it, this is how it looks. Let's say image plus icon, class name, width is going to be 10, height is going to be 10. Okay, now this is how it looks. Then right after here, I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, which in case it's going to be class name, that is going to say text smaller size. Then I'm just going to say open it. If the drag active, if it is drag active, I'm just going to say drop it here. Otherwise, I'm just going to say drag and drop an image, or click to select an image, something like this. So you can see that texture, right? But the reason is, we can't access the full width. It's because it is taking the very first column. So for that form item, I'm just going to say class name. It should occupies the complete width, and it should always occupies the column span of 3. So that should occupies the complete width. This is how it looks. Okay. So now what should happen? Let's try it by uploading an image. Let's say I'm gonna create new Finder window. Let me bring a new Finder window, and in the download sections, I think I do have this image. Okay, let me choose this one. And if I click and drag, okay, you can see now the drag action, it's been working. You can see drop it here. It's saying it's drop it here. And if I click this, you can see it's displaying the progress number, and it is being successfully uploaded into our database, and it's showing display the this message, display the message, because that is what we said over here. If I have value, you should display it something like that. Okay, so let's go back and fix that section. So let's say class name, which is going to be width as full, and flex-1, flex1. Then it's going to say height as full, then aspect video ratio, then relative position, rounded medium, flex item center, justify center, and overflow needs to be hidden. Inside this display image section, I'm going to bring an image tag, image from next image. This is the place where we are going to display this, which is should be full, and class name, and it should occupy the 100% width, height as full, and object needs to contain. And inside the alternative, which is going to be image cover image or image cover, and the source, which is going to be the value itself, and the prior, it should load the image much faster way. Okay, so save it. You should get an error because it is loading an image from an external source. We need to configure it properly, because this is the host name that we need to configure, Firebase. So let me get back into the config, next.config, and here I just have to bring the images configuration, open it, remote patterns, which is going to be array of object, which is going to carry on the host name, which needs to be the Firebase config.geolapses. Close it, and let me refresh this section. and let me upload the same image one more time. You should be able to see the progress number which is uploaded successfully, and it is loading the image, which is pretty much that is what we wanted, right? So if you check it out over here in this storage section, you should be able to see a new folder, YouTube signature template, which I do have, and inside I do have two different files. Now all we have to do is to bring the delete action. So let's get back over here. Right after here, I'm just going to create one more a div, which is going to be class name absolute and z index top of everything. Then it should be on the top and right too, and cursor needs to be pointer. Inside I'm going to bring a button, which is going to be the size of an icon itself. Then the variant, which needs to be destructive variant. Inside over here, I'm going to bring the trash. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much done for this. Whenever I'm clicking this, I'm gonna say on delete function, which I don't have yet, so I need to create that on delete function also. So right after here, I'm just going to say const on delete. It's going to be a callback function. So that function is going to simply call this on remove property, which we do have in our component. That's a prop of a component. Just remove, supply the URL because it's expecting an empty string value, right? So either you supply that value, it is going to remove that value from the field. Then I need to delete that object from the Firebase storage, delete object. I need to supply the reference, file storage reference. Then I need to supply the value which I have, that URL value, which needs to removed from the database. It's going to be a promise, returning a promise. We need to handle that promise. Okay, I'm just going to say toast.success. I'm just going to say image removed. Okay, and description, uploaded image have been removed from our server, something like this. And right after this then function, right after here dot catch, if there is in case any errors, I have to get that error out of it. And then I'm just going to say toast dot error message. I'm just say simply something went wrong. Then in the description section, I just have to return a dynamic string literals. Then I have to return the error as the error object. From that, I need to extract the error message. That's the description. So this is how you need to handle the delete option. So you should be able to see the delete button over here. Okay, for this division, I already mentioned it as the, okay, but it's saying that it's been removed, but it is not removed from our storage. It's still, because if you can see it's still persisted. Oh, it is working. How come it is working? Okay, it is working, but the toast message, it's not working because we haven't configured the toast provider. So we need to configure the toast provider. Then yeah, the on delete function is working. That's pretty much perfectly working. Let's check this out. So let me clear this. I don't have anything over here. Let me delete it. I don't have anything over here. So let me get back over here. I'm just going to drag and drop any particular one. Drop it. Okay, it's uploading. And we got the delete option. There we go. So which is displayed. And if you get back over here, if you refresh this page, you should be able to see this, which is uploaded. Now if I click this, it is being removed from here also. Yes, Now everything is working fine, but the issue is the toast provider. So we need to properly handle the toast provider. So in the global, I don't have any providers, so I'm going to create a new folder over here called providers, and inside this I'm just going to say toast hyphen provider dot tsx. Mark this as the use client option, and in the chat cn you should be able to see the toast. Okay, if you search for toast, or sorry, sonar, this is the one that we are using. See, this is the one, the different animation sonar alert notification, this is the one that we are using. So you have to bring this toaster from here, copy this, copy and put it over here. Then I'm just going to say RAFC, that's going to be toast provider, and inside this I'm going to return this toaster. And if you want to understand it about more configurations and all those things, click this dock and you can see the customizations of different option position where you want, and the types, different size, success, custom, and the use cases. There are different use cases out there. You can work with that. Okay, in this case I'm going to bring this styles for my own sake. This is how it should be. Okay, this is the background color for the light and dark, and the position top right rich colors, or you can bring it on the bottom right. Okay, I'm gonna bring it on bottom right corner, save it. Okay, and I need to bring this inside our app providers. So right after here I'm gonna bring that toast provider, save it. Okay, and yep, now let's dashboard, add signature. Okay, so here we are, and let me try uploading now. If I drag and drop this, we have to work with this progress because that's not looking good. We have to work with that, and you can see the toaster is working now. Status image has been uploaded to our server, and now if I delete this, and it's showing image removed, uploaded image has been removed from our server, which means every actions and everything is working perfectly fine. And now one more stuff which we have to work with, that is going to be your progress status. So for that I'm gonna close these two, and for that I'm just going to use this circle progress bar, something like this one, this kind of stuff, circle progress bar. I think I accessed it from Flowbyte. Yeah, this one, Flowbyte website. I accessed that from somewhere. The circular uploading option, CSS stepper, like this is the one. Okay, so that is the one, that is the thing that we have to create right now, the progress status. So what I'm going to do is, on the global components I'm going to create a new called progress status.tsx. Okay, so this progress status.tsx, which is going to be a client and interface, which is going to be progress status props, which is going to carry on a number, that is going to be a progress, which is going to be a number itself, save it. Okay, and RAFC progress status, which is going to extract from progress status props, which is going to get the progress out of it, save it. And instead of the division, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this SVG section. Okay, this is basically an SVG, right? Inside that we have a circle, two different circles, and this is the absolute layer which is placed on the top of this circle stroke, and inside that circle I'm going to have a text which is going to display that progress width. Okay, so you can just pause it and you can type it, or you can click the description and you can copy this code and you can paste it. Okay, so I'm going to get into the image upload, and where we are displaying the progress, this is the place where we are displaying that progress. Let me close this, and then I'm just going to say progress status, supply the progress into it, save it. And now let's get back over here, and if you check it out with that image, so let me bring the image over here, the download section. Let's bring it and drop it over here. You can see this is how that uploading option looks like. That pretty much enough for us, right? Just load it, and then I'm just going to delete it. That's looking cool. All right, so now all we have to do is to have to bring that the button for submitting the entire sections. We have to make sure this form and everything is working fine. Let's get back into here, and right after this form field, right after here, I'm going to create a div, class name, column span of 3. Okay, then weight needs to be full, flux, item center, and justify everything at the end, and the gap it needs to be 4. Inside this division, I'm going to bring two different buttons, one for resetting it and another one is for submitting it. So button from add components, this is going to be the reset button, and one more button, and this is going to be that create template button. So first let's finish this reset button. So this button is going to be type of reset, then it needs to be disabled. When it needs to be disabled, when the form is still being submitting. Then the size of this button, which is going to be extremely small. Then the variant of this button, which is going to be the outline variant. Then on click, whenever I'm clicking this function, it needs to call this form dot reset function. Entire form needs to be resetted. Then right after here, I'm going to say class name, cursor needs to be a pointer. Save it. That's how the reset button should looks like. Then for the save button over here, this is going to be type submit button, and then this needs to be disabled. When it needs to be disabled is form is being still submitted. Then size, of course, it needs to be small. Then class name, which is going to be cursor pointer. That's how it looks. And instead of this reset option, if the form is loading, right, at that point, what I need to do, I'm just going to display something over here, span tag. If it is loading something, I need to display. If it is not loading, I need to display it as create template. If the loading state is true, then I'm going to get the span tag. Inside the span tag, I'm going to bring the loader tag, loader icon. And for this loader icon, I'm just going to say class name animate spin, and then inside that load, right after that, I'm just going to say loading this text. Then for the span tag, I'm just going to say class name, which just needs to be flex, item center, gap needs to be 2. Okay, so let's say if I change this loading state into true, see, that's how it looks for that particular option. All right, now that pretty much everything is done. Cool. Okay, it's showing create template. Now if I click this, you can see we are getting the error message. Template needs to be carry on some values, right? So let me get back into the inspect elements console. Everything is pretty much enough. Let me close this and let me clear this complete field. Okay, and if I get, let me say, sample title over here, and I just have to upload an image, right? So let me click it and go to the downloads, choose a file, click upload. So that needs to be uploaded and it will be displayed. And now if I click create template, you should be able to see this complete data with the title, template ID, and the complete Firebase storage URL for that particular image, right? So which means this on submit function, everything is working perfectly fine. So now I just have to click this and delete it. Okay, and I have to reset also. By the time when we are resetting this function also, we need to be very careful, because if you have the value, I need to remove that value from the file storage. So for that, instead of directly resetting it over here, I'm just going to say on reset, right? So then right after here, const on reset is equals to a callback function, open it. Here, if I have the value, if I have that value, then what I need to do, uh, basically that is not the value field. If I have like what to say, if I have the form dot get values of, I need to supply the preview. If I have the form dot get values of preview, if the field value is not empty, right? Then if not, oh sorry, if I have that value, I need to delete, I need to call this delete on delete function, on delete. So we have that function inside over there, right? So yeah, basically it is inside the upload function. Okay, so it is in, so the deleting actions, everything is inside the upload function, right? So in that case, this is not going to work it out, because we are handling everything inside the on upload function. So here this is supposed to be like this only. Sorry, my bad. Okay, on image upload function, it's everything is handling it properly, so we don't have to worry about it. It is not necessary to trigger the same thing from here also. It is being handled over there itself. Okay, perfectly fine, which means everything is working fine. Now only one thing that is remaining, which I have to push this complete actions, the entire stuff that I need to save the entire thing into our database. So for that, what I need to do is I have to create an API to store the data. So for that, we have to create an API, right? So let's go ahead and create an API action. So for that, what I'm going to do is inside the app folder, I have the API, and inside the API folder, I'm going to create a new file called templates. Inside the templates folder, I'm going to create a new file called route.ts. So here, this is the place where we are going to bring all the necessary import statements. So let me bring all the import statements, which is from the DB, the Prisma DB, Prisma, and the authentication, next response, and next auth something, everything which you needed. Then export const post method, which is equals to asynchronous an arrow function. This is going to take the request, which is going to be the next request itself. Then I'm gonna get the try and catch block. Inside the catch block, if there is any error is happening, I just need to display that error message like console.log template create error. Okay, so then if the if I'm getting an error from the Prisma client request error, I need to handle that like a duplicate entry, because we are not supposed to create a duplicate values, right? So we need to handle that. If so, here if the error instance of Prisma client known request error, that's the instance that we are going to use. If the error instance is equals to that particular instance, then if the error dot code is equals to this P2002, if you search for this particular error code, Prisma error code, if you search for that, okay, see, unique constraint violations. So if you are sending a same template ID value by the time when you're trying to create, this is the error value we get. We need to handle that also in the API. At that situation, what I need to do, I just have to return a new response with the message as we are not supposed to send a duplicate value, right? Duplicate entry, please choose unique values, something like that. So if everything is working perfectly fine, then if any errors is happening over here, at the end I just need to return the error message, internal server error. Apart from this error, this is the return statement that I have to return. If this particular error is happening, then I need to return this particular error. This is how you need to handle the error statements over here. Otherwise, I can get into the try and catch blocks. So here I need to extract the user ID, authenticated user ID, right? This is the authenticated user ID. We can access it. So if I don't have an user ID, or if the user ID is not equals to the super admin, which we have over here, the next public super admin, right? So we need to access that. So if not user ID, or if that particular user ID, if it is not equals to this process.env. Next public super admin, in that situation I need to return the error message as unauthorized error message, something like this. Otherwise, I can access the body data from await request.json. I can access the body data from here. Then I can destructure those necessary informations, the title, preview, template. So const from the body, I can destructure those details. Let me open the schema and let me copy the title. I need the title. Then I need to extract preview. Then I need to extract the template ID. So we are not supposed to make any spelling mistakes over here. That's the reason. So these are the values that we are supplying it from here also. See, title, preview, template ID. So don't make any spelling mistakes. If you are changing any names over here, then you have to use that name over here, because that is the place of our form body data. Okay. So if I don't have any of these fields, I just need to say all the fields are required fields. If I don't have the title, preview, template ID, I need to return these or all are required fields. Otherwise, I just have to create a new sign, new signature. Okay. So await db.signature.create, open it, open as an object, then supply the data into it, open it, supply the title, supply the preview, then supply the template ID, then supply the created by ID, which is going to be your user ID. All right, these are the things. And at the end, I just have to return the success message. If everything is working perfectly fine, return the success as true, then return the data with the new sign. Save this. This is the API which is going to create that new signature for us. Then let's get back into the create client. Okay, and that's the place where we are going to call that over here. If I don't have the data, what I need to do, I just have to return. If I don't have a data, just return. You don't have to do anything else. Otherwise, get into the try and catch. If I have any error is happening, I just need to simply say this error message. Then let's get in the toast. Okay, template submit error, failed to create a new template. And then over here, I'm just going to say finally, I'm just going to say set loading as false. Once it gets started, right after here, I'm just going to say set loading as true. Right inside the try, inside this try block, I'm just going to say get Axios. I need to bring the Axios. So let's import the Axios from, this needs to be on the top here, import Axios from Axios. Okay, so we don't have that package. How is that supposed to be? We don't have that package. Okay, so clear pnpm add Axios, import it, pnpm run dev. All right, so we just downloaded. and let's refresh this. Axios, this is going to be the post request, and here I need to supply the location of that API. So let's say /API, then you should get into the /templates. That's the folder name, right? Supply the templates folder name, /API/templates. Then I need to supply the data, right? Supply the complete data into it. That's it. Once everything is done, Axios and everything is done, I just have to say toast message, push the toast message. Then once everything is done, I just have to reset the form.reset. Reset the form. Then I need to push the user into the dashboard page. So I just have to push the user into the dashboard. So save it. This is how the entire action is going to be. So let me get into the inspect elements and get into the network section, because that's the place where we can check the API. So here I'm just going to bring the Finder window, and then we get into the download section. This is the one where it is. Yeah, this is the one that we are going to create first. So I'm going to bring this one, drop it, and this is for content creators. Content creators, something like that. That's the name that we are going to use. So I'm going to close this, keep the network section clean. Once you click the create template, it should trigger this API. See, the API is being triggered, /API/templates, and it is completely, yeah, it is saying this 200 status successfully created. Payload, this is the payload that we supplied, and this is the preview that we got. See, success message is true, and we got the ID and everything is being successfully triggered, and we are successfully pushed back into our home screen, which if you check it into your database section, you should be able to see a new signature is being created. See, ID, template ID, content creators, preview image, empty array for favorites created by the user ID with the reference for that particular user, which is pretty much done. So we are successfully finished creating a new signature, right? All right, then. So now what we have to do is we have to display the page something like this. So you can see this is going to be exactly the same view. We have to reuse this entire section over here. This entire section needs to be reused on the template search page, and the search option, it is in the global header section. So somehow we have to reunite the field which is in the header, and we need to push that search content into the URL search param, and based on the URL search param we have to update this entire template list. Okay, this is not a complicated task, but somehow it is complicated by managing the search param across the global states and everything. Okay, so let me show you, and yep, we have to design one after another. Let's see. Let's move one step at a time. So first I'm going to close all these things, close all, and collapse everything, and get into this and changes template signature creation completed, commit. All right, now it is fine. And now all I have to do is to get into the app section and get into the site section, and I have to get into the dashboard section, and this is the place where we are displaying the dashboard page. All right, so first let's bring the dashboard page props, because basically what are the props that we are going to use? We are going to have the title options. If the user clicks this is the title that is going to filter, and the popularity filter and the date wise filters. These are the three different filters that I have to have. So for that, what I'm going to have over here, I'm just going to say interface. This is going to be dashboard page props. Open it. Then I'm going to have the search params, which is an optional one, and basically it needs to handle as a promise, because that is what the Vercel it's expecting us to handle it, because we are going to deploy this project on the Vercel, right? So object, and that is going to have these three different objects. These three different objects: search, popularity, date. All of them are optional one. Okay, then Basically, we are going to use the lazy loading and the suspense fallback UI for loading the options and everything. So in order to do that, sorry, we are not going to use the lazy loading, but we are going to use the suspense fallback. Okay. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is in this dashboard page, this is going to be an asynchronous one, and it is going to use this dashboard page props. Then I'm going to access the search params in it. Then I need to access the user ID. Okay, so const is equals to await auth. Get that from there. Then let's access the user ID over here. User ID. Then right after here, I need to resolve the params. So let's say const resolved params. So we need to resolve the every params by making sure await search param, because that's a promise. We need to await the search params, access the resolved params completely. Then from the resolved params, I need to access the search, popularity, date, everything one after another. Okay, so this is the dashboard page, right? So if the user ID or user ID is not equals to that next public super admin, in that case I just need to redirect the user into the home page. That is what we are trying to do over here. So inside this section, this is the place what we are going to do. We are basically going to create the section with the suspense fallback, right? And that is what we are going to do now. So in order to do that, so here all we have to do is to change this particular area into section, and then I'm just have to say class name, which is going to be flex1, oops, flex1, flex column, item, everything needs to be start, justify, everything needs to be start, width is going to be full, adding 3. All right, so inside this section now I'm going to bring this suspense from the React. This is going to have the key, which is going to be the popularity itself, then the fallback. Okay, fallback, I think the fallback UI, we need to design that fallback UI. For that I'm just going to say design skeleton. Okay, so we need to have the design skeleton UI. Okay, and then here we need to have a wrapper component in order to fetch all the data and put it into a common place. So for that I'm just going to have dashboard page wrapper. Okay, dashboard page wrapper, and I need to supply the search data into it. So search, then I need to supply the popularity into it, popularity, then I need to supply the date into it, date. So we don't have this skeleton, so if I get into the here and search for skeleton, this is the skeleton. If I search for skeleton, it is not opening. I think I'm having a network issue. Oops, I think I do have a network issue, so let me fix that network issue first. Oh god. All right then, so now the network issue is being resolved. Okay, fine. So here we have the skeleton, so this is the one that we are going to use. So I'm just bring the away after, yeah. All right. Right, so now what we have to do is, so we have to design the skeleton, and as well as we have to design this dashboard wrapper options. So first let's go ahead and design the skeleton UI. So right after here I'm just going to say const designs skeleton is equals to, it's going to be a component return, going to return the div class name, which is a grid and gap of 6 and small devices. What's grid column 2, and large devices onwards grid column needs to be 3. Width, of course, it's going to be full. Inside here I'm going to create an array dot from, open it, which is going to, that array is going to have the length of 15. Okay, then I'm going to use the map function, which is going to access the value rendering, and here I need to access the value and I need to access the index. Inside here, I'm going to bring and render that key. So key, which is going to be that index, idx index. Then this is going to be flex column space y. It's going to be 3. Inside here, I'm going to bring that skeleton, which is going to have a class name of I'm going to specify the height, right? So height, which is going to be this. That's the skeleton. Then right after here, division class name space y, it's going to be 2. Inside here, I'm going to have a skeleton with a class name of h4, and width, of course, it's going to be full. Then I'm going to copy and paste it 2 more times. This time, this is going to be 200 pixels, something like. You will see. I will show you how to do how this skeleton looks like. Okay. Then I need to design the dashboard wrapper. Const dashboard wrapper is equals to, open it. It is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside here I'm going to have the props, which is going to be something like interface dashboard page wrapper props, open it, and inside it's going to have these things as the props. So let me bring that dashboard page wrapper props. I need to get the search, then I need to get the popularity, then I need to get the date. These are the things, right? And inside this I need to return. This is basically, it's going to return a div, and this is the place where we are going to bring the template list, all the template lists and everything. So this basically, this one, it's going to be width full, and flex, which is going to be 1, flex and flex column, and item, everything needs to be start, justify, everything needs to be on the start, and then gap, which is needs to be 6. Okay, this is the place where we are going to display the template list, and this is the place where we are going to fetch that signature templates from the database. So I need an action function. So let me create a new folder in the root called actions. Inside the actions, I'm gonna get a new file called template.ts, and inside this templates, I'm just going to bring these lines, which is going to be use server and import db and the signature and everything from the generated Prisma itself. Okay, so here I'm just going to say export const fetch sign templates equals to an arrow function. This function basically, it's going to be an asynchronous function, and I'm going to copy these, and I'm going to supply those things as the parameters instead of colon, use comma. Okay, like this. Now inside here, this function is basically, it's going to return a promise, which is the type of signature, right? Type of signature as an array of signature. And inside this function, I'm going to use the try and catch. If in case if there are any error is happening, I'm just going to return the value as an empty array, and then I'm going to print that error message. Now inside the try block, this is the place where we are going to fetch the templates based on the search value or popularity value or date. These are the queries that we are supplying to this. So inside the try, I'm just going to say let templates, which is equals to await db dot signature dot find many, open it. Here I'm going to say where I'm going to say search, where I'm going to search. If I do have the search, then I'm going to open an instance. Okay, otherwise I'm just going to keep it as an undefined. Okay, if I do have the search, how I want to search? I want to search in the title field. I need to search in the title field, and that title needs to contains the text whatever I do have in that search. Okay, we are not going to search for exact string match. We are trying to figure out what are, if even if a single letter contains in that title, I need to filter it out like a partial search. Then I need to say mode, which is equals to insensitive, because if you're supplying it a case sensitive, it is going to cause us an issue. All right, so okay, so then right after here, I'm just going to say order by, which is going to be created at in the desktop. Okay, so this is the basic query, and then now I need to construct the query based on the popularity sort. Popularity, I need to sort popularity sort. So if I do have the popularity, in that case, if that popularity is equals to popularity asynchronous, then what I have to do, I just have to say templates, which is equals to templates dot sort, open it. Okay, then I need to have a callback function, then access the first and second. Then I need to say simply if a dot is favorites dot length, if that length minus b dot is favorites dot length. Okay, this is like arranging it in ascending order. And if you want to do so in the else if the popularity if it is equals to popularity descending order, in that situation I have to do the same stuff. Just copy this and put it over here, and instead of a we just need to swap it b and a. That's it. This is the descending order. Okay, this is ascending and this is the descending. This is the popularity. Then we have to do the same stuff for date wise, date sort. In that situation, all I have to do is to, if the date is equals to date ascending, then open it. I just have to say templates equals to templates dot sort function, open it, callback, access a and b. Then here I just need to say new date. I need to convert it into a new date of a dot created at field, convert it into a date. Then I need to get the time, get time minus new date of b dot created at time dot get time. This is how you can sort it by date wise. Like you need to convert the created at field into like a time date or instance, then you can get the time, then you need to minus it. Then else if, open it, if date is equals to date descending order, I just have to copy this, paste it, instead of a dot first, just swap it. This is it. Okay, this is it. And then at the end, all I have to say return the templates. That's it. This is that function. Okay, this function now will accept any of these three query parameters, and it will filters the data based on the query parameters however I supplied. If I supply search, it is going to filter the data only that text contained title value, and if I try to search by filter by popularity in ascending or descending order, only by these I can able to filter it. Then on date by sorting order we can do this. This is it. And now let's get back into the page.tsx. Here inside the dashboard wrapper section, this is the place, right over here. Now I need to fetch the data. So let's say const equals to, I'm just going to say templates, okay, is equals to, I'm going to use this await promise dot all, because later in if you want to fetch any other asynchronous actions, you can put it in the same line itself instead of putting it in a multiple lines. Promise dot all, open it, and supply the array of actions in it. So which is going to be fetch sign templates, and I need to supply the query parameters, which is going to be search, then it is going to be the popularity, then it is going to be date. You have to supply the values in exact same order. First you need to supply search, then you need to supply the popularity, then you need to supply the date. This is the order that you have to follow for the uh, to this function. Now I have this templates, right? So we have only one template in our hand. So I'm just going to say templates, which is going to be templates dot length. So save it. Now you can see the skeleton is being loaded. It's trying to fetch the data from the server, and you can see we are getting the data as templates as one, because we know that we have one template in our hand, and that is what displayed over here. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to bring this templates list section, and we can worry about this chart actions and everything later. First we have to bring these things first. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring that first. So yeah, then we can move on to the next after another sections, right? All right, so let's go ahead and start designing this filter sections and bringing this card section and including the search filter options. Let's do all those things. Once we finish that, then we can move on to this individual page where we are displaying this content area stuff and everything. That's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go ahead and start working on this template list section, which is going to look something like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and start doing that. For that, I'm gonna collapse everything in the global. I'm gonna say template list .tsx, which is going to be use client option. Okay, that's component is going to be the use client, and RAFC, which is going to be template lists. Save it. And basically this template list is going to carry on a specific prop, which is going to be the templates, which is that is the signature from at Prisma. Then it's going to be array of signatures. Then I'm just going to say it as a template. Save it. Perfect. Now inside this, what I'm going to do is if in case I don't have a template, if I don't have a template, or if the templates dot length is equals to 0, if in that case I just have to return this, return a div. Let's I'm just going to say no templates found. Okay, this is what I'm going to display something right now. If I do have something, I just have to display this. Later we can customize that no templates found section. Right now we just focus on this one, flex 1, then flex width, of course it's going to be full. Then I just need to say flex, it's going to be column item, everything needs to be on the starting point, justify, everything needs to be on the starting point. Save it. Then I need to bring the filter controls. These are the filter controls that we have to worry about. Let's keep it that part right now. And then we need to bring this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring that first. So div class name. Okay, so let's say class name, which is going to be grid, and grid column 1, but minimum medium devices onwards grid column it's going to be 3, and in the minimum 2 Excel devices onwards grid column it's going to be 5 different columns. Gap it's going to 2, margin Y it's going to be 6, and width of course it's going to be full. And let me enable the word wrap so you can see it. And inside here now I'm gonna say templates dot map function. Open it. I'm gonna access the template. Inside here I'm gonna bring the template card. Okay, let me go ahead and create that template card.tsx. Use client and RAFC, let's say template card, which is going to be the having the template, which is the signature itself. Let's access that template here, save it, and let me bring that over here. Key in this case it's going to be import the template card. Key is going to be template.id, and then template, it's going to be the template itself. So I should able to see the template cards. Okay, nothing is happening. Let me refresh. Still nothing. Why? Because I haven't bring it over here. So I need to bring the template list. Then I need to supply the templates into the over here. Save it. That should list the template card. Perfect. Now inside the template card, now what I have to do is I have to uh, worry about whether that particular template is a favorite template or not, because you can see we have what are the options that we do have. We have this favorite options to market, so we have to design all those stuffs and everything. So inside here I need to access the user ID, authenticated user ID. So const user is equals to use auth. So this helps us to fetch the user ID in the client side. That's the custom hook provided by the user ID itself. So user ID. Then I need to say use state snippet, which is going to be is loading. By default it's going to be false, and inside here this is going to be the boolean value. Then here I'm just going to use state snippet, which is going to be is deleting. That is going to be false. Okay, and that is also going to be the type of boolean, because this particular state for deleting that particular card. Then okay, I'm gonna get the const router is equals to use router, which is coming from next navigation. Then const path name is equals to use path name from the next navigation. These are the necessary stuff. I will let you know why we have all those stuffs and everything. Then const is favorite is equals to, if the template dot is favorites array, if that includes the authenticated user ID, then it will be marked as the favorite one, because we are getting this type error because user ID, it's possible that it's get to be an undefined or null value. So I'm just going, otherwise I'm just going to say simply as unknown user. Okay, so if I do have an user ID, try to figure it out whether that user ID is inside this is favorite array or not. Otherwise try to check if the user ID is not there, try to check this unknown user is inside this template or not. All right, now we have the is favorite state. Okay, so later we have to have the toggle favorite states as well as, and then yeah, there are different stuffs. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm just going to wrap this, delete this, and I'm going to bring this react fragments. Inside this react fragments, I'm going to bring the card from /UI card. Make sure that is coming from @/components UI card. Now for this card, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say class name, which is going to be padding 4. Okay, so P4, and width of course it's going to be full, gap of course it's going to be 2, and BG which needs to be white, and in the dark mode the BG needs to be neutral 900. That is how it looks in the dark mode. Then the shadow, it needs to be SM. Then in the border, then border neutral 200, that is in the light mode. Then in the dark mode, border neutral, which needs to be 800. Okay, then on hover I need to have shadow as a medium, then transition shadow effect needs to be transitioned. Okay, this is how it looks. If I change this into the light mode, this is how it looks in the light mode. So that's looking quite good. Okay, let me bring the word wrap, view word wrap, so you can see it completely over here. Perfect. Inside the card, first I need to bring the header. This is going to be the card header, which I'm going to display the ID and the favorite actions. Okay, favorite, spelling mistake, favorite actions. Perfect. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a division, which is going to be class name, flex item center, and justify between, and gap, which is going to be 2, width of course it needs to be full. Inside this division, I'm going to bring the span tag. The span tag basically is going to be extremely small content. So text excess, then text neutral 500, and in the dark mode, text neutral, which is going to be 400. Okay. Then inside over here, I'm going to bring the hash. Then I'm just going to say template dot id. Save it. So, oops, not id, which is going to be template id. This is the template id, hash template id. Then right after this span tag, this is the place where I need to bring that hot icon. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the class division, class flex item center, justify center, then gap, which is going to be 2. Inside this division, only if the user ID is there, if I do have the user ID, then only I need to display this hot icon. This needs to be displayed if only if I have the user ID, and if the user ID is the super admin, then only I need to display this. Okay. So for this user ID, if I have the user ID, then I need to bring the button. So make sure that button is add component slash. For this button, I'm just going to say size, which is equals to icon, then variant, which is equals to the which is equals to ghost variant. Then here I need to say if it is loading, if that is loading, then I need to bring the loader icon. Then I just need to say class animate spin. Otherwise I need to bring the heart heart icon. And for this, I'm just going to say class name. I need to load the CSS dynamically based on the conditional rendering, condition based styles. So here, which is going to be text muted foreground initially, if it is nothing. Otherwise, if it is marked as a favorite one, then I just need to fill muted foreground. Okay. So if not, this is how it looks. See, if the user marked this as a favorite one, this is how it looks. If they didn't mark it as a favorite one, this is how it looks, which is perfect, right? That's how it looks. Then for this button, I'm just going to say class name cursor pointer. So that's how it looks. Perfect. Now we do have that button, and just like the same way, I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to put it over here. And this time, in this case, we are going to have one more condition, that it needs to be if the user ID is equals to process.env and super admin, then only I need to display this. User needs to authenticate, and the same way the authenticated user ID needs to be a super admin ID. If that's the case, I need to display this. And here I'm just going to say is deleting. I need to display this, and here I just need to display the trash icon. And for that, I'm just going to say text red 500, something like that. Okay. And then fill red 500. Let's check this out. How does the fill effect also look? Think trash 2 then. That's not looking good. So let's keep it as the text effects alone. Okay. I think that's pretty much enough in this case. Okay, so now we have those action buttons for these two things. This will be displayed only if the super admin is logged in, and this will be displayed for every user if he is authenticated. Otherwise, these two will not be visible. Okay, then I need to bring this image section. So basically, if the user clicks this image, it needs to take the user to that very specific page, right? So for that, where is this header section is being completed? This is the place this header section is being completed. So right after this, I need to bring the image. So this is basically link wraps only image. Okay, this is the place where we are wrapping the image. So I'm going to bring the link from next link, and href, it's going to be so if I was inside the dashboard page, dashboard page, I don't want to get into that template, very specific template page. If I'm not inside the dashboard page, I need to navigate the user to that. So in order to check that, what I'm going to do is right after here, I'm just going to say, I'm going to create a conditional link. Conditional link. How? I'm just going to say const link href is equals to, if the path name dot starts with, if it is starts with like slash dashboard, if that is says so, I just need to keep it as hash. Otherwise I need to push the user to that very specific template page, like say slash template, then oops, need to push the user into that very specific page, right? So let's say slash template dot id. That's how we are going to push the user into that very specific page. Then I just need to supply the link href. Link href. So right now we are inside the dashboard. So we are supplying the dashboard as a hashtag in the link. So user will not be navigated from one page to another. But if the user is not inside the dashboard page, and if he clicks that image, it needs to go to that specific template, right? So I'm just going to say class name, which is going to be block. It needs to access the complete width available, so width full. Then inside this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the image preview, which is going to be div class name, aspect ratio should be video, height, which is going to be 44. I'm going to fix the height. Then rounded medium, then overflow needs to be hidden, then the position needs to be relative position, then the border we need to have a border, then the width needs to be full. And then here I'm going to bring the image tag next image. Then inside this, I'm going to bring the class name, which is width, of course, needs to be full, height, of course, needs to be full, then object needs to be cover, then alternative text needs to be image cover. Then over here, I'm just going to say fill available spaces. Then alternative text, we already did had it. Then I just need to say source, which is going to be template.preview. So save it. You should be able to see that image right now over here. That's perfectly fine. Then right after this particular division, this is the place where I have to bring the title. Basically, we are going to wrap the title also in that section. So because if the user clicks the title or the image, it needs to push the image to that specific section. Okay. But what I need to do is I need to display the title with truncation. Because if the title is quite big, I don't want to keep on adding new lines. So I just need to truncate it as much as possible. Okay. So I'm just going to say card title from add components UI, and inside here I'm going to bring the template dot title. Okay, that's how the title should looks like. Then for here I'm just going to say class name, text size needs to be small, okay, something like that. Then font needs to be semi bold. Okay, then text neutral 700. Okay, and then in the dark mode, text neutral 200, something like that. Then I just need to say truncate. Then maximum width needs to be XS. That's the maximum width, 320 pixels. If it is going beyond that 320 pixel, I need to truncate the text. Then margin top is going to little bit space, something like that. This is the title section. Okay, so now if you keep on adding any templates, it is going to keep on bring up all those cards and everything over here. Okay, so now we have successfully finished that card section. So right now, if I hover it, you can see at the bottom left corner of the browser, it's saying localhost 3000 dashboard /. But if I get into the templates page, and if the URL is not starting with like /dashboard, it will shows the template ID. So the user will be pushed to that specific templates page. And that's what we wanted, right? So far, the UI design has been completed. And next most important stuff that we are going to do is working with this favorite section and deleting this template, and that is what we are going to do next. So let's go ahead and start working on that particular section. All right then, so now let's go ahead and start working on the template favorite section. Okay, So first, in order to work with that, we need to create the API for that. So let's go ahead and create the API for that specific template, right? So we have to write the patch work for that. Okay. Um, yes, we have to write the patch work for that. So app API template, and inside here, I'm gonna create this dynamic ID section, template ID. And inside here, I'm gonna say route.ts. Okay. Now inside here, first I have to bring all the necessary packages. Okay, let's bring the Firebase from the Fire Storage, next response from the next server, and yep, these are the things. Okay, perfect, pretty much done. These are the import statements that we needed, and then here I'm just going to say export const patch equals to, open it. So this needs to be an asynchronous function. Okay, so this function basically is going to have two different parameters. The very first parameter is going to be the request, that is the next request itself. Then it is going to have a params, which is the type of params itself, and that is going to be a promise, which is going to have an object. In that, it is going to have the template ID. This template ID needs to match this template ID, which is going to be a string. Okay, this is how you need to create those params ID, template params ID. You can send the template ID, the parameter dynamically, and you can access it inside. Then inside here, I'm going to bring the try and catch. If in case if there is any error is doing during this particular option, in this, I'm just going to print this update API error, failed to update it. Then inside the try, what we are going to do first, of course, I need to fetch the template ID. So const equals to await params. From that params, I'm going to access this template ID. Okay, then I need to access the user ID, const user ID, which is equals to await auth user ID. Then right after here, I just need to say, if I don't have a user ID, I just need to say, because if I want to do work with this API, I need the user ID. So either needs to be authenticated. If I don't have a user ID, then I need to return the value as the unauthorized. And if I want to update something, I need the template ID. If the template ID is not, then I just need to say signature not found. Okay. If I do have a template, then I just need to figure out whether the template is already exist or not. So const existing signature, existing sign or something like that, await db dot signature dot find unique, open it. Then here I just need to supply the var. I need to find the value based on the template ID. So ID, which is going to be template ID. This time we are not sending the template ID because we do have a specific property inside the signature as a template ID. We are not sending the template ID. We are sending this particular signature unique ID, the ID field in the URL, because what we are sending here, you can see we are sending the template ID in the URL. Okay. So in the API also, we are going to use the same stuff only. So that's the reason we are trying to figure it out by using ID. So the reason I'm using the template ID, because I don't want any get confusion. That's the reason. Okay. If you're feeling confusion, just change it over here as the ID itself, or try to follow me along with me. Okay. So if not existing sign, if it is not existing sign, I just have to return the same stuff, signature not found, save it. Okay. Then right after here, what I need to do is I need to figure it out whether it is already a favorite ID for the user or not. If it is already favorite, then I just need to remove it. If it is not, then I need to add it. So here what I'm going to do is const is already favorite for the user. So existing sign dot is favorites array, if it is includes the authenticated user ID, then only it will be already favorites by the user. So I'm just going to say const updated favorites updated favorites is equals to is already favorite. If it is already favorite, then what I need to do, I need to remove that ID from that. So I'm just going to say existing signs dot is favorites dot filter. I need to extract the that particular data. Okay, so which is user ID. Well, basically it's an ID. So that ID should not be equals to user ID. So if it is already favorite, then we need to remove it. So apart that specific, except that specific ID, we are going to return every other thing. That's what this condition says. If it is not already, then not already a favorite one, then we need to push that into that. So I'm going to create an array, spread out the existing sign dot is favorites. Okay. Along with this, I need to send the user ID. Let me explain this condition one more time. So here we are trying to figure out whether the authenticated user already marked that particular ID, marked that particular template as a favorite one or not, just by using this. If the user marked that particular template as a favorite one, then this value, this state value will be true. If it is already marked as a true, if the user already marked this one as a favorite one, then what I'm going to do, I need to remove that ID from the user. So except that ID, I'm returning everything by using the filter method, just by running this simple condition. If the user didn't mark this template as the favorite one, then I need to include that user ID with all other existing user IDs. So that is what we are writing over here. Then right after here, I'm just going to say const updated sign, which is equals to await db.signature.update. Open it, send the object var id, which is the template id, and then I need to supply the data, which is which is favorites equals to updated favorites. So currently this is the only feed that we are allowing the users to update. Okay, even if the admin is creating something, if he wants to like what to say, if he wants to alter or something, we are not giving that privilege for so far. He wants to delete it, he needs to delete it, and he need to create it correctly again. So that is what we are so far doing. So that's the reason we are just updating over here. Okay, then at the end, all we have to do is to return the signature, return the updated and this updated sign. Okay, this is the one that we have to return. Okay, next response, this is what that we are returning after the successful update. Then just like the same way, we have to create the, I want to say copy this, and I'm going to paste it one more time. This time this is for delete, this is for delete. Okay, signature delete error. If there are any issues are there, then instead of patch, I'm gonna use delete, sending the next response, sending the templates and everything, and we are accessing the user ID and trying to figure it out. Before deleting, we are trying to figure it out the existing one. Instead of update, instead of these things, I have to write the delete code. Okay, so before deleting it, first I need to delete the image which is in that. So delete the preview image from Firebase. Okay, so if the existing sign dot preview, if I do have that, then over here I just need to say await delete object, open it. I need to supply the file storage, then I need to supply the existing sign dot preview. That's the value which I wish to delete. These two things need to be shared as a reference instance. Yes, that's why I'm wondering. Okay, now right after that, I need to delete that signature from the DB. So await db.signature.delete, open it, where the id dot template is equals to template id. And then at the end, I just have to send a message as the signature successfully deleted. This is the one. So now we have the APIs for both the patch and the delete. So let's get into the template card. Okay, now all I have to do is to inside the template card, I just have to create two different functions, one for toggling the favorites and another one's for deleting it. So I'm just going to say const toggle favorite is equals to an arrow function, and that function needs to be an asynchronous function. Here I'm just going to say set is loading as true. Then inside I'm just going to bring the try and catch. If there is any error is happening, I'm just going to display that error message like this. Then I'm just going to say toast dot error, open it, something went wrong. Then in the description I'm just going to say bring the dynamic string literals and error as error type dot message, whatever the error message is, print that error message. Then right after here I'm gonna bring const response is equals to, oops, it needs to be inside the try, sorry, here const response is equals to await axios dot patch, open it, bring the dynamic string literals, then slash api slash templates, make sure there is no spelling mistakes, templates slash supply your template id, template dot id, that's the template id that we are supplying, template id. And here all I have to say, if the response dot success status, if the response dot data dot success, so that's the success instance which we are supplying, success. Okay, so don't make any mistakes, success. Then I just have to return this toast message. Then I just have to refresh the router refresh. Otherwise, if there is any issue, I'm just going to return this toast message, favorites fail to update the favorites, something like that. Okay, save it. Okay, this is the toggle for the favorites, and I'm going to copy this function, paste it one more time. This time this is going to on delete, something like that. Asynchronous set is deleting, and we forget one more thing. Finally, on finally, whether if there is any error or success, I just need to say set is loading as false. We have to do the same thing right after here on finally block, set is deleting as false, because we are making that one as true over here. Okay, and here api slash templates id, and this is going to be delete one. If the response dot data, I think we are not sending anything on for delete. Yep, for deleting we are not sending any response, so this is not necessary. If condition is not necessary, so right after here all I have to do, which means I don't need to capture the response as well as right after here, I just need to send the message toast as success, toast.success signature deleted successfully. Okay, and refresh the route. If there is any error is happening, this will handle that one. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and work with this toggling state, or where it is. For that particular button, I need to call this on click. Where is that button? Here it is. So for this button on click, I'm just going to call this toggle favorite. Save it. Let's inspect the elements, refresh it, get into the network section, clear it. Now if I click this, we can see the loading state, it's working perfectly, and it is calling that the API, and we are getting is favorite as true. and we have that user ID in that favorites array. Success message is true, and you can see there is a changes over here, which is pretty much good. Now if I click it one more time, and it is, you should not see that. Okay, which is perfectly fine. Okay, so the favorite section is now working perfectly. Now if the user wants to delete this one, what I have to do is I need to bring a model. Okay, I need to bring a model. So we have to bring a dialog, this one, alert dialog. If I click this, I need to bring a model, then user needs to confirm that, then only he needs to delete it. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into the components and create a new file called model.tsx. Then I'm going to say use client, and this one is going to RAFC, which is going to be the model. Okay, so for this I'm going to create an interface model props, open it. So for this I'm going to say title, which is of course it's going to be string, then description, that is also going to be a string, then is open, whether that is open or not, so it is going to be a boolean one, then on close, which is going to be a callback function which returns nothing, void. Okay, then of course it's going to have a children prop, which is an optional one, which is not an optional one. Of course it is going to return react node in it. These are the props. Then here I'm going to bring all those model props in it. So let's supply the title, then supply the description, then supply is open, then on close, then children. These are all the props that we need to supply into the model. Okay, so what I'm going to do is inside here I'm going to have a function const on change function. It's going to have a callback function. This is going to take the parameter open as a boolean value. And here I'm just going to be, if it is not open, then I just need to call this function on close like this. Okay, and right after here in this particular area, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this dialog section. Let me bring this completely, import this, and here I'm going to copy this one and I'm going to paste it, dialog. Okay, so otherwise you can just try to follow me along over here. So I'm going to create this one, so dialog. Okay, so this open state is based on the open state which we have in our hand. Okay, is open, then on open change, whenever there is an happening, I just need to call the on change function which I have in it. Okay, then inside here I need to bring the dialog content. Inside the dialog content I'm just going to say class name, which is going to be maximum width of excel. That's the maximum width that the dialog can stretch out. Then the dialog header. Inside the dialog header I'm going to bring the dialog title, then that is going to be the title itself. Then I'm going to bring the dialog description, that is going to be the description itself. Then right after this header section I need to bring the div, which is going to be the children. Okay, these are all needs to be inside the dialog content section. So save this change. This is what that we have to build. So this is the reusable model container, right? So we can, in a real case scenarios for multiple applications, we can have multiple models for every single actions. In this case right now we are going to have the model just for deleting it, right? So for that, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the alert delete model. So let's create a new component, alert delete model .tsx, which is going to be a client component or AFC alert delete model. Save it. Now this is going to have a props. So interface alert delete model props, which is going to be is open. If it is open, then it needs to be a boolean value. Then on close, which is going to be a callback function which returns nothing. And then on confirm, which is going to be an arrow function which returns nothing. And it's going to have a loading state that is a Boolean value. These are all the props. I need to supply all those props in it. And let's bring all those things. Is open, on, close, and on confirm, then loading state. Save it. And instead of this, we are going to bring those model container. But the most important thing is this might get an hydration issue, because basically we are trying to punch in this particular node inside the entire node list. This will cause an hydration issue. So I'm just going to say use state is mounted, which is going to be false because this state only carries the Boolean value. Then here I'm going to get the use effect hook, which carries two different parameters. One is going to be a callback function, another one is going to be array dependency injection. Here I'm just going to say set is mounted value as the true value, true. Then if it's not mounted, if it is not mounted, then I just have to return the value as null, something like this. Otherwise, what I can do, I can get the model component from /component. This is not supposed to be a self-closing tag, because inside here we are going to have a children's. So this is perfectly fine. And inside this model, now I need to supply the properties for that. So first I need to supply the title. So title, which is going to be, are you sure? Are you sure? We need to ask a question. Are you sure you want to delete this stuff? Okay. And the description, I'm just going to say this action cannot be undone. That's the description that we are going to give. Then right after this description, I'm just going to say is open. It's going to be based on the value of is open. Then on close, it's based on the on close function. Okay, now inside this model, I need to supply the children's, which is going to be division, class name, padding top, it's going to be 6. Then space X, it's going to be 2. Then flex item center, justify everything at the end, and width needs to be full. And here I'm going to bring a button from ./UI button, which is going to be act/components/button. Okay, now inside here, now I'm just going to say disable. This needs to be disabled whenever this button everything is being loading. Then variant, of course, it's going to be outline variant. Then the size, of course, it's going to be the smaller size. Then on click, it's going to say on close function, because this function, it's going to be close or cancel. That's the button 1. And I'm going to bring the second one. This is the type of the button. Type needs to be a button, which needs to be a button itself. Okay, so copy and paste this. Type button disable outline. This is not going to be outline. So variant, which is going to be destructive, because user is instructing to delete that. So on close, this is to be delete, or let's say confirm, something like that. Okay, so this needs to be something like this. If the user willing to delete it, so here if it is in the loading state, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring a span tag. If it is not in the loading state, over here I'm going to display the text message as confirm. That is needs to be string, so confirm. If it is user willing to delete it, then I'm just going to say flex item center, justify center gap, it's going to be 2 or something like that. Inside this span tag, I'm going to bring that loader icon, and I'm just going to say class name animate spin. Then right after here, I'm going to bring one more span tag inside that span tag, and then I'm just going to say deleting, something like that, deleting. And for this class name animate pulse, and text need to be extremely small text. Save it. So this is how it is going to looks like. That's the alert model. So perfect. Now let me show you how to bring this model. So all we have to do is to get back into the template card section. Let's get into the template card. Okay. Right after here, this is the place where we are going to bring that the alert delete model. And here I need to supply is open state. Basically, this open state, it needs to be based on the action of the local state. So for that, I'm going to bring one more state over here. Use state snippet open, set open, which is going to be false. And that is going to be the Boolean value. Okay. So then over here, I just need to say set is open as true. I need to open this because whenever the user wish to no, not opening here, I need to close here because opening we will do it somewhere else. False. So here I just need to say is open state. Then I need to say on close. Whenever I'm closing, if I wish to close it, I just need to say set is open as false, something like that. Then on confirm, the user confirm that he wished to delete it, then I just need to call this on delete function. Then on loading is equals to is deleting. That's the state. These are the things. Save it. Now we have two different buttons, right? So for the delete button, I'm just going to say on click. I just need to say callback function. Set is open as true. So the user can confirm before deleting it. Close this. Let's say click it. You should be able to see, are you sure this action cannot be undone? So if I click cancel, it will be cancelled. If I click confirm, okay, something, on confirm, everything is fine. So if I click this and if I click confirm, nothing is happening. Maybe there is issue over here. Oops, my bad. On click, we need to call the on confirm because it's calling the same instance on close. That's the reason it's keep on closing that one. Okay. So now if I click over here and if I click confirm, it is calling that API for deleting. It's saying signature deleted successfully, and you can see the header, everything is being perfectly fine. And now if I get back over here and if I click this, I should not have any image because it is deleted. And if I get back to my signature and if I refresh it, you should not able to see any data because it is deleted successfully from our database. All right. So now I just have to create the same. I'm just going to say content creator, something like that. Click it. Third or fourth, yeah, fourth template. Let me open it, upload it, and create the template. Perfect. It has been loaded. It's displaying that. If I click this mark as a favorite one, yes, it has been marked. If I click this and if I click this delete, it will work instantly. So we successfully finished his favorites and deleting actions and everything. And then next, what we have to do, we have to go ahead and work on with this filtering section. So we can use the same stuff for every page. So we are creating a reusable component, so you don't have to worry about it, right? So let's move on to the next section. All right, then. So now let's go ahead and start building the filter controls. So that is what we are going to build, this particular area. This is the one that we are going to build. So I'm going to close this. So whatever the right side of it, I'm going to close it. Okay. So this is the place where we have to bring those filter controls. Bring that, I'm going to create myself a new component in this called filter controls.tsx. All right. In case this is going to be the client side component, or AFC, which is to be filter controls. Save it, and let me bring that filter control over here. So save that, which is perfect. Now you can see that filter control over there. All right. So now what we have to do is we have to bring all this necessary filters, sections, and everything. So for that, we need this designer, developer, manager, marketer, engineer, and all these title sections. So first I have to bring that, and uh, yes, that's what I need to do. Those are the professions that I'm using. So let me bring that in the helper sections. So this is that. You can copy that from the description. Export cons, professions, designers, developers, managers, marketers. These are the professions that we are using in it. So let me close it. And let's get back into the filter sections. All right. So first inside this, so what we have to do is, and if you check it out over here, we're having this two select section where the user can switch between the popularity and the date in order to sort, and we have a button to clear the filters, and in between we have this overflow container to swipe left and back to see the designers, developers, and all those sections. All right, so let's see. So here for this division, let's say class width, of course it's going to be full, then space y it's going to be 4, then inside this filter, and if you check the look and feel of, I think I missed something where it is. Okay, see, you can see if you're searching something, you can see we're getting the search text, what particular text that the user has been searching. Okay, so we have to display that also, so that's what we have to do. Okay, so here then I'm just going to say div class name, which width, of course it's going to be full, flex item center, and justify everything in the center, justify center. And inside over here, this is the place where we have to bring that the search, right? So for that, first I need to, from the URL search param, I need to extract the search, then I need to display it. So let me bring all the necessary objects instance. So let's say const router equals to use router from the next navigation. Let's bring it. Then right after here, I need to get the search param. So const search params equals to use search params from the next navigation. Let's bring that. Then I need to get the path name. Path name is equals to use path name from the next navigation itself. Then I need to get the current filtered values from the URL. Get the current filter values from where? From the URL. Okay, so const current search text, whatever the text the user search, let's say current search. So search params dot get. Okay, so for that, what is the search param? This one, search. Okay, that's the param. So if it doesn't there, then keep it as an empty string. Just like the same way, we need to bring 3 more. This in case, which is going to be popularity. So I need to bring this popularity and put it straight away over here, popularity. Then I need to bring this date. Okay, it's a date. So current date, which is going to be date itself. Okay, this is the way that you have to access it. Then I need to have the local state for the filters. Let's say local state for the filters. Okay, so use a state, and first I need to store the popularity. Let's say popularity set popularity, which is going to be the current popularity itself, current popularity, which is going to store the string input, which only store the string input. So I'm going to copy and paste this one. Otherwise, let's create it. Use state snippets by using date set date. Oh, come on, date, and that is going to be current date itself. Okay, that is also going to be a string input itself. Save it. Perfect, which is perfectly fine. Right now, what I need to do is I need a function to handle those search params values, right? So const handle change is equals to, so I'm going to supply two parameters inside this function, which is one is going to be the string itself, and the another one which is going to be the value, that is also going to be the string itself, the key and the value, right? Inside here, I need to construct the params. Const params is equals to new URL search params, new URL search params, which is going to be search params dot toString. Now over here, I need to say if I do have a value, in that case, I need to say params dot set. By using, I need to supply the key and its value. That's how you need to set the new value in the params. Else, I need to say params dot delete key and the value. Okay. So sorry, just the key alone. So delete, I just need a key. To set, I need a key and its value. That's how you need to set. Okay. Now I need to construct the base path, right? Once the user selected a date or sort or popularity sort, I need to construct a base path for it. Const base path, which is equals to path name. If the path name is equals to slash dashboard. Okay, since we are going to use the the search params, it's basically coming from the global header. So the same header can be on the templates page and the same header can be inside the dashboards page as well as. So it needs to work on both areas as well as. So that's why we are checking if the path name is inside the dashboard. In that case, it should say slash dashboard. Otherwise, it should keep the same path name. Wherever it is being loaded, just keep the path name itself. Okay. Then once the dashboard, okay, once the base button it's been constructed, I just need to say router.push the user to that very specific base path. Let's say use the dynamic string literal, use the base path. Along with the base path, I'm gonna construct the query params, question mark, say params dot toString, just like that. Okay, this is what this handle function. So try to understand over here. We are going to keep the search input in the header, and that header is going to display even if you are in the dashboard or even if you're in the home screen or even if you are in the templates page. So wherever you are, if you're searching something, it needs to work properly. So that's the reason I'm checking the condition. If the path name is slash dashboard, that means if it is inside the dashboard, then let's return it as a dashboard itself, or else return it as the path name itself from where it's being used, from where it's being called. Okay. Now, next what I need to do, I need to clear all the filters. So I need to have a function to do that. So const clear or handle clear is equals to an arrow function. Okay. Now I'm just going to construct the base path, const base path, which is equals to, if the path name is equals to, so we don't want to make any mistakes. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, if the path name is equals to dashboard, then return it as a dashboard, or else return it as the path name itself. Then I just need to say router.push the user to that base path. That's it. This is the handle clear function. Now let's get back into our division over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring two different packages, import from framer motion. From the framer motion, I'm going to bring the animate presence and the motion. So right after here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the animate presence. Inside the animate presence, I'm going to say if I do have the current search, in that situation, I just need to display this particular motion.div. Okay, and I just need to say destructure the fade in. Okay, I don't have that particular animation, so let's go ahead and bring that. Control P animation. I just need to bring it fade in out. Initial, it's going to be just adjusting the opacity level. That's it. Then I'm just going to bring that fade in out. Okay, fade in out. Then over here, now what I need to do is I just need to bring an h2 tag, because that is what we are trying to display, right? h2 tag and the span tag, right? So for the h2 tag, what we are going to do is I'm just going to add the styles as text as 2XL, and font needs to be bold, and tracking needs to be wider. Then text neutral, it's going to be 600 on the light mode, but on the dark mode, text neutral, it's going to be 300. That's how it looks. Then the text, everything needs to be in the center location. Let me enable the word wrap so you can see it clearly. Now inside the h2 tag, I need to display the current search, whatever it is, whatever the user it's being searched, it needs to be displayed, current search, right? Then right after here, I just need to say span tag, let's say class name, which is going to block the entire section block. Then text needs to be the base size, then font it needs to be normal, then text it's going to be neutral 500 on the light mode, and in the dark mode text it's going to be text neutral 400. All right, then margin top it's going to be -1, something like that. So this is it. Now inside over here in the span tag, what I'm going to do is, if I do have the current search, then I'm going to bring a dynamic string literal. Let's say explore more about that particular topic, current search, that particular topic, mail's signature, template, you can. Otherwise I'm just simply going to say explore full featured mail signature, template, you can customize. Okay, this is the text that I want to display. Right now, one most important thing is, now I need to make sure whether this current search it's been working properly or not. So in order to do that, I just need to get into the search input. So let's get into the search input. Currently we don't have anything in it. Okay, so here we are going to get that, let's say const router is equals to use router from next navigation. Then I need to get the path name, const path name is equals to use path name from next navigation. Then I need to get the search params equals to use search params from next navigation. These are the instances that we needed over here also. So then I need to get the local, I need to get the search params. If I do have typed something in the search param, even if I type that something from if we are like, so the problem is we are trying to set these values to our search params. So if the user selected here marketer, right, something like that, that needs to be updated on the search field also, right? Because we are using the same search params value for this one and this one also. So that's the reason I need to access the current search param and set that value to our local input. So current search is equals to, from the search params dot get, I need to access the search value, search. If it doesn't there, then I need to keep it as an empty string. Okay, then I need the local state for the input, which is going to be, let's say search input. Okay, that is going to be the search input, and initially it's going to carry on the current search, and it is going to keep only the values as the string value. Okay, that's the use state. Then I'm going to have a use state snippet loading, and is loading, which is going to be false, and it is going to have this boolean as a type. So basically the state, because if the user is typing something, it needs to indicate the user is something is loading, right? So I need to display the loading animation stuff over at the right side over there. That's the reason. Okay, and then next what I need to do is I need to debounce. So debounce, basically debouncing in the sense, if the user constantly typing something, it is constant. It is if you're okay, let me make it clear over here. See, every time whenever user types something, we need to hit the API, right? So if the user constantly typing something like 5 to 10 words, so it is going to hit the API for 5 to 10 times. That is going to cost us a lot. So we need to avoid that. So I'm going to use a debounce effect. So every time whenever user typing something, it needs to hold 500 milliseconds before triggering that API. So that's the debouncing. So for that, we need to set. Okay, for that, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to say const debounce reference is equals to use a reference hook. Using that use reference hook, I'm gonna set the value as null initially. Basically, this use reference hook, it's going to be a node.js. That's the thing, node.js dot timeout. That's the what we are going to do, or it's going to carry on the null. Okay, basically it's going to have the timeout, or it's going to carry on the value. That's the debounce reference which you are going to create, right? Then once the next, what we need to do is we need to update we need to debounce the URL update, right? We need to debounce the URL update. Then we need to sync the input immediately whenever the URL is being changes, right? So first we need to say sync the input immediately whenever the URL changes. Because think about it, let's say over here, for instance, let's say I type something, and immediately if the user clicks over here, I need to change on the URL, and that's the same way I need to change the input as well as. So those are the two important tasks that we have to do. So for that, use effect hook, open it and give the empty array injections. Okay, inside that I need to supply the current search. Whenever that's the current search, it's being changed, I just need to say set search input with the current search. Okay, that will sync the changes immediately whenever there is a URL changes happening. Then I need to debounce the URL update. So here I'm going to bring one more use effect hook inside that URL effect, inside over here. So this what are the things that constantly is going to change? If the search input is changed, I need to debounce. Then the router, I need to supply the router instance, then the path name, then I need to supply the search params as well as. These are the dependency injection that it needs to constantly monitor this debounce effects. Okay, now here what I need to do, say if I do have the debounce reference.current instance, if I do have that, I just need to clear that. Whatever the previous timeout I do have, I need to clear it. Otherwise, every time whenever the user clicks, every time, let's say if you click 10, if you types 10 times, if you press the 10 times of your keyboard, it is going to say have 10 times of your that 500 milliseconds timeout. So we don't want that. We need to clear that timeout instantly. Clear timeout. Use that clear timeout function. Then debounce reference dot current, whatever the defaults effort reference current timeout I do have, I need to remove it, right? If it is alive, then set loading, I need to say set loading as true. Then right after here, I need to set debounce reference dot current equals to set timeout using the set timeout function. Okay, so this function is going to have a callback function. Okay, then I need to have the 500 milliseconds. Okay, inside this function, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to construct the params. Const params is equals to new URL search params. Open it. Then I just need to say search params dot toString, whatever it is, I just need to convert it into a string, then I put it as a search params. Then what I'm going to say, if I do have the search input value, if I say so, then I just need to say params dot set. What particular value we are trying to set? We are trying to set the value for the search params. So search input. Okay, that is a spelling mistake over here. Search. All right. Else, what I'm going to do, I'm just need to delete that params dot delete. What we are trying to delete? We are trying to delete the search param in the URL params. Okay, these are the things. So here, if you check it out over here, we are sending the value. If I have any value, we are updating the key along with its value. But here we know that we are sending only the search param, search alone. That's the reason we directly used it over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this base path, and I'm going to put it straight away right after this if condition over here. Const base path is equals to path name. If it is equals to dashboard, push it to the dashboard, or else keep it on the path name itself. Then I need to construct the new URL before pushing it. Const new URL is equals to dollar base path. Then construct the query param. Then I need to say params dot toString. That's what we need to do. That's the new URL which we have. Then only push the URL if it's actually differs. So what I need to do, only push the new URL if it's actually differs, then only I need to push it. So here I just need to say if the new URL, if it is not equals to window dot location dot path name, if it is not equals to the loaded locate, so if it is not equals to the current URL in the yeah, if the current URL is not equals to the new URL, then only we need to push it, right? So that's what we need to do. Plus window dot location dot search, right? So these are the two things. So we are trying to join the window dot location dot path name plus window dot location dot search, right? So that's the thing. If it is not equals to, then only I need to push it. Then I'm gonna open it, then router dot push with that new URL, right? So this we need to what I need to do is, we should not stop loading here. We need to wait until the URL gets updated, right? Because it needs to wait until the 500 milliseconds. That's the reason we are making it. Okay, then at the end, what I need to do, I need to clear out. So return, I need to clear out that debounce effect instantly, right? So if it is successfully executed, we need to clear out that. So if the debounce dot current, if it is say so, then I just need to say clear timeout, open it, then debounce dot reference dot current. So by this way we have that debounce effect for 500 milliseconds. Okay, then next what I need to do is, I need to stop the loading state, because it is constantly loading. If you use a typing something, it will constantly load, right? So we need to stop that loading. So stop the loading only when the URL actually matches the search input. Okay, so let's say if I type something developer, and it will take some times to update that search URL params and it pull back. So the search URL params and the value, if the search input value, if both are same, I need to stop the loading option. Otherwise it needs to keep on load. Okay, that's what we are trying to do over here. Okay, so now I need to have one more use effect function, use effect hook. Using that, open it again, bring the dynamic array injections over here, search for search params. Then of course I need to search input, local input, and the search params. So here I'm just going to say const URL search. That's a local value that we are going to extract, which is equals to search params dot get the search value search. If it doesn't have, then keep it as the empty string. Okay, then what I need to do is, if the URL search, that particular value, if it is equals to the search input, if that says so, then only I need to say set loading as a false value. So where I set the loading state as a true here. Okay, then I'm making it false only when the URL search and the search input, if both are same, I'm setting the values as a false. Okay, so the reason why, because whatever I typed over here and the value whatever I have in the search param, only if both are same I need to stop the loading. Otherwise, until that, it needs to keep on show that loading to indicate that the user it's still fetching the data. Okay, something like that. Okay, so now we have everything we want. Then we just need to make sure everything is working perfectly fine. So here I'm just going to say value, which is going to be the search input. Then on change, whenever there is a changes it's been happening, I'm just going to extract the input out of it. Then set search input e dot target dot value, something like that. Okay, then right after here we are getting an error. What is that? um Let's refresh this. Okay, now we are not getting an error. Okay, let's see. So here now what I'm going to do is, if it is loading, at that point I just need to say display this. If it is that, yeah, if it is loading, then I just need to loading state only, right? Yes, loading only. If it is loading, I needed to display this loader. My bad, this is not supposed to be here. This is supposed to be here. If it is loading, then I need to display this loader. which is basically going to be class name, width is 4, height is 4. Then I need to say animate spin animation, then text neutral, which is going to be 500, and on the dark mode text neutral, which is going to be 400. Save it. Pretty much enough, I think so. So we are done so far everything. Now let's try to check whether it's working or not. Let's say if I search for developer, it's wait for 500 milliseconds, and you can see we are having the search text as developer, right? Instantly it's been updated, and we are getting the value as no template font, which means the search URL params updated. So the server functions get changes, because in the page we are using the search params over here. So the search text is get updated. It's trying to pull back with the search text. We don't have any data, so it's basically searching the title, right? So if I delete it, you can see instantly we are getting back the data. Let's say it's having the content, let's say creator. Here we go. See, in the loading state, it's keep on loading until the data, if I see, you can see the loading state until the value matching. If this URL param value and over here this value both are same, we need to stop loading. So that's why the loading is stopped. And you can see this is how the value which we are displaying over here. All right, so that's pretty much done. That is what we exactly wanted. And if I search for something like full stack something, it will wait for 500 milliseconds and it will try to push the data. There we go. So we are getting its no template fonts, which is everything working perfectly as we wanted. If I delete it, it will be cleared out instantly. Cool. Now the filter controls, it's working, the search inputs and everything, it's working perfectly. Let's get back to the filter section, the filter controls. And here what I need to do, I just need to bring this particular UI, the popularity, this one, and the in-between section. So let's go ahead and start working on that, right? So right after this particular section over here, what I need to do is I need to create a div, class name, flex item center, justify between, then width, of course, it's going to be full. And here I need to bring all those filter sections. So for that, first I need to have this select. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it right after here. All right, that's the component select. Then right, let me get back over here. So I'm going to bring the select component select. Let me get the value. So value, what value is going to carry on? Value which is going to be the current popularity. Then I'm going to say on value change. On this particular function, I'm going to get the value. So this is going to extract the value whenever the state is being changed. Then I just going to say handle change. What particular value we are changing right now? We are changing this popularity value, this popularity. So that's the key. We need to supply the key first. Then whatever the value is, you need to supply that value. Okay, because that's how we design this function. Collect the key, then collect the value. So that's why. Okay, inside here, now I need to say select trigger. Then let's say class name. This select trigger needs to width full on the mobile devices, and then on the minimum medium devices, once it starts on the medium devices, width needs to be only 120 pixels maximum. Okay, and inside the select trigger, now I need to bring the select value. The select value is going to be a self-closing tag, and the placeholder which is going to be popularity. Okay, popularity. Then right after the select trigger right here, I need to bring the select content. Inside the select content, I need to bring the select item. So the select item, of course, it's going to have the value, which in case the values are going to be popular ascending, which is going to be most popular, and then the second one is going to be popular descending. Oh, sorry, this most popular is going to be popular descending, and then least popular is going to be the ascending order. So don't get confused just like me. So save it, and if I check it out, I should be able to see this popularity. So when I try to filter it by most popular, you can see we are getting the popularity. It's going to be most popular. And if I click the least popular, it's trying to filter the database. Currently we don't have any favorites, so it will keep the same data only. All right, then right after here I need to bring the scrollable division. This is the place where we are going to bring the scrollable division. Okay, so for that I'm just going to say div class name. Okay, for the class name, first I need to make sure. Okay, so let me break it down over here, which is going to be hidden, hidden, and in the minimum medium devices onwards it needs to say block, which means on the mobile devices it needs to be hidden. Then flex, which is going to be 1, flex 1. Then maximum width, of course it's going to be full, whatever the maximum available space it should take. But the minimum medium devices onwards, on the minimum medium devices onwards, maximum width devices should be 3xl. Okay, 3xl. Then the space x it's going to be 2, and overflow x is going to be auto overflow x. Then white space it's going to be wrap. Sorry, we don't need to wrap the white space, so white space it's going to be no wrap. If you have any space in between, if you're shrinking it, it's automatically going to wrap that next string into the another line, so we don't want to do that. Then I need to mask the layer. Okay, so let me show you what if I don't do mask effect. If you check it out over here, we have a nice blur effect over here, right? You can see a little bit gradient effect over here and here. That's the mask. Let me show you later so that you can understand the difference between them. So I'm going to bring the profession. What is that? Professions. Okay, professions dot map. Then I'm going to access the profession out of it, render it. So here instead of rendering the value directly, I'm going to get the normal function. So I'm just going to say const is selected. If is selected equals to current search, equals to the current search, then profession. When if it is selected, the current search is equals to the profession whatever I'm loading, then it is means it's selected, so that I can change the look and feel of that particular selected text, right? Then right after here, return, open it. Here what I need to do, I need to bring a button from where dot slash UI, which is going to be at slash components. Okay, so for this button, what I'm going to have, this button is going to have a key, which is going to be the profession itself, which will be unique. Or else what you can do, you can wrap this and you can get the index and you can supply the index. Okay, otherwise you can simply supply it like this also. Whatever the profession it is, supply it along with this, include the index, idx index. Okay, it will be unique. Okay, then for this, now what I need to do is on click, whenever I'm clicking this, I'm going to have a callback function. Then I'm just going to say handle change. Then I just need to say this is this key, then value, which is going to be the profession. That's the thing. Okay, then right after here, I'm going to say class name. Then I'm going to use the cn function, because we are going to conditionally based change the styles. So normal common styles, it's going to be white space, no wrap. Then I need to have some transitions. Then if the text is selected, if it is selected, then I need to have this styles, bg neutral 200 on the light screens, and on the dark mode bg neutral 700. That's on the dark mode. Then the text neutral 700, and on the dark mode text neutral 200. Right, this is what only when it is selected. If not, what I need to do, bg needs to be transparent, text neutral, which is going to be 700, and on the dark mode text neutral, which is going to be 200. Okay, these are just the trial and error. You just have to work it out at as per your convenience. Okay, then what I need to do, I need to have the hover effect. So hover effects, it's going to be common, so I'm going to have it over here. Hover, whenever I'm hovering it, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the bg neutral into 300, and on the dark mode, which is on the dark mode, If I say hover, I need to say bg neutral 600. Okay, then the cursor needs to be a pointer. These are the styles. Inside the button, now what I need to do, I need to display those professions. Let's say professions. So save it. Now you should be able to see these professions and everything. Now without this masking, image masking, you can see it's not looking that quite awesome, right? So that's the reason we are going to bring this masking over here. Mask, this is for light color, right? If I save this, see, if I save this, you can see, but in the light mode, this is how it looks. See, so we need to add proper styles. This is for light and it's working perfectly, but anyways we can do the same stuff. I'll keep it for the dark mode as well. As see over here, let me yeah, let me paste it over here. See, if I save it, this is how it looks. Still both are looking a little bit different only. You can't see that major difference, but you should do it properly, otherwise you will feel it a little bit clumsy. Now if I change it on the light mode, you can see it's having this little bit shade effects, and if you are in the dark mode, you can see that little bit shade effects over here and there. So that gives the rich and unique feature for your UI. Right, next what I need to do is right after the profession, this is the profession where it's been ended, right after this particular division. Over here I need to create one more division. Let's say class name, flex item center, and justify everything in the center, and the gap it's going to be 2, and I need to bring the select. Oh, I'm going to bring this complete and copy it and paste it. Instead of popularity, I'm going to say current date. Okay, and change this into date. This is going to be simply date, and instead of this most popular, that is going to be date descending, and this is going to be date ascending. Instead of most popular, which is going to be newest first, and instead of this least popular, you just need to say oldest first. That's it. Now you should be able to see the date, and you can see it's aligned perfectly how we wanted it. Okay, then right after this select, I need to bring a button. So right after here, I'm just going to say button, which is going to be the size of this button. It's going to be the icon. Then the variant of the button, which is going to be the ghost. That's the variant. Then the class name, which is going to be cursor pointer. Then I just need to say on click. Whenever I'm clicking, I'm just going to say handle clear. Inside over here, I'm just going to say funnel X icon. That's what we are going to display, just like that. Now let's say if I'm searching something, if I click the developer over here, that is going to update the URL search param, and it has been getting update over here as well. As okay, so now I can't clear the filter section because it's saying I don't have any data. Let's say if I say content over here, I do have this data. Now if I click the clear filters, it is going to work perfectly because we are clearing entirely the URL search param and pushing it. So now what I need to do is I need to fix this particular no data section. So that is what we are going to do. Once we finish that, the entire section has been completed. So I'm just going to say class name flex 1 width, of course it's going to be full. Then flex, it's going to be flex column. Then item, everything needs to be on the starting point. Then justify, everything needs to be on the starting point. Then let's save it, and let me bring the developer section because we don't have anything, right? And here inside over here, I need to bring the filter control, so I can see the filter control. Now the user has been searching for filter control. Then right after here, next what I need to do, I just need to say div class name width, of course it's going to be full. Then margin top and bottom, it's going to be Y. Then flex item center, justify everything needs to be in the center, then flex everything needs to be in the column direction, gap it's going to be 4, text everything needs to be in the center. Inside over here I'm going to bring an h2 tag which is going to be like this. Let me bring it. These are the h2 and the static contents only. Okay, for this apostrophe I just use this one, that at apostrophe, because by the time when you're deploying it in your vessel this will cause an error. Okay, this is how the UI will looks like when you're searching something. So the user can change the text directly over here, or he can switch between the marketer or manager or something like that. Okay, so now it is being changed, and if I click clear, it will be cleared instantly. All right, so this is how the filtering options and everything, it will work on the templates or dashboard. Wherever you are, it will work smoothly, right? And now all we have to do, once the user is clicked, right, so we finish the entire dashboard section, not the entire dashboard section, we finish this particular area. We have to work on this analytics sections later. I will show you the overview analytics section later. Now all we have to do is to get back into the template section, this particular template section. Like, we have to create a new template page, and that we need to display all these things, which is a completely reusable component. Just we have to work just exactly the same way. We have to create a new page and work something like this and use the same component which is going to display all these data exactly the same way. But when you click this, it is going to take the user to this particular page where we are going to do all the entire stuff, right? That's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to go and start designing our landing page to display all the templates which we have successfully created, right? So in order to do that, what we have to do is I'm going to close all these things, okay? And I'm going to collapse it, get into the source control, changes. We just finished filter controls and filter controls. We just completed filter controls, completed, right? Committed. Let's get back over here and get into the app site section, page section, right? This is the home page. Now if I get into the home page, this is how it looks. So we have to do the quite same stuff what we did inside the dashboard, inside the template section. Not over here, over here. We have to do the same stuff what I exactly did over there. We have to do the same thing for our this home page. Okay, so in that, the very first one, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this thing. Okay, so what we can do is okay, let's do it one by one. So first what I'm going to do is I'm gonna copy all these things, copy from here, and I'm going to get it straight away over here. Okay, and we have to change this into an asynchronous one, and I need to access the search params. So we need the search params. So for that, what I need this props. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to bring it and destructure. Instead of this dashboard, I'm just going to change this into home page props. So here I'm just going to destructure it, home page props, which is going to be the search params. Now the problem will be resolved. Then I'm going to extract this. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this particular section completely from here. Copy it, then I'm going to get back over here and I'm going to paste it straight away over here. Currently we have to bring the suspense and we need to bring the design skeleton as well as. So let's bring the design skeleton, copy the design skeleton from here, and I'm going to bring the design skeleton, paste it over. So then I need to bring the dashboard wrapper function, so I need to copy this one and I'm going to get back over here, paste it. Instead of dashboard wrapper, I'm just going to change this into home page wrapper. Okay, home page wrapper. Then I need to get this fetch templates. Then I need to bring the wrapper interface. So let me get this wrapper interface, going to be wrapper props. I'm gonna change this so that will be resolved and import the skeleton at components and bring the template list. Perfect, we don't have to worry about it. Then yep, that's pretty much it's done. If I save this, you should be able to see the same stuff which is working perfectly as it's supposed to be in the dashboard overview page, which is working perfectly. So that's the reason we just created that component as a reusable one. So now the home page is done. Now if I see here, if I move my cursor, it will take me to that template ID section, which that particular page is not there, right? But if you're doing this, if you're clicking it from the same dashboard page, it will not take that user to the that particular page, right? So that's why we created as a reusable component. We can use that component anywhere. So you have to plan it properly, then you have to write the code, right? So now all we have to do is to create that particular template page, and we have to display this stuff. This is the stuff that we have to do. The quite interesting thing over here is, see, for each and every template sign, we have to load a unique template component, right? So the thing is how we are going to map that component for the loading particular ID. So we have to hard code it. So hard code in the sense we are going to create a list of tracking mapping option for each ID. Whenever I'm creating an each ID, I will map this ID with that particular component. So every time whenever the component is being loaded, that particular ID is being loaded, based on that loaded ID, I will load that particular component. That's the only way, right, we have to do. So that's what we are going to do, and we are going to make this section more interesting. All right, I'll see you in the next section. Right then, so now what we have to do is we have to create a new template page where we can load things in order to play the details, something like this. So line right now. Okay. So in order to do this, all we have to do is, so first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close everything over here, close it. Let me open it and get into the app site. And this is the page.tsx, right? This is the place where we are loading this home page. Now here in this particular folder, I'm going to create a dynamic folder with template ID. And inside that, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx and sfc, which is going to be template page div. This is the place where we are going to display the template page. Save it. And now if I click this, that is going to open that specific template page, and that is what we wanted, right? Now what we have to do is, by the time when you're displaying the template page, I need to access this the parameter, the ID, right? So for that, I'm just going to create an interface template page props, open it. I'm going to get the params, which in case that is going to be a promise, and that promise is going to have an object in it, which is going to carry on the template ID in it. So that needs exactly the same way which we defined on that folder name. Okay, and over here I need to use the template page props, get the template ID. Oops, sorry, I need to access the params. Then I need to make sure to await in order to access those params. So here I just have to say this one is going to be an asynchronous one, and here const, I need to access an object from await params, and here I need to access the template ID, and again I need to display that template ID in order to make sure whether I'm receiving the template ID properly or not. Here we go. So the ID which we are applied in the URL, and we are accessing it perfectly. Okay. So just like the same way what I did in this particular page, I'm going to access this copy. I'm going to put it straight away over here. Okay. And let me say I need to bring the suspense. Okay. And here I don't need this key at all. I'm going to delete this, and I don't have the design skeleton. So for that, I just have to create the design skeleton. So what I have to do is I'm just going to say this time skeleton is going to be a little bit a different UI. So const design skeleton is equals to not the same one. It's going to be quite different this time because this is a single page template. So I'm just going to create a div class name, and then which is going to be class name flex flex column item center justify center width everything needs to be full, and gap everything is going to be 4, and padding it's going to be 4. And inside this div, so let me enable the word wrap so you can clearly inside this div. So I'm going to bring the skeleton from the add components UI. For this I'm going to say class name height. I'm going to fix the height as, let's say, 250 pixels. That's the height. Then I'm going to fix the width, and maximum width it's going to be 2xl, not more than that, 2xl. Then rounded it's going to be xl. Then right after here I'm going to bring the skeleton one more time, and I'm going to have a class name come on class name which is equals to height. Of course it's going to be 6, width which is going to be 3 by 4. Then I'm gonna copy this and paste it. This time this height, of course it's going to be 2, and width of course it's going to be 1 by 2, something like this. So save it. So you will get the skeleton. Of course we will run into error because we don't have this wrappers and all those things. We will fix that wrapper issues and everything. And now what I need to do is, we have the design skeleton. So instead of this wrapper I'm gonna bring the template page wrapper. Okay, for this I'm going to supply the template id, which is going to be the template id. Since we don't have that, so I'm just going to say const template page wrapper is equals to, okay, now this template page wrapper, it's going to accept the template id, so we have to design that. So asynchronous, so we have to define that uh that property with the type. So let's say template id, right? This is the property which is going to be the type of string itself, and we are going to receive that inside over here. Okay, now first inside this, what I'm going to do is inside the template wrapper, I'm gonna return with a, I'm gonna return this one with a div, empty div, something like that, template wrapper, something like this. So save it. So far the error should be like we should not get any error, and the suspense UI everything will works perfectly, and the template wrapper is loaded successfully because we are passing the template ID, and we can see that template ID over here. If everything is working fine, you should get the template ID which is working perfectly how we wanted it. Now what I need to do is I need to fetch the data based on that specific template ID. So in order to do that, I'm going to write an action function over here, get template by id dot yes by id. So here I'm just going to say use server. Then I'm just going to say export const get template by template id equals to arrow function. Okay, so basically this function is going to be an asynchronous function. Okay, it's going to receive the template id from where, from here. So I'm going to use the same name, then I'm going to put it over here, and basically this template id is going to be a string, and this function it's going to return a promise. It's going to return a promise which is a type of the signature itself. Okay, that is what it's going to looks like. And so far we haven't written anything. That's the reason we are getting the error. I'm gonna get the try and catch. If in case if I'm getting any error, all I have to do, return the value as null, either return the value as signature or return the value as null. So I'm just going to say console.log fetch error, then return the value as null. If everything is working perfectly, then I just need to say const template is equal to await db, bring the db dot signature dot find unique. Using that function I'm going to use the var, then I'm just going to supply the id var open as an object, use the id because that is what we are trying to check the value. Okay, and yeah, because that is what we are supplying over here, right? Yeah, ID, which is going to be the template ID. Okay, then all I have to do is to return the template ID. So sorry, not return the template ID, return template. Okay, so now here inside this particular position, what I need to do, I need to display that value. So right after here, basically there will be an issue because we have to map the template ID with uh, the component. We have to map that particular one, not this ID is generated by automatic. So somewhere we made a mistake actually in the template card. So when you click that image, this link reference, this is the place we made an issue. Here I need to supply, wait a minute, instead of ID I need to supply the template ID. That is the thing. Okay, so if I save this, now if I click this, it's loading that. Just now, where did I change this one? It's going to be ID only, no issues. But this one, this is going to be the template ID, the link reference. Change it in the link reference. Don't make any mistakes. Please change it in the link reference. Now if I click it over here, it should get this particular template ID, temp j5tpr, because that using that ID only I have to fetch the data. So over here, instead of checking the ID field, I have to check directly on the template field. Okay, because by the time when we are fetching, we are not trying to fetch the data by using this ID. We are trying to fetch the data by using particular ID. So that's the reason. Okay, so change it, because the reason we need this ID in order to create the mapping for loading the component. Based on the ID only, we are going to load the component. Okay, so sorry for this confusion. We close all these. Okay, now over here, all I have to do is to fetch the template first. So let's say const template is equals to await get template by template ID, open it, then supply the template ID into it. Okay, now instead of displaying this, I just need to say template dot title. Okay, so let's save it, and you should be able to see the content creator. If I refresh this, you're getting the data instantly. Okay, so yeah, I think everything is working fine. Yeah, see, we can see the skeleton is being loaded, and the content creator is also, we can see that particular text message over here. Okay, which means everything is working fine. The title is being fetched, and we are seeing that the title of the loaded particular template. Okay, then right after here, now what I need to do is we have to create one more important stuff, right? So for this particular template ID, I have to map a template. I need to create a component, because somehow I need to display a component. Okay, because this is a UI. In this UI only, we are going to change the name based on the input, whatever the user is supplying, it's going to change. So I need to bring that UI design, and that design is going to be a unique component. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is in this components folder, I'm going to create a new folder called templates. Inside the templates, I'm going to have the index.ts. So over here, first what I need to do is I need to create one more component, a unique component, which is going to match this particular last ID, the 8-digit ID. So I'm just going to say template underscore template hyphen, and I just need to copy this, paste it, dot tsx, and let's say this is going to be use client component. Here I'm just going to say rafc, which is uniquely like this template. and I'm not supposed to have the underscore this or this. Okay, let's remove all those things and just keep the same name of that. Now what I need to do is I need to map this particular component for this particular ID. So let's go ahead, and here I'm just going to say export const signature templates equals to open it. So I'm going to copy this ID. So for this particular ID, I'm going to supply the reference of that component, JF TFPR. That's the component which we are supplying it as a reference. Then I just need to say export that component with the type of template ID. Okay, is equals to, you need to supply the key of that type of that particular signature template. Basically, we are sending this one as the key when in from this particular signature. So using this template ID, we can we are fetching the template ID from here, and here we are exporting this particular same template ID as the key for what, for this particular object. So whatever the ID which I'm receiving, I'm going to try to map through this and try to figure out that particular key and try to load that particular component. Okay, so that is what over happening over here. So then I just have to save this. Okay, then let me get back over here, and now what I need to do is I need to load that component based on the loaded IDs. So that is what we are going to do here. So now all I have to do is, let's say const template equals to, okay, so from the signature templates, array, okay, here I'm going to say based on the template, the this needs to be over here. Okay, based on the fetched template value, if the template contains the template ID, the key of type of the signature. Okay, if this loaded template ID is matches this particular signature template as a key of type of that value, whatever I mentioned inside over here, if it is matches, then fetch that component and load it. That is what we are instructing. If it not, what I need to do, if that ID is not there, then I need to load a default component, signature template of that specific ID. Like, see, this is the default one, the very first one. So the ID which the user trying to load, if it is not is inside the signature template, it might cause an issue. So in order to overcome that, I'm going to give the default one. If it is there, we are going to load it. If it is not, we are going to load the default one, which is the very first one. That's the default one. Now I have the template in my hand. Okay, now all I have to do is save it, and right after here I'm going to say if I don't have a template, then I just need to say return, open it, div class name, okay, flex column, then item center, justify everything in the center, width of course it's going to be full, gap it's going to be 2. Okay, then in that situation I'm just going to say paragraph class name, and text neutral 500, and in the dark mode text neutral 400. Okay, I'm just going to say template not found. Okay, this is what that we are going to display. For instance, if I click over here, okay, right now it's loading the content creator, something like that. Okay, then right after here I'm going to create one more division, and inside that I'm going to load this template which we extracted over here. Now if I save this, that should display this component name. We can see, because that ID it's matching this signature template, which is inside that signature template, where it is over here. The ID, whatever it is loaded, it's there, and it's loading this component. Let's say if I'm sending something which is not even there, right? For instance, if I say like this, See, it's showing template not found because that ID is not there. This is the fallback UI that we are displaying for that. Even if you don't want this, even if you don't give a proper ID, it will load the default one over here. But that is not we wanted, but we wanted to load the proper way. Now if I save this, if the ID is not there, we just need to say template is not found, and I just need to update this UI. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this one where it is somewhere we use the search, right? It's where did we used it? Page, um, template list. Here it is. Okay, this is the one that we are going to. I'm just going to see from there. Then say that one there. I don't need this. Okay. Then I'm just going to say sorry, we couldn't find any template matching your search. Instead of that, I'm just going to delete this. And here, instead of try adjusting your filters or search the terms to see this, try to get back home screen, or search terms to see more results. Okay, so save this. This is what we are going to display. Okay, and of course right after here I'm gonna bring one more link tag, link next link, which is going to say href, which is going to take the user to the get back. And inside over here I'm going to have a button, add components button, and this button is going to simply say get back. Okay, get back, get back home, something like get back to home. Okay, or okay, I think this is more than enough. Then I'm just going to say size, which is going to be sm, save it. Okay, this is how it looks, which is perfectly fine for us. And I'm just going to update the ID now. If the ID is there, of course it's going to load the component. Now all we needed is every time whenever I want to create a new component, right? Let's say that if I wish to create a new component, I just have to get into the dashboard. Okay, I'm going to add a new signature, and this time this is going to be full stack developer ID. It's automatically generated, or if you wish to create a unique ID, I'm just going to refresh the page. That's it, full stack developer. And here I'm just going to bring that new template, and it is going to be something like, okay, let me say like this. I'm gonna open this. There we go. And I'm just going to create the template, right? Create it. The template is now being created. All right, now once it's been created, now all I have to do is to open the signature, the templates index one. So I need to get into the components folder, get into the index.tss, and then I just need to copy this ID, the ID which I generated. Copy here. I need to map that particular component. So here, based on that, I need to create a new component, which is going to be template hyphen paste that ID. Then I'm just going to remove this part. Okay, then .tsx. And here I'm just going to say use client RAFC, and then I'm just going to say template. Okay, I need to access the last there are 8 digits, PIP T1XX. That's the component name. Okay, so save it, and then I just have to bring it over here, template PIPXX. I just have to map that ID. Now if I get into here, and I'm just going to say this is the second component. second design or something. Save it. Now if the user clicks this one, it is going to load this particular component, and I just have to get back to the home screen. It is going to bring that, and if I click this, it is going to load that particular, see, template, this design match template design which is matching that particular template. Okay, it's loading that component which we wanted to load, and if the user clicks this one, it's going to load the very first component which we generated. So now right now we mapped the template, and all we have to do is to create this unique design for each and every component so the user can bring those details and have a look on. Okay, so I'm gonna add few designs over here, but we are going to work on only one design, and the rest of course you can create your own design and you can use for that. Okay, so I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to add all those templates and create the component here. So feel free to create your own for this. Just loaded few templates over here, but it doesn't have any UI in it, but I just created a component and then I just mapped it with the dummy text in it. Okay, so now whenever the user clicks any one of this, it is going to load. Okay, we are inside the dashboard. Yes, that's why I'm on. So if I click any of this template, it's going to load that specific component name over here. But in a real case scenarios, what you have to do, you have to design the same stuff exactly the same as this, and you have to put it in your in the database. Every time whenever you are creating a new template, you just have to make sure that you have the UI in your hand already. So I'm going to show you how to create the new template, the one with the practice thread, which I do have a code right now. So we are going to create this particular template. And if I want to filter it by the newest one on the top, filter that, or the oldest one on the top, it is going to bring the oldest one, which is what perfectly, and I need that one. So I'm going to bring this one. Okay, so if I load this, this is the UI that we are going to build something like this. Okay, so in order to do that, all I have to do is to open that very first component, which is going to be this template JFTFPR. So let me bring and open this particular component, that one. Okay, and let me keep that one right side. Okay, and all I have to do is to get into this template page, and I need to customize this template UI how we are loading this component over here, because that is how the layout is going to looks like. I mean, if you check it out over here, in the left side we have a quite different thing, and in the right side we have the content area. So we have to uniquely define two different sections. So for this, I'm just going to say class name, and of course width is going to be full, and flex it's going to be column, item everything needs to be on the starting point, and justify everything needs to be on the starting point, and gap it's going to be 6. Okay, then okay, so now right after here I'm going to delete all these things, so don't worry about it. I'm going to delete it later, we can bring it inside. So let's say for this class name, so we have to bring one more division in it, which is going to be width. Of course it's going to full, which is going to load a grid, and grid column 1, and in the minimum medium devices onwards, it's going to have 3 different columns. Grid column 3, which means the right side column needs to be a little bit bigger, so that's the reason. Then right after here, I'm going to say gap 2. Inside over here, I need to bring the left sidebar. That is going to be one component. And here, we're going to bring one more division, class name. And that is going to be column span of 2 columns. Width, of course, full. Padding, it's going to be 2. Inside, I need to bring the right sidebar, which is going to display this content section area. Okay, so that is what, so we need to bring the right sidebar over here. Then I'm going to bring a class name, div class name, which is going to be width. Of course it's going to be full, flex, item center, and justify center. And here I'm going to bring the div class name, padding 4, width full, flex column, item center, justify center, gap it's going to be 4. Inside over here I'm going to bring that template. Let's load that template. If I save it, I should be able to see the template alone, because in the left side sidebar I don't have anything, so I need to create that left sidebar, and in the right sidebar I need to display the content and everything. So leave the left sidebar, let's just create a component And inside here, I'm going to create a new folder underscore components. And I'm just going to say left side bar.tsx, which is going to be use client RAFC and left side bar. Save it. And let me bring that left sidebar over here. Then I'm going to create one more component here, which is going to be right sidebar.tsx, use client RAFC, and that is going to be right sidebar. Save it. Then let me bring it over here, and then I'm just going to say right sidebar. Okay, so this right sidebar basically needs the information to display the template ID, right? So I need to send the template into the right sidebar. So I'm going to create an interface to accept the props, which is going to be template, which is the type of signature itself that loads the template information. Save it, and let's apply the template informations over here. Save it. And now in the right sidebar section over here, I need to display the content ID and how many people like that particular one. Okay, so let's go ahead and display that. So for this, I'm just going to change the class name, which is flex1, and width, of course, it's going to be full. And inside, instead of this right sidebar, I'm going to bring one more division, which is going to be flex item center, justify everything needs to be. And here I'm going to bring an h2 tag, and I'm going to have a span tag, which is going to display that title. Let me enable the word wrap so you can see it. See, this is the h2 styles that displaying the template title, and inside that we have a span tag, which is going to block the entire space so that we can display it underneath it. So this is how it looks. Then on the right side section, I need to display these buttons. So for that, so right after this h2 tag, I'm going to bring one more division, which is going to have the flex item center, justify center, gap it's going to be 2, and the text color it's going to be text sky 500, something like that. And inside this division, I'm going to bring a thumbs up icon, which is going to be class name, width, of course it's going to be 4, height, of course it's be 4. Then right after here, I'm going to bring the span tag in order to display the span length. So a span tag to display the likes and the text, and the span tag to display is favorites length. So that is how it's going to looks like, which we have over here. Then this is the place where we are going to display the template. Okay, so before creating the template, all we have to do is to go ahead and create the left sidebar, and that is what we are going to do next. So let's go ahead and create the left sidebar of our template page. So now let's go ahead and create the left sidebar. So let me open up the left sidebar. If you check out this UI, basically it's having the accordion in order to display all this personal details, company details, graphics details, style data, social media links. So based on that, it's going to bring all those informations over here. So first, what I have to do is I just need to open the left sidebar section. So let's open the left sidebar section. This is the thing. And yep, so first what I need to do is I need to create an accordion. Okay, so that's the accordion, and we need to bring all those accordion details right after that. So for that, I'm gonna say use this accordion. This is the one that we are planning to use over here. See, something like this. Okay, so in order to achieve this, first what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say class name, and it should be column span of 1 at every point. Then width, of course, it's going to be full. Flex column. Okay, then item, everything needs to be on the starting point. Justify, everything needs to be on the starting point. Then padding, of course, it's going to be 2. So save it, and let me enable the word wrap so you can see it completely. So let me delete this left sidebar, and I'm going to bring an h2 tag in order to display the title, which is going to be the signature details here. So save it. You should be able to see the signature details over here. Then right after here, I need to bring a division, which is going to be class name. Width, of course, it's going to be full. Margin top and bottom 2. And this is the place where I need to bring that accordion. So I'm going to create a component called accordion in order to display that. So inside this component, I'm going to say main accordion.tsx, and that is going to be a client component, and rafc, which is going to be main accordion. Save this, and let me get back over here and import it. Save this. That's how it looks. Now what I need to do is I just have to load the accordion first in it. So let me get back over here, and I'm just going to copy this, and inside this accordion I'm going to import that statement, and I'm going to bring this accordion in it. Let me bring this sample example. Okay, this is the sample example that we are planning to bring in it. Let me copy that code and let me bring it over here. So that is no issues at all. If everything is working fine, this is how it looks. So now we have the accordion in our hand. We just need to make some minor tweaks here and there. Okay, so basically in this accordion, it's going to be single one. Okay, it's by default it is going to open. If you're trying to open it, if you're trying to open the next one, it will close the previous one and it will brings the new one. But I need to make sure it will be multiple. Load the multiple. If you're trying to load the multiple, it will not be collapsible. So I need to close this. Okay, then I need to supply the default value as an array. Then only it will work. Otherwise it will not. You will get an error. Okay, so it needs to be, this entire stuff needs to be inside an array like this. Okay, so now if I try to open this, you can see, so by default it will, if I refresh this page, see, if I refresh this, by default the very first one will be automatically opened. The very first one, the product information will be automatically opened. The next one will be automatically, even if you are opening it, it will keep the very first one as an open. If I click the next one, it will keep the previous two as an open, and if I want to close, I can close it. Okay, that's the thing which we wanted. So this is how you can customize it. And now for each and everything, I need to create a unique component in order to load that accordion item. Okay, so just for that, what we are going to do is we are going to create how many, 1 2 3 4 5 different unique component to load the 5 different accordion items. Okay, so for that, all I have to do is to go ahead and create the new component in here, over here inside the components folder. I'm just going to create the accordion items. That's the folder name. Inside over here, I'm gonna say personal, first one, which is going to be the personal data.tsx. That is going to be use client rafc personal data. So basically this personal data, it's going to carry on what it's going to have in it. It's going to have this, the accordion item 1. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to bring everything from here and I'm going to put it straight away over here, and except this, I'm going to keep everything. Instead of this item 1, I'm just going to say personal data. That's the name which I want to use, personal data. Right now we can keep it like this. Then the accordion trigger, I'm going to make some few customizations over here. Okay, for the accordion trigger, I'm going to have a very specific style which I'm going to view word wrap. Let me bring it. I'm going to put it over here. Class name, let me put it over here. Why we are getting an error? That issue is here. Okay, so this is the one. So on hover, I don't need any underline. Cursor needs to be a pointer, and this is how we are changing the color. The data state open. If it is open, I'm going to change the background color. If it is open on the dark mode, then this is how the background color. If the state open is true, then I just need to make this rounded as a smaller. So whenever this is the open state, right? If it is on the open state, these are the colors. So if you want to make sure that, then you need to use this prop. Okay, now that's going to be the trigger. And for the accordion content, I'm going to use the grid system. I'm going to use the grid. So don't worry, we will make these changes later so you can understand. So save this. Okay, this is going to be your personal data component. So just like the same way, I need to create the company data, graphics data, and all those things. So all I have to do is to just duplicate, copy and paste, and change that as second one is going to be company data. And here the terms which is going to be company data. And here also let's change this company data. Save it. Let's copy and paste it one more time. Instead of company data, this time it's going to be graphics data. And here instead of this, graphics data, and I'm gonna use the same and change this to small letter. Save it. And this time I'm gonna copy and paste one more time, and this time this is going to be style data. And let's duplicate this style data, something like this, and I'm going to change this into lowercase. And this time copy and paste one more time. This is going to be the social data, and let's say socials data. Save this changes. Perfect. Now we have all those 5 unique components over here. Now all I have to do is to, it needs to open, initially it needs to open the personal data, right? So that is what the default value it's going to be. So let's apply the default value over here, personal data. Then I'm just going to delete all these accordion content which is I do have in it. I'm going to bring all those, the rest of the component. First I need to bring the personal data. Then I need to bring the company data. Then I need to bring the graphics data. Then I need to bring the style data. Then I need to bring the socials data. These are all the data that I need to bring. Let's delete this. Okay, save it. Now we have the product informations and everything. It's going to be same because that is what the title we given. So for the personal data, I'm just, instead of product information, I'm just going to say personal data, something like that. And for this, I'm going to say company data. And for the social data, I'm just going to say social data. And for the style data, I'm just going to say styles data information data. And yeah, and for the finally the graphics data, save it. Yep, now we have the personal data, company data, graphics data, styles data, socials data. Now if I refresh this, it should keep open that personal data column. Yep, see, we have the personal data column, it's opened. And now when you open this, you can see the UI changed a bit, right? Perfect. And that is what we needed. And this same UI should looks like, this is how it looks in the light mode, which is exactly the same way how we want it. Now all I have to do is to bring all those necessary field informations, the input fields which I want to display over here, and that is what we are going to do now. So in order to bring those informations, first I need to have like what to say, yeah, first I need to have a local, like not a local, I need to have a store where I can share this information so that whenever the user types those information, I can get those information in another component and I can use it. So for that, you can use either state management libraries like Redux toolkit, or you can go for the use context, or you can go for Zustand. In this case, this is a lightweight one, so we are going to use the Zustand to create that. Okay, so let me open that. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the server. I'm going to install this very package called Zustand, pnpm add Zustand. Hit the enter. That's the package which we want to add. Then I'm just going to run this application, pnpm run dev, and then I'm just going to refresh this page. Okay, so let's close everything, just keep the personal data alone. Okay, these are the required components which we wanted right now, so let's keep that one. So now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna collapse everything. On the root folder, I'm gonna create a new folder called store. Inside the store, I'm gonna create a new file called basically this is a template store, right? So let's say use template store dot ts. Okay, and inside over here, first I need to bring the basically I need to define the structure, the type structure. What are the types that I needed? For personal data, I need the first name, last name, title, email, mobile. And for company, what are the informations? We need to define the types, right? So for that, I will give you the types. So instead of typing and wasting the time on that, these are the types. This is the personal data types, and this is the company data types, graphics data, styles data, and socials data. These are all the data that we needed for the template. So save it. This is the types. Okay, so you can copy these types from the link in the description, or you can pause the video and you can type it. So click the gist link provided by the GitHub. You can copy this code. Okay, and you can paste it over here. Now in this section, first I need to import the template data. So otherwise, then import from Zustand. From the Zustand, I'm gonna bring this create. Okay, that's the thing which we needed. So here I'm just going to have an interface template state, open it, which is going to have a data, which is the type of the template data type itself. This is the state which we are designing, which is going to have a data object and a data property in it, which is going to be the type of template data. Okay, then I'm going to have a function called update, which is basically going to be a function, and that function is going to return nothing, void. Okay, and then next we are going to have one more function which is called reset, and that is also going to be a function which is going to return nothing. But this update function, basically it's going to receive two different parameters. One which is going to be the section, which particular section that you're planning to update, which is going to be the key of the template data. So we are going to supply the style data or graphics data. Based on the key, we are going to update that specific object. So the key of template data, that's the section, and I'm going to supply the data which is going to match that specific key of, okay, key of whatever the key of I'm supplying, that needs to be figured out. Then we need to update that specific value. So I'm just going to use this partial, okay, and it's going to be type. So I'm going to supply the type of the template data, and I'm going to which particular key that you're going to apply, which is going to be the key of, which is going to be the type of key of the template data itself. So basically what we are instructing over here is I will supply this name, whatever it is, this names as the key, and I will supply the data. So based on that, you need to update that value. So that's this update function is going to do. Okay, so this is the update, this is the template state. Okay, now I'm going to say export const use template store. Okay, use template store, which is going to create with the type of template state itself, with the type of template state. Okay, then I'm gonna say it's a function. It's going to have a function in it which going to returns a value as an object. See, we are not directly opening and closing a function, we are returning a value as an object, and this function is going to take a parameter which is going to the set parameter, which is provided by this stand itself. And here first I need to set the data, open it, and first what we have the personal data, open it. So for the personal data, initial value for the first name, which is going to be empty, and for the last name, that is also going to be empty, and for the title, and for email, and for the mobile, and for the image. Okay, this is the personal data. Then let's go ahead and do the company data, open it. For the company data, what we have the company, and what we have the address 1, and we have the address 2, and we have the anything else, website. These are the things. Okay, now for the graphics data, what we have, just let's bring the graphics data. For the graphics data, it's going to be an object. What we have the banner link, and what else we have the banner URL. And now right after here, I need to bring the style data. It's going to be first font color and the second font color. Okay, then for the social data, open it. And for the socials data, what we have to do, we have to say dribble, and we have to bring one after another: Facebook and GitHub. What's remaining, bring all those stuff which is remaining. All right, so this is the final one. Okay, so now we have all the necessary stuffs. Now the data is completely finished. This is the data, it's been finished. Then now I need to work on the update function. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on that update function. Okay, so basically this update function, it's going to receive two different parameters, right? So let's say update, right? That's the function. It's going to be a callback function, and that function is going to use the set method, and that set method is going to accept a function, and it's going to return a value as an object. So this function is going to accept two. One is going to be the section, and another one is going to that value. Section is nothing but the key and the values for that specific key. And inside the set function, I need to get the state value. From the state, now what I need to do, I need to extract the data, open that object. Whatever the state value with the data, I need to destructure all those values first. Then I need to update that specific option. So I need to update that specific section. Let's say if I try to update the graphics data, I need to destructure all the rest of the data because I don't want to overwrite the rest of the object also. So first I need to destructure and bring all the data first. Then I need to access that very specific section, and I need to supply the values to update it. So for that, I'm going to use the section inside here. Then open it, and then I'm going to bring all the data which I have data in that specific section. I need to extract all the data. Then I need to overwrite the values. Whatever the values I'm supplying in it, it needs to overwrite. Let's say the personal data, you have multiple values. If I'm simply supplying the value, I want to update the last name. In that case, I need to bring all the default values which I already have in the first name template, title, email, mobile, and everything. Then I need to update the last name. By that way, we can preserve the old values. So that's the thing. Okay, so this is the update function. And yeah, update function is being finished over here. So here I need to say bring the reset function, which is going to be a function. Okay, and this function is going to say set, open it, is going to have an function in it, and it's going to return a value which is going to be an object itself. Here I'm just going to simply say the exactly the same stuff what we did over here. So I'm going to copy this data from here to here. Then I'm going to paste it. That's it. So this is the just dance state that we have created. So we have the template state. What are the things we have? We have the data, we have the update function and reset function. So basically the data which I have, it's going to be matching the type of template data. It's an object which carries 5 different objects in it, nested objects in it. Okay, then basically we are trying to update the nested object by preserving all the other values, and we are going to update the value only which we wanted to update, right? So for that, I'm creating a function called update. It's going to accept two different parameters: one which is going to be the key of the template data, and two which is going to be the values which I need to update for that matching key in that template data, right? So that's how we are created this function. So let's say if I want to update the personal data, I want to preserve the rest of the object which is in it. So I have to destructure it. So I just have to destructure it. So I will preserve all the previous data first. Then I will access that specific key. Then I will update all the previous value in that matching key. Then I will update that values which I want to update. Whatever the values of which I'm supplying it, it will be override. Okay. Then I have the reset function. That reset function is basically going to reset the entire value with the empty string. That's it. Okay, so make sure that is not even an empty space extra, just like this. Okay, so now I have this store. Close this. Now all I have to do is to get into the personal data section. Okay, initially once this personal data section has been loaded, the user is, of course, he is going to be authenticated, right? If the user is not being authenticated, we will instruct the user to authenticate. Okay, so that is what we need to do. um, so for that, what I need to do is um, mm, 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 mm. Okay, we will worry about that part later. So first what we need to do is I just have to get back and I need to bring those details. We can check those conditions later. First, let's finish the UI. Let's see how it works. Then we can come back and do some minor bugs, minor fixes here and there. Okay, so let's get back into the personal data section. This is the personal data sections, right? So inside the personal data sections, what are the things that we are using? So basically we are just displaying the different fields over here. Inside the different fields, we need to display the data. So I'm going to close this. So what are the things we do have? We are having an input tag with the label, and we are displaying the data. So we need to create that as a reusable component. So I'm going to create myself a unique input field which going to accept the section, what particular section it's going to be. If it is a personal data or if it is the social data, what particular section it is. Then I'm gonna access the value in that particular section, what particular value that you're trying to update. First name. Then label, what is the label that you wish to display? I'm going to display the first name, like this, first name, something like this. So I'm going to create that component, input field dot tsx. Okay, and here I'm just going to say use client or AFC input field. Okay, so basically this input field, it's going to accept the different props, right? So for that, I'm just going to say create an interface which is going to be input field props. So this is going to be a type because we are supplying the section. Based on the section only, we are supplying the values based on this personal data. We are supplying the values which is inside those personal data, first name, last name. So I need to figure it out which particular section is being loaded in that, which particular prop that we are trying to access. So for that, I'm going to say key extends key of the template data. Basically we are supplying the key which is going to extend from the template data. So if I send the value as the personal data, it is going to figure it out whether that personal data is inside the template key or not, something like that. Then the section is going to be that key. So that we are extracting each and every key from the template data and we are assigning it into the section. So that's how we are making sure. Then right after here, next I need to say name, which is going to be key of that template data, which is going to be the key, which I already do have over here, which is the capital letter. So don't make any mistakes. It's a capital letter. Even if you want to keep it in a lowercase, you can keep it. Or if you want to keep the name as a key, that's up to you. For the key, I just created as a K. Okay, then I do have one more, which is going to be label, that is string. Then the type, what particular type it's going to be, text type, number type, or something like, and it is going to be an optional one, not a compulsory one. Okay, type. Then class name, of course, class name, that is also going to be a optional one. Okay, that's the thing. Then I'm gonna destructure that input field props, and here I'm gonna bring all those necessary input field props inside in it. Okay, so for that, let's say section comma, then name comma, label comma, type comma, and the type, of course, it is going to be the default type. It's going to be the text type. Then class name. Why I can't see the auto suggestion showing an error for us? um oh, my bad. We need to supply the key. We are getting an error over here. Okay, it's expecting us to use the key, and that key is going to be over here. I need to extend the type. Mm, mm, mm. What I have to do is, oh my goodness, I think I made a mistake over here. So the problem over here is we don't know what is the scope of the k, right? So just exactly the same thing. I'm gonna copy this. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. Then I'm gonna put it in front of this arrow function. Okay, so basically this input function is what it's this input field is going to accept the key of this template data, because that is what we are sending. We are sending it as a personal data. So if I'm sending the personal data, if it's have 5 different fields in it, it needs to ready to accept those 5 different fields, only those 5 different fields in it. Okay, that is what we are defining inside over here. Now we don't have that error over here. Okay, so now if I save this and if I get back over here and if I bring those input field, it should not give you any type error, and I should be able to see that input field over there. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to display the label, and I need to display the this input field and all those things. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring that input field and everything. All right, so first for this division, let's say class name. For this division, I'm gonna bring the dynamic string literals. Okay, let's bring this function, the default slides, which is going to be flex column, and then gap, of course, it's going to be 1. And apart from that, if the user supply any other external styles, it needs to accept that external styles also. Okay, and inside this division, I'm going to bring one more div. Let's say class name, and inside the class name, of course, I'm just going to say flex item center and justify between. The reason why I'm creating the top sections as a flex and justify between, because maybe for any input sections I need to bring one more options like a button or anything, something like that. So for that, it needs to be something like a flex box. So that's the reason we are creating the top section as a flex box. And I'm going to bring the label, and this label, it's going to display the label whatever I supplied. So that is going to display the label. So for that specific label, what I'm going to do is I'm going to supply this specific class name. So this is how it looks. And right after that, so what I need to do is, so for the certain input fields, it might have the icon, right? For certain input fields, it might have the icon. Like the social medias, everything in social media links, it's going to have the icons. So we need to bring that icons, and I need to display that. Okay, so in order to display those icons and everything, we need to have a unique styles and everything. So okay, let's worry about that particular part later. So instead of getting confused, so we don't want to do that. I don't want to confuse you. Okay, or right, so right after this label section and right after this division, I'm going to bring the input, because by the time when we are working with the social media links, you can understand it even better. Okay, so the type, of course, it is going to be the type itself. Then the value, it's going to be the value. um for that, we need to create a local state. Okay, not the local state, we need to extract the information from the store which we have created, and we need to supply that value. So const value is equals to use template store. From the template store, I need to access the state. Okay, then I need to access the information based on the data section, the key. So state dot data, access that specific key, supply the key. Then from that data, I'm going to access the very specific prop by using this name prop, like first name, last name. Okay, which is going to return the value as a string value. Okay, that is the value, and we have to supply that value over here. Then I need to accept the update function, because every time whenever user types something, I need to update that value, right? So for that, const update is equals to use template store, open it, accept the state. From the state, I'm just going to access the update function as a reference. I'm going to supply it to the update. Okay, that's the function I need. And this function, open it, over here I'm just going to say on change. If there is any changes has been happening, I'm going to access the event. Okay, then I'm just going to update that function, and this function accepts two different parameters. One is going to be the section, which is the key of your template data, and then we need to supply the data. So I need to supply the section, and the second one, I need to supply the object, because that is how you're going to update the that specific prop which is inside the data object. So I need to update this key prop, this specific object inside that object, which using this value e.target.value. This is how you need to supply. Okay, save these changes. All right, so now let's say inside this, where it is that component, where it is that, let me open the templates index.ts from component templates, and let's say if I want to open this component, inside this component, let's say I'm gonna bring instead of this, I'm gonna say first name. Okay, and I need to display the first name whatever I typed over here. Okay, so that's what we are going to do now. 1 second. Okay, so in order to do that, what I have to do is I have to bring those values. I need to access those data. So what I'm going to do is, first I need to say const. I'm going to access the data, which is equals to use template store. From the store, I'm going to access the data. Then I'm just going to say data dot personal data dot first name. That's it. Now let's say if I'm typing something over here as vetrivel Ravi, and every time whenever I type something, I can instantly see those changes over here. So that's the reason we are getting that value from where, from the input field, and updating it by that particular first name. So we are preserving the previous value of the other object inside that, other properties inside that object, and we are updating only the specified value which we want to update. Okay, so it might quite confusing, but once you finish the coding and look at the output, you might understand why we are writing it. Okay, now the name whatever I'm typing, it is getting updated, right? So this is the place where it gets trickier even more. So this page, it's going to be like display the values once the user data, right? If the user is authenticated, I need to display those values of the authenticated users, or else I'm going to keep the field as empty, right? So in order to do that, first what we need to do is in the personal data section, so I'm going to have a use effect function. So in the personal data section over here, so what I'm going to do is I need to access the authenticated user information first. So let's say const open it is equals to, I'm going to use this use user hook from provided by the Next.js Clerk itself, in order to access the loaded authenticated user information and everything. So I'm going to say is loaded, then is signed in, and then we need to access the user. If the user data is loaded and if the user is signed in, of course I'm going to have the user data. In that case, I need to load the user first name and last name over there. If I have all the necessary like fields, like the mobile numbers and the, what is it, that email and all the fields, if I do have, I will display it. Otherwise, I'll keep the empty field. User can type those field and change that particular field. Okay, then I'm just going to have the update function. Update is equals to use template store. From the state, I'm going to access the state dot update reference function. Then right after here, I'm going to bring the use effect hook, open it. Then I need to use the array injections, which is going to be is loaded and is signed in and the user state. If there is any updates happening over here, then if there is any update happening in the update reference of this function itself, I need to refresh this use effect. So in that case, what I'm going to do is if not is loaded, if it is not, the user data itself loaded. If the user data, if it is not loaded, in that case, I just have to return. I don't need to do anything else because user data itself not loaded. Otherwise, const personal data is equals to, if the user is signed in, and if I have the user data in my hand, in that situation, I need to get the information like first name, last name, email, mobile number, image, and title, everything. Okay, then otherwise I need to create an empty object. What is that empty object is going to be? Empty object is going to be, where is that empty object? Let me get into here. And I'm going to copy this. This is going to be the empty object. Where? Over here. Okay, save it. If I do have this user data, I need to supply the first name. For the first name, instead of this empty string, I'm going to bring the user dot first name, otherwise empty string. Otherwise, user dot last name, otherwise empty string. If I do have this title, okay, I'm gonna bring the title. So that is basically the title is coming from the position, right? Currently we don't have that position. Let's keep that value as the empty itself. Then if from the user, if I have the email addresses, okay, in that I'm going to access the or not the email address, so primary email addresses array. Okay, from that I'm going to access the email address. If not, I'm going to keep that value as an empty. Then user dot primary phone number array, then I'm going to access the phone number. If the user does have the phone number, I'm going to display it, or empty array. Then if the user have the image URL, that particular image URL, or else empty string. So this is the personal data that I want to fetch. Now I need to update this personal data. So personal data with the personal data which I'm having in my hand, I need to update that. So save it. Now even if I refresh it, I will have the first name in my input field. See, vetrivel, because that's the first name which I myself authenticated, so I will have that first name over here. So now we have that input field, and just like the same way, I need to bring all those rest of the things. Okay, or how we have to do? So I need to bring the title first. So first personal data, this is going to be the last name, and that is going to be last name. So then right after here, I need to bring the title, that is going to be job title, something like the job title. Save it. You should be able to see the job title, first name, last name, and everything. But this time job title is going to have one more specific object, which is going to be the class name, and that is going to say column span 2. So it should take the complete length, job title, first name, and last name. Then right after here, last name, I'm going to copy this. And then what else I need to bring? I need to bring the email, mobile, and the image URL. So this is for email, email field, email, email, and the type of the field also it's going to be email. Okay, now we have the email. See, you can see the email address. Then I need to bring the, what is that? I need to bring the mobile number, right? So which is going to be mobile. Here I'm just going to say mobile number alone. So you should be able to see. Currently I don't have the mobile number in my account, so the authenticated account I don't have it, so it's not displaying it. Then I'm going to bring the image URL. So basically we are going to display the image URL. So I'm just going to say image, which is going to be profile picture URL, public URL. This is going to be the public URL. Okay, profile picture public URL, something like that. All right, so otherwise simply say profile public URL, something like that. Okay. So this is, and this particular field needs to be disabled, right? Because if you are loading, let's say this needs to be column span, class name, column span 2. Okay, so here if you want to disable this field, the reason why is because this is the image URL provided by the clerk. If the user is authenticated, you can have that image, right? If the user wants to use any other image, he needs to have that public URL of that image and put that public image over here. For instance, let's say you have to upload your image in the Firebase or Cloudinary, then get that source link, then you need to put it so you can use that as a profile picture. Okay, so if you want to keep it as a blocked one, feel free to use it as a blocked one also. So in that case, I'm not going to block this because user wish to change the profile picture, right? So we're going to keep that one. So this is the personal data, right? That is what we have over here. Okay, so now you understand the concept, what we are doing, the personal data and everything. Okay, this is how we need to do the same stuff for company data, graphics data, styles data and everything. So before moving further into that, first I need to bring the UI so we can understand how exactly it is going to look and feel. So we wish to see that, right? So let's go ahead and start design that template UI. Then we can go ahead and start working on the rest of the stuff. So let's go ahead and start design the template UI. All right, then. So now let's open up that particular template component, which is going to be this one. This is the template component, right? So I need to bring this UI, right? Which is matching this, where it is, which is matching this one. This is the template component that we are working on. We need to bring that UI design over here so the user can understand what exactly is been happening, right? So we have to design that first. So we already do have the data in our hand. Okay, that's most interesting. Then what I need to do is I'm going to create a user reference hook, because every time when the user clicks this copy button, we need to copy that UI. So I'm going to define that user reference for that. So const signature reference is equals to use reference hook. Open it, and basically it's going to be an HTML table element. HTML table element, that's the type, and initially it is going to be null. That's the reference. Now inside this, I'm not going to do anything, just create an empty div, and inside this empty div, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a table. So the reason why we need to structure this, because most of the signature clients like Google, Outlook, or any other thing, it doesn't support the normal HTML elements like divisions and absolute and relative positions. Most of the CSS will never work. If it is a table, then the UI will look more stable and it will load that in the particular signature area, the mail signature area. So that's the reason you need to design it inside as a completely table. We should not use any CSS like Tailwind CSS, something like that. We should write the styles in the embedded styles, like the style attribute. We need to write the CSS on the style attribute. Okay, so the tables. Then I'm going to say cell padding. So I'm going to remove the cell padding first. Then I'm going to remove the cell spacings as well, as by default it will have that. So then I'm going to say border. Of course, I don't need any border, 0. Then I'm going to use the style attribute in order to style it. So here I'm going to fix the width. I'm going to fix the width as 600 pixels. That's the maximum width it's going to be. Then I'm going to use the font. So font, of course, it is font family, I think so. Yes, font family, of course, it's going to be Arial. Okay, we're going to use the Arial, or I'm going to use the sans serif. That's the font family which we are trying to use. Then right after here, border collapse. We need to have a collapsible border. So let's say collapse. Save it. Let me enable the word wrap. Okay, currently you will not see anything. Now inside the table, basically for this design, we need to have 2 different columns, right? So open it. So I'm going to define the table body. Let me bring the table body. And inside that, I'm going to bring the table row. For that, I'm going to say style. Okay. Then for the style, I'm just going to say background color, which is going to be the white color. Background, which is going to be the white background. Then inside this tr, first I need to bring the left section. Left section, which is going to be your photo section. Okay, which is going to be your photo section. So I need to bring that photo section first. So for that, I'm going to bring the table data, right? For that, I'm going to define the style. Okay, for that, I'm going to define the width. Of course, it's going to be the 200 pixels width. Then I'm going to have the padding, which is going to be 5. Then I'm going to make sure it's going to vertically align in the topmost of the position, top. Okay, you can see that now. And inside this td, now what I need to do is I'm going to say div. Let's create an empty div, and for this div I'm going to bring the style attribute, which is position. Mostly it's not going to work, so we don't need the position. And the width, it's going to be the 200 pixels, and the height, of course, it is going to be the 200 pixels. 200 pixels. Or we can keep it as a 260 pixels, because it's more like a, like what is it, like a rectangle shape, right? So that's the reason. Now inside this div, what I need to do is I need to bring the image img. I'm not going to use the image component from the Next.js, because we are going to put it in the normal HTML tag. So image, and here I need to supply the source, and I need to supply the alternative text. So for this alternative text, which is going to be the profile, and the source, it's more like a conditional field. Okay, so if the user supplies the data from the personal data, so if the data dot personal data dot image, if I have the image, I need to display that image. If I don't have that image, I need to display this dummy informations. Okay, I need to display this one particular image, which I copied the image from the Pixabay, this particular image. Okay, so if I save this, it is going to bring that image over here. Okay, currently it's using this image. If there is any issue in this particular image, let's say if I cut it, and you will see that default image over here. Okay, so that's the beauty of having the field. Okay, so now I need to strike the styles for this style. Open it. For this particular image, I'm going to say display. It's going to be block. It needs to access the entire the complete line. So width, of course, it's going to be 200 pixels. Height, of course, it's going to be the exact same thing, 260 pixels. Then I'm going to say border, of course, it is going to be 0. Then object fit, it's going to be cover. So that's how it looks. Now it's completely covered. Okay, and we need to add some border radius. Of course, it's going to be 4. So now we can see some border radius at that particular position. So now we have the image where we wanted. So the first td, it's completed. Then the next one is going to be the right column section. That's the next one. So I'm going to bring the TD, the next column, this next column. Okay. So for that, I'm going to open it. Then I'm just going to say style, open the object. So for this, I'm going to bring the padding effect. So 20 pixels on all the corners, 20 pixels. Then vertical alignment, how we are going to align it in the middle, in the middle. Then right after here, the background color, which is going to be the pure white color itself. Okay. Otherwise, if you wish to use the different colors, feel free to change the color codes. Then now what I'm going to do is, so inside over here, I'm gonna create one more table structure in order to display the name and food and everything, right? I need to bring it to the next structure, like one after another. So for that, I'm gonna create one more table. So this is how we need to design it. There is no other way for signature. This is the only way. Otherwise, whatever the UI you are designing, it will look beautifully on the website, but once you copy it and paste it in the mail signature area, in the mail signature area, the UI completely, it will be collapsed, right? So that's the reason. So I'm going to create one more table in it, and I'm going to say cell padding 0, cell spacing 0, and border 0. Then style, it's going to be width. I'm going to define the width, which is should be 100% of the previous, this previous column width. Okay. Then font size, of course, it's going to be 14 pixels of the font size. Then the text color. So basically the text color will be based on the styles data, the very first color. So I'm just going to say if the data dot style data does have the first or second color. Okay. So I'm going to use the second color. If it does have the second color, I'm going to use the data dot style data dot second color. Otherwise, I'm going to use this default color code hash 333. Okay. Perfect. Now inside this table, now what I need to do is I need to bring the table body. Let's bring it. First, I need to bring the name section. So that's what we are trying to do. So I'm going to create a table row. Then I'm going to bring the table data. I'm going to define the styles for it. Styles, open and break it here. Font size of this, which is going to be 24 pixels. That's the one. So the what we are going to display inside the table data, which is basically it's going to be the personal data first name, and we are going to compare the first name and the last name over here. So I'm just going to say table data dot personal data dot first name. In that case, if the user have the first name, I'm just going to combine those two different things. So I'm just going to say data dot personal data dot first name. Then I'm going to add some space. Then I'm going to say data dot personal data dot last name. Combine those two together. Otherwise, I'm going to bring this default name over there, which is going to be Estelle Darcy, which is in that design. So if the user have the name, I'm going to display the name. Otherwise, if the user doesn't have the name, it's going to display Estelle Darcy. That's the default name. Okay, perfect. Now we have the font size over here. Then I'm going to say font weight, which is going to be bold. Then I'm going to change the text color. Okay, if I have the first color which is given by the user, then I'm going to keep it as the first color. Otherwise, I'm going to keep the default style color. Okay, data dot style data dot first font color. If it is there, then use the data dot style data dot first font color. Otherwise, use this particular color, which is going to be that green color. Okay, that green color. Now I need to change the font family, which is going to be Segoe script, then which is going to be the type of cursive type. That's how it looks. Okay, so that's the font. Then I'm going to add the padding bottom. I'm going to increase the padding bottom, which is going to be 4. So that will gives us the 4 pixels of the padding bottom. Then right after this TD, sorry, not the TD table row, I'm going to bring the title. So how does it looks? Let me bring the local host. So you should be able to see that design. Let me bring the oldest one on the top so you can see it over here. Then I need to bring the title, then I need to bring the phone and all those things. Let's go ahead and bring all those stuffs one after another. So first, that's the most important thing over here. I need to bring the title. So let's bring the tr, okay, tr tag, and inside the tr tag I'm going to bring the td, and inside this td only we are going to bring the styles span tag. Inside here I'm going to bring the span tag, and that's the place where I'm going to display the title. If I do have the title, display the title. Otherwise I'm going to display the value as the food blogger, something like this. So that will display the value as food blogger. Then I'm going to add the styles for this, the title. So let me bring the title styles. These are the title slides. So font size, and if I have the color of the second color, use it. Otherwise use the default color. Then the padding bottom, how much padding bottom I need. Then I need the styles for the span tag. So I'm going to bring the styles so you guys can simply pause the video and type the styles, because it's just the css styles only. Okay, so this is the css styles. I'm going to use it for something like this, food blocker. Okay, then I need to write the styles for the phone. So I'm going to bring a new tr tag inside that td. So here I need to bring the phone. So phone number, basically it is going to be an icon. So for that, what we need to do is we need to have the svg icon, right? So for that I'm going to open the font awesome icons. Then I'm going to search for phone. So I'm going to use this symbol, and then I'm going to copy this svg code. Click to copy. Then I'm going to put it straight away inside over here, inside the here, paste it, and I'm going to delete this text, the free text which I do have. Okay, then if I save this, you will see that svg, it's been loaded successfully. Okay, so for this, now what I need to do is I need to add few important stuff, because I need to reduce the svg styles sizes. So I'm just going to say class name, width of course it's going to be 4, height of course it's going to be 4. Okay, now it's reduced, but this is a class name property. It's better to go with width, I'm going to say 20, height I'm going to say 20, something like this. If you want to reduce it a little bit, you can go with like 16 pixels. I think it's even better if it is 14 pixels. Okay, or let's go with 16 pixels itself. That's more than enough. So width and height property, it's all set now. All right, and now all we have to do is to bring the phone number which typed by the user. So now I need to display that phone number, right? So I need to display that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that one inside an anchor tag. So basically this is the reference which is going to be, so based on the mobile number, if the user clicks that mobile number, it needs to call that user number, right? So for that, what I need to do is it's going to be a dynamic string literals. Okay, so if I do have that data dot mobile number, I need to display that data dot mobile number, right? How I need to append it? I need to append that one by using tell colon. If I do have the data dot personal dot mobile number, display it. Otherwise, use the default one, which in case it's going to be plus 1 2 3 4, something like this, a random number. Okay, now inside this anchor tag also, what we are going to do, I'm going to display the same stuff. That's how it is going to look, but it needs to be in a straight line. So in that case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply say style, open it, display, it's going to be the flex, and align, it's going to be in a same line. Align the items, in the center. Okay, and the gap between the elements, which is going to be 6. So you will have some gap. So not that much. Then that's the gap. Okay, so that is how it's going to be look, which is perfectly fine. And just like the same way, I'm going to copy this tr tag. Then I'm going to paste it for what are the stuffs that next we need to bring. We need to bring the email, website, and address. Email and website. So save it. It's going to look like this. So for the first, we will hide this tr tag. This is the tr which we are working. So I'm going to copy the svg, which is going to be the email. Let's copy this envelope, svg, copy this, and let's replace this. And instead of this, I'm going to close this, and here I'm just going to say width as 16, height as 16. That's it. And instead of this mobile number, I'm going to change everything into email. And here, instead of this, what is that? Some sample at sample dot domain, something like this, something like the dummy data. Okay, that's how it looks. Now let's get back over the website. So I'm going to use this globe icon. I'm going to use this icon, copy the svg icon, copied, and I'm going to change this svg completely and delete this inner text in it. Then I'm gonna add the width as 16, height as 16. Then I'm gonna change this into website. Okay, so so basically that is not coming from your personal data. It's coming from it's coming from company data dot website. Okay, that's how we need to display the website. If okay, so instead of this, I'm gonna keep it as an hashtag. And for the email, what we need to do, I'm just going to say mail to. I'm going to use the mail to attribute because that is what you need to say, mail to that specific user. And here, instead of that, I'm going to simply supply that over here. Okay, then for the website, inside the link, I'm going to keep the hash if here. I don't need to use this here. If I have the website, push the user to the website. Otherwise, keep it as the empty link. Okay, then right after, yes, I think this is more than enough. So if the user it doesn't have that website link, I'm just going to simply say like a dummy link. What we can do is the link I want to display, www.reallygreatsite.com, something like this. But that site doesn't exist, but we want to display something, right, instead of hash. That's the reason we are displaying that. Okay, then yeah, now the thing is, this entire stuff needs to have a very specific style, right? This entire anchor tag, this anchor tag needs to have a very specific style. It needs to have the styles. We need to add some style for the hr tag. So basically the style is going to be based on the style data of the second color. If that color exists, I need to use that color. Otherwise it needs to change, right? And if I change the color in the style data, it's going to change the color of over here. Okay, so that's the reason. Then the second, for this anchor tag, do the same, and then for the same anchor tag, do the same, just like that. So save it. Perfect. Now it is going to change the color based on the stuffs Okay, and finally we need to bring the address. So for that, right after this I need to bring the address as well as. So for that, right after this tr data I need to bring the tr. Inside here I need to bring the td, and inside here I need to bring the icon first address. So let's bring the address location. So we need the map pin icon, I think so, map pin, this one. So I'm gonna use this, click svg, copy it, and I'm gonna paste this, and I'm going to change this. Then here width, of course it's going to be 16, height of course it is going to be 16. Okay, and then yes, so right after here I need to bring the address. Here I need to bring the address, company data address one, and the span data. If the address is not there, this is what I need to display. And for this I'm just going to say style display display, which is going to be flex, and align items in the center. Save it. That's how it looks. Okay, and for that br tag is not working. So for this we can simply say, instead of padding left, this is going to be display inline block. So that will push. Let me create and let me put this one inside a span tag, then span tag, paste it. Still it's not working. I'm wondering why. So the flex, somehow it's not so I think it's better to create it as a separate tr tag. Then tr tag, paste it, and instead of this svg I'm going to, not necessary of all these things. Instead of that I'm just going to adjust the padding, to hardcode the padding left. From the corner I'm just going to say 24 pixels. I don't need this, and I don't need this span tag at all. Let me delete it, save it. So that's how it looks. Okay, so we can delete this span tag from here. All right, so now that is pretty much enough, I think so, because if the user types a very big address, it is going to be on there, and the next line it is going to be next one. Okay, so now what we need to do is, so we need to bring the next row. It's going to be yeah, the next row, that's a place where we are going to display the social media links, because we have a quite large list of social media links. Okay, so if the user supplies the social media like LinkedIn or GitHub, whatever the url he supplies, we need to bring those icons and we need to display it, which means we need to bring all those icons on a conditional based. So right after this tr tag I'm going to bring tr and td. Okay, so for this I'm going to say style, which in case it's going to be this particular style. Okay, this is the style. Then inside here in this td, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a social media icon if the data dot, for instance, based on the condition. For instance, let's say if I have the dribble social media dribble icon, let's say if the data dot social data dot dribble is there, then I need to get the anchor link. I need to push the data dot social media dot dribble, Then I need to bring the dribble icon from where? From the GitHub itself, which in case it's going to have the class name as 4 and height as 4. Otherwise, you can define the width as 16, height as 16. Okay. So if I remove this conditional over here, see, this is what you will see, the dribble icon. Just like the same way, I have to bring the rest of the stuffs, okay, based on the social medias, what all those options and everything. Okay, so for that, let me bring those tr tag completely, but you have to type it one after another, just like the based on the tr tag whatever we have, you have to bring all those tr tags over here. Okay, like Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, every single icon you have to copy it from the font awesome icon, and you have to bring all those things. Then I'm just going to duplicate all the class names. It's better to use the width, the default property 16, height as 16. That would be better. Okay, now I can't see anything, but once I supply the social data, everything over here, it will change the details and everything over here. So this is that values and everything. And yeah, that's pretty much done. So now we have the complete UI in our hand. So see, this is how you have to design for every single template we have over here. Just like the same way, for every single template you have to design this stuff. Then you need to come and work over there. You need to you can simply, then you just have to map that component properly based on the values. Everything is going to work perfectly. Now we have the personal data. Like if I supply the content creator, it's going to display the value like based on the value whatever I supplied. Okay, uh on something like YouTube. Okay, this is how it's going to create those values. Like if I say like content creator, and then if I say like full stack developer, something like this, it is going to display the value like this. So that's how we designed it. So now all we have to do is to bring the company data, and we have to bring the graphics data. Basically graphics data is nothing but is a banner URL, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is like a social media banner, right? So I'm gonna bring that banner something like this, an anchor tag, which is going to display if I do have the graphics data dot banner link displayed. Otherwise I have to display that banner image, something like that. So far I don't have that banner gif, so you can download that banner and put it into your public. So here I don't have that, but I already given it in your in the drive, so you can put that gif image. So if I refresh it, that should display that banner over there. See, just like this. But that banner needs to be displayed not inside this table, it needs to display the outside table like this. This is how. But this banner needs to be displayed only on a specific condition. What specific condition? Wait a minute. It's need to display on a very specific condition only if I do have this banner URL. I need to display that. So I need to wrap it. If the graphics data carries the banner URL, display that. Otherwise, use this default banner image if the user wants to display. So I will keep one more button over here like use default, so the user can see that option. So save it. So right now the entire UI is ready in our hand. So now all we have to do is to go ahead and start working on the rest of the accords and sections one after another. Okay, so that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go ahead and start working on this company data stuff. So for that, I'm gonna close, get back over here, and I'm going to open the company data. So instead of this paragraph tag, I'm gonna close this. We have to bring the input field for displaying the company data, right? So here I'm gonna bring the input, copy this, bring it here, paste it, bring the input field, This is going to be the company data, and the name is going to be address one. Okay, then this is going to be address one, and this is going to be column span, sorry, class name column span 2. Okay, so save this. That is how it looks. Okay, and basically that's going to be now, instead of address one and address, so first I need to do, we need to get the informations like the company name and the website informations and all those things. So for that, let's say company, what company it is. So in the label is going to be company name. Save it. I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to bring it. This time this is going to be website. This is going to be website. So save this. So we have the company name and the website. Now just exactly the same way, just like that, I'm going to bring the text area field. So I have to create one more component in the open the app site ID components. I'm going to bring the text area field dot sx. Okay, so that is going to be a client side component, right? Let's bring the client component, then rafc text area field, something like that. So just exactly the same way what we did for the interface for the input field, we have to use the same interface structure for the text area field. Okay, just exactly the same way. And I need to bring those the text area options. So this is the key, apply the key for it. Then I need to bring the sections and everything. So I have to bring those objects, which is going to be the text area field props. Then I need to supply the type of that, which is going to be the key itself. Then I need to bring those section, then I need to bring those name, class name. Then I need to supply the label. Then I need to supply the rows, how many number of rows that I want to defaultly have. These are the things. Okay, now inside the text area, I need to access the two values and the update function from our template store. So let us access the values and let us access the update function from the template store. Then I need to bring the text area just exactly the same way how we designed it. I'm going to bring this, then I'm going to bring the text area from the add components UI. Just exactly the same stuff, nothing else. Okay, save it. So now let's get back to the company data. Copy this, paste it. Instead of input field, I'm going to bring the text area. Then this is going to be company data only, right? So we are getting an error over here. So that is a mistake. What is the mistake? This is the mistake. Text area field. That's the mistake. That's why I'm wondering why it is not. So now you should be able to see the text area field, company data name. It's going to be address one. Is going to be address one. Save it just exactly the same way. Copy and paste it one more time. Change this into address 2. Change this into address 2. Something like this. Now if I supply the company name as, for instance, let's say YouTube. Okay, YouTube. So in this design, we don't have the company name. Okay, because this is just a blogger website, like a blogger design. So it doesn't have the company name. Like if you wish to have the company, you can add it. So here I'm just going to say www.code with vetri.com, something like this. You can add, you can change the website URL, and you can type something in your address, in the address 1 and even in the address 2. All right, so that is going to change the address, the look and feel. Okay, so this is all about the company data. So now we have the company data and the job data, the personal data and everything. Now all we have to do is to go ahead and work on the graphics data, which is going to be simple only. Let's open the graphics data. So inside the graphics data, we are going to display the banner URL and we are going to display the banner link, those two. So let's bring those thing. I'm gonna bring it because we need to save the time. So I'm gonna bring that, save it. So that is going to bring these banner URLs over here. Okay, so just exactly the same input field. We're just going to change the name and everything, so you will get the banner source URL. So one more important stuff that we have to do over here is, so if the input field that carries the banner URL, if the input name is equals to the banner URL, I need to bring over here, I need to bring a link like use default, something like that, so the user can use the default banner image, right? So in order to do that, I'm gonna get into the input section. So what I'm going to do is, inside this division section, open it. If the name field, if it is equals to, what is that, banner URL, banner URL, in that case only I need to display this button. What specific button? This button over here, particular button from add components button. Like a type is going to button size, smaller size, variant is going to be ghost, and I'm going to update the section with the name attribute with the banner.gif, the default, the local file which we already have. So if I say this, you should be able to see this button like use default. So let me minimize the personal data and company data. You can see the use default. If I click, I'm going to update the value as banner.gif, so the user can use this default banner if the user wishes to keep it. And if he wants to, if the user clicks this, if he wants to push the user into any other web page or something, like let's say www.google.com, something like that, if the user clicks this, it's going to push the user to that specific web page. Okay, that's the thing. All right, so now I'm not going to use anything else. So if the user wants to use this, if the user wants to delete it, that's up to you, up to the user. He can simply delete it. Now the banner is completely done. Then now what we have to do is, we have to work on the style data, which the place where we are going to display. Okay, so now all we have to do is to go ahead and work on the style data to display the different styles. So let's get back in. Let me close the company data, text area field, personal field. Okay, now gets back into the graphics data that is also finished in a question style data. Okay, this is the styles data over here, and I'm gonna delete this. So I'm going to bring a paragraph tag to display a simple note for the user. Okay, so over here, note, you have to supply the hexadecimal color codes to change the color codes, right? So right after here, I'm going to bring those input fields, the first and second input fields, something like this. Okay, style data, first font color, second font color, and we're going to use the type as color. Save it. You should be able to see the color, right? So this gives us the color options to change the colors, something like, so if I change the primary color, you can see it's changing the entire primary color of the UI. So that's looking good, right? But one more stuff that we want to do over here is, I have to bring the color code, what particular color code that user it's typing in that particular input field, right? In that situation, so I want to do some changes over here. So right after here, open it. So const is color field. If it is color field, what I'm going to do is, if the type is equals to the color type, if the type is equals to color, or the type of name, if it is equals to string, if it needs to equals to string, and as the same way, the name, we need to convert it into a lowercase. Then if it is includes the property called color, if it is includes the property called color, then it is a color field. Okay, save it. Like font color, because what is the field that we do have over here? Second font color and the first font color. If the name contains the text called color and is the same way the name is equals to string, in that case, I need to make sure this is the color field. If it is a color field, what we want to do, we have to display the value of that color field. So where I want to display the value right after here. So what I'm going to do, if it is a color field, and if it is has the value in it, then I need to display it. Otherwise, what I need to do, I need to simply display the value as null. Okay, so if it does have the value, I'm going to bring a span tag to display that value. See, just like that. Whatever the color that you're changing, it will have that. Otherwise, you can change the color value into hexadecimal. Then you can simply just supply the values over here. Like, let's say if I want to change the color into 888, something like this, that is going to change the color code in style instantly, and you can see the color code changes over there as well as. Okay, something like that. That's good. So this pretty much it's by defaultly it's given by the HTML itself, so you don't have to worry about it. The input tag by defaultly you have the type color itself, so you don't have to worry about that specific UI stuffs and everything. Now we have the style data in our hand. The next most important stuff, it's going to be our social data. So this is the one, it's going to be a quite tricky one because it is going to have lots and lots of icons. So based on the supplied name, we need to load the SVG icons. So that's the thing. So we need to work on that in input field, because in the input field, what we are going to do is based on the name, whatever the icon that we are getting inside. So I'm going to create an array of icons, right, which is going to have that name as a key. Based on that key, we're going to load the icons. So that's the most important stuff that we are going to do. Okay, so for that, what we have to do is, so first, what we have to do is we have to have like so inside the input field, on the top of it over here, what I need to do is I need to map the social SVG icons based on the label whatever I'm receiving inside this input field. So const SVG social icons, which is going to be, I'm going to create it as a record. Okay, which I need to supply the type. Then I need to supply the react node, which is basically going to be an SVG icon. I'm going to supply a key, it's going to return the SVG code, right? It's equals to open it as an object. So first, let's say like a dribble. Okay, so what is the first issue? Let's say dribble. I'm going to copy this dribble, put it over here. So for the dribble, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get back over here. Then I'm going to search for dribble. Okay, it's going to give me that icon SVG, and I'm going to paste it. So inside here, I just want to delete this here to here. Okay, and okay, this is not supposed to be as an object. It needs to return a React node, right? So this is how it should be. That's why we are getting should not as an object. It needs to return a value. I will supply a key, it's going to return a React node, right? Something like this. Then I'm going to use the width as 16, height as 16. This is how it's supposed to be. So just like the same way we have to do for rest all the other social media icons, right? So for that, you just have to be copy that name and do all these stuffs. But in this case right now, I'm going to copy and I'm going to replace this stuff instantly. Then I'm just going to duplicate all these occurrences, delete this. Weight is going to be 16 and height is also going to be 16, just like that way. Same thing. All right, now we have to use this SVG to like what to say, to display those icons, whatever the icons that based on the values, it needs to display it over here. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so now if it this, so what I need to do, just like the same color field, I have to do some conditional checkings over here. So const maybe maybe icon. So we need to make sure only if it is um like what to say, only if that particular field like only if that particular field it's matches in this array, in this particular svg arrays which we created, then only we need to display. So for that I need to have a state value to verify whether that is coming from that icon field or not, right? So here I'm just going to say type sorry, let me open this as a type of, if the type of name, if it is equals to string, then if it is equals to string, and if the social svg social icons, if it is contains that particular name dot to lowercase, if it is contains that, extract it and put it in it, otherwise it should be null. So here next what I need to do right after here, if it is equals to as an icon, maybe as an icon, okay, right before the name, okay, I need to display the label icon, that particular you want that icon. So maybe icon, and if it is say so, then I need to display a span tag. Inside that span tag I need to display that icon, whatever it is, I just need to display it. So save it. Now let's get back into our social media data. I'm going to delete literally everything from here, then I'm going to bring those input field from here, right? So we are simply supplying the same social data, name, label, and column span. But if this name is contains inside this particular SVG we have, then it is going to return it as true. If it is true, then it is going to return the this SVG React node, and that is going to be displayed at this particular location. So if I save this change, you should be able to see this icon. Just like the same way, you have to bring all the rest of the icons like YouTube, GitHub, whatever it is, you have to bring it. So it's going to have all those icons over here. Now based on the icon, let's say www.youtube something, if I type something, you should be able to see that. If I type something in Facebook or GitHub or Instagram or Pinterest, whatever it is, if you supply those values, you able to see all those values over here, right? Just like that. Now if I don't have any values over here, if I simply delete it, it will be keep on deleted from the Pinterest and everything. So this is it. So we successfully finished the UI part. Okay, so this is completely reusable, right? We are not going to create the same input fields and everything for the next UI. This is the completely reusable components. All you have to do is to supply the data. Based on the supply data, we are just going to return the data over here. So currently this is the UI that we are using. Think about it that you are planning to design something like for this or this, it doesn't matter. Just you have to, from now onwards, you just have to create a new component and create the template by using the table data. Just to use those data, raw data which we have in our hand, and based on the data it's going to react, that UI is going to change according to it, right? So that's the reason we just created as a reusable component. So the same input field is going to play a major role on based on the values whatever you supplied. Okay, so we finished it, and the one most important stuff that is going to be copy this template and paste it in the email structure. That is what we are going to do next. So now all we have to do is to bring an option to copy this. So for that, what I'm going to do is get into the page.tsx and get into the template. I think yes, this is the place. Yes, over here. Now what I need to do is, let us open the template. There we are. Going to load this component, right? This is the one. Yes, on the top section. Let's get back to the top section. So we have this signature reference, right? So in this section now, what we need to do is, all we have to do is to yep, So this section, it's basically for copying the text. So what I'm going to do is, so right after here, I'm going to bring use state snippet. So let me bring is copied, and it is going to carry on the false value, and the type of this, it's going to be the boolean value. So I'm going to have a function called const handle copy is equals to, open it. So here I'm just going to say, if the signature reference, if the signature reference dot current instance, if it does have any instance, then I'm going to open the try and catch. Okay. And for the error, if I'm getting any error, I'm just going to do the console.log that particular error. I'm going to do the console log that error, and I'm going to raise this alert notification that there is an error. Otherwise, I'm going to say const HTML is equals to signature reference dot current dot outer HTML. I need to access the outer HTML, right? Then right after here, I need to copy that entire HTML. So I'm just going to say await, which if you wish to use it as an await, this function needs to be an asynchronous function. So await navigator dot clipboard. I need to write this clipboard, write it on the clipboard dot write, open it. Don't use write text, it will write as a text. I need to have an HTML elements, so write as an array of elements. So inside here, I'm going to create a new clipboard item. That's the instance. We are creating an instance. Then inside here, I need to supply an object, so which is going to be, we are going to supply a text. Okay, we are going to create a text HTML. Okay, which in case it's going to be something like this, text HTML. This is the object, and this is the new blob. We are going to convert this entire HTML element to blob data and supply the HTML and type it as the text HTML. Okay, what type of data that we are supplying to the blob and what is the type it is. Okay, then we are supplying the plain text as well as we are supplying the type as HTML and plain text, both of them. Okay, now what I need to do, I'm just going to change the state as a copied. Then I'm going to change the text message, and instantly after certain timeout, I'm going to change this. Okay, I'm going to change the copied state into true, and instantly after 2 milliseconds, 2 seconds, I'm going to change the state as false, because we need to get back, because once it's clicked, I need to bring a check mark, and after 2 seconds it needs to change back again to copy, so the user can, after 2 seconds again, he can copy it. Okay, so let me show you what exactly we are talking about. So this table, it's going to be the reference. So I'm going to say ref is equals to reference equals to signature reference. Okay, then right after this division over here, I'm going to bring a div class name. Then over here, width, of course, it's going to be full, margin top and bottom 4, flex, item center, and justify everything at the end. Then inside this division, I'm going to bring a tooltip. Search for tooltip. This is the tooltip, something like this. Okay, so I'm going to bring a tooltip provider. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste it. Okay, then right after here, I'm going to bring that tooltip. Okay, so what we are going to do is, let me get back over here. So here I'm just going to say tooltip, open it. Inside this, I'm going to bring the tooltip provider, add components provider. It's going to be as child. Sorry, not tooltip provider, tooltip trigger as a button. So it's going to be as a child. Inside this trigger, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to bring a button from the UI button. Okay, then this button size, it's going to be as the icon size, and the class name is going to be the cursor as a pointer. Then on click, whenever I'm clicking it, it's need to handle the copy. And inside here, if the text is copied, is copied. If it is copied, then I need to bring the check mark. Otherwise, I need to bring the copy icon. That's what we need to do. Then right after here, trigger, I need to bring the tooltip content. Inside the tooltip content, I'm going to bring a paragraph. If the text is copied, then in that situation, I'm going to bring is copied. I'm going to bring the text as copied. Okay. Then I'm just going to, otherwise, I'm just simply going to say copy. So save these changes. Now you should be able to see. Now if I click this, it will be saying a signature is copied, and here the icon is not changing instantly, right? So what we have to do is we need to change the icon. Let me refresh it. So every time when I click it, so you can see icon, yeah, instantly it's changing to check mark and instantly it's being copied. Now if I get back into the any mail, and if I click compose, and if I try to paste that copied signature, you should be able to see that over here. Okay, but yeah, there is some slight changes that we have to do on this particular UI over here, the food blocker, and the SVGs are not being displayed. Wondering why it is not being displayed. So maybe because of where it is. So let's try copy this class name with going to be 4, height it's going to be 4. Save, let me save this. And now if I copy this, if I try pasting it, still I can't see those SVGs. Wait a minute. Let me say try some dribbles over here, copy, and if I paste this, I can't see anything. Why is that? Wondering why. Maybe that should be some issue. So let me bring the UI, which I do have in my hand for this particular component. So let me bring that UI. So I do have that UI, and let me import these changes. Okay, this component name, it's been wrong now. What I need to do, this is the component name. So let me paste that component name for the time being over here. Then I can replace this entire UI which I designed. Let me check it out. If there is any, if it is working perfectly, then there might be an issue with the style which I have created now. Okay, see, it's displaying the SVG icons and everything. This is just the icons. If you check the okay, we haven't added the fill effect. That's the thing. Yes, my bad. So the previous issue with the icons is just we haven't added the fill effect, how we want to fill it. What is the color of that icon it's going to be. So that's the issue. So you need to add the fill effect. So now if I copy any icons over here, and if I copy this, and if I get back over here, and if I paste it, you should be able to see these icons and everything, but still the SVGs are not being displayed over here. Okay, but we can make some corrections. If the SVGs are not working, then it will not support it. it will be not supported, so we need to use these icons only. Okay, so we need to figure it out why the svg icons are not displayed, why it is not being displayed. So now let me try 1 second. Let me try with the width property. If it's not working, then that this might be the issue. Let me refresh it, and let me copy something over here, copy it, and let me paste it. Still I can't see the svgs. Okay, so let's say AI Studio. Let us open this. Let us ask this in the chat GPT or AI, Google AI. I'm not sure why it is not working, so I'm gonna paste this. So on the website I can see the svg, but once I copied the HTML and paste it on the mail signature, I can't see those svg. Why? Let's run it. So that is going to give us the answer. Let's see what it sounds like. You're encountering common issues embedding svg in email signature. These are not seeing svg like a phone or email. Social media icons when you paste into emails due to heavy email can handle the external resources. So email clients are designed with the security in mind. They often block the external resources, including svgs, links via image tags. Okay, so it's asking us, instead of svgs, it's asking us to supply the block data or use the image tag itself. So that's what it's expecting us to do. So instead of supplying it as the svg, it's asking us to use it as the image tag. Oh goodness. If it is supposed to be as an image tag in the sense, then what we need to do, we need to save all these svg tags, then we need to keep it inside the image tag, then we need to put that image tag over here. So that is going to be a quite complicated work, but we can fix that. What we need to do is we need to download this svg and we need to put it into the svg location over here. So what we can do is, that is what, because that is what it's expecting. It's asking us to see, it's asking us to do, to use the png or gif in most recommended. That's the most compatible. It's not, it doesn't allow the svg tags, it doesn't allow the svg tags. This is the only way that we have to do. Ah, my goodness. So on the font awesome, does it gives us the html? If it is giving us any external link, that would be really great, but it's not supporting us any, it's not giving us any external link. Let's try it. Let's see, like, if we have to make sure whether it is working, right, the theory. So phone, if you search for phone icon png, okay, so let's say I want to use this icon, use this one. So let's say copy, it's giving us the copy image. I need a live source url link. What can we do? Let's say copy image address. If I give it copy image address, if I paste it, this is the one. Okay, let's try to use this image address. In the dribble section, instead of this svg, what I'm going to do is I'm going to load the image tag, apply the source. Okay, then I'm going to use these things, copy, paste, Then I'm gonna hide this SVG, save it. Now, mm, so what is the issue? Okay, style, this is not supposed to be the way to use it. This style, it should be something like this. Style, what does the style that they do have? Vertical align, it should be in the middle. Let's say this. Now the issue will be rectified. So if the theory, if it is working fine, then there is only way is to download the SVG and supply that SVG as the image tags. That's what you need to do. So let's say if I supply, see, I can see the icon over here. Let me copy this. And if I try to paste this over here, I can see the image. See, it's taking some time to load that image, but I can see that. So every SVG icons need to be changed as an image tag. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's try to do that now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to download all those icons. So let's say SVG, not SVG. I'm going to say dribble. Okay, so dribble, this one, dribble. Let me click it. And if I click download full SVG, I'm going to download that full SVG. And let me get back over here in the public. I'm going to create a new folder called SVG, and I'm going to bring it and put it inside that SVG. Then this is going to be dribble brand. So let me keep it as dribble. Okay, that's the SVG name. Close this. And if I open that SVG, what does it? If I see, okay, that's the one. So what can I do is I can simply delete this source completely from there to there. Here, delete it. Then I can simply say dots the dribble SVG from the public URL. Save it, and I hope it should work. Okay, we are getting an error from slash svg slash dribble. It will work. Now the problem is it will work in the local host, but once you copied it and paste it in the Google, it doesn't know the slash svg location. It will not work. It is not going to work because you need to put that file. Oh, it's working. See, I can see it. It's working. And it's saying this is the link that it needs to travel. See, it's working. So this is how we need to change every place for each and every file. Wherever I used the SVG, wherever I use this SVG, I need to change all these places inside the UI. So think it in the mind. From the next time onwards, if you're designing something, and if you are planning to do it for SVG, the signatures, don't use any SVGs in the UI design. Here it doesn't matter, it's not an issue, but this is the place where we are copying it, right? So this particular part that needs to be an image. Okay, if it is an SVG tag, it is not going to work. So even if you are having it as an SVG, you should load it as an image tag. Okay, so then it will work. So the previous design, everything which we design, it will work, but the problem is we kept it everything as an SVG. That's the reason it doesn't display it over there. If you want to keep it as an SVG, and if you want to display it in the signature template, you should load it as an image tag. And even right now, by the time when I'm developing it, I didn't notice it, but now when I'm recording it, I just noticed it. I just fixed that issue. Okay, so it doesn't matter what's the issue. We figured out what's the issue. The code which you have, which we designed in the video, we figured out the issue. The issue is the SVG tag. SVG tag is not supported, so load the SVG tag through the image tag. So download the SVG file and load that file in the image tag. It will work. Okay, so we successfully finished this copying and pasting this UI. So if I paste this over here, so that is going to display that link instantly over here, right? So we successfully finish this one. Then the most important thing, the remaining thing, which is going to be, we have to bring the related the similar UIs. We need to display the similar UI over here. Then we need to display the profile section, and that's it. We finished. All right, so let's go ahead and do that stuff. All right, people, so now let's go ahead and bring that the similar sections over here. So for that, we need to get back into the page.tsx. Okay, inside the page.tsx only, this is the place where we need to do the stuff. So I'm just going to let me close the others, okay. So right after this particular line, I'm just going to say const templates is equals to, okay. So here I'm just going to fetch the entire template. So let's say await fetch sign templates, signature templates. I don't need to supply any params. If I don't supply, it is going to filter it. I don't want to do that. Then once it is being fetched, I need to filter the data, then I'm going to extract the template out of it. So here I'm just going to say if the template id, if it should return except that loaded template id currently which I have loaded. So it is going to have the list of templates. Now I need to apply that templates right after here. Div class name with full page y, it's going to be 6. I'm just going to have h2 tag class name text muted foreground, and then I'm just going to say text excel. Then I'm just going to say similar templates. So I should be able to see it's loading. See, I should be able to see the similar templates. Then I'm just going to bring the template list. Then I'm just going to supply the templates. Save it. So that is going to bring the templates along with the filter options and everything. Okay, so let's say if you don't want this filter options over here, okay, if you don't want this filter options, and let's see whether it is filtering first. So if I try to change this oldest, and if I try to change the newest, so it is not changing. Okay, because we haven't supplied the filters. Yes. Since we haven't supplied the filters by the time when we are fetching it over here, it is not going to work. So I don't need this particular part. So what I'm going to do is inside these templates, I'm going to have one more field. It's going to be like in template page, something like that. It's going to be an optional one, and it's going to be a boolean. So I'm just going to say in template page, by default, it is going to be false. Okay, in template page by default it is going to be false. So when I need to filter this section, so this is like if it is in the template page, if in why it is not, if I'm inside the template page, only if it is not in the template page, only if it is not in the template page, I need to display the filter controls. Otherwise I should not display that filter controls. uh, so let me check on the home screen. Here also I can't see it is not in template page. Okay, if only if it is not in template page, I should be able to see. If I'm inside any particular template, I should not see this. So what I need to do, I just have to get back over here. I need to make sure I'm inside the template page, so I will not see that filtering options. I should be able to see this particular section. So and then I'm just going to say margin top, it's going to be 4. So we have the same reusable component in order to display that section. Okay. Then if I'm inside the in template section, I just need to reduce the column size as well as. So I just have to make some customizations over here as well as. So I just have to open it, use the cin, then open it, bring it, use the default styles. Let me bring the word wrap over here. So over here, this one, right after here, I just going to say, if I'm inside the template page, in the template page, then I should use these styles. Like copy this and I'm going to paste it. Minimum medium devices use the 2 columns and use the 3 columns. Save it. That is going to reduce the column size so I can see the styles in a more visible way, which is perfectly fine. All right. And now I have to go ahead and work on the profile page where I can display the user profile. Okay. So that is what we are going to do next. All right then. So now what we have to do is we have to bring the profile page, right? So far we don't have the profile page. So I'm going to close everything. I'm going to close all, literally close everything. Then inside the site, I'm going to create a new folder called profile. Okay. So basically this profile, it's currently empty. So I'm going to delete it. Let me keep it clear. So I don't have the profile itself. So I'm going to create a new folder called profile. And inside this profile, we are going to display the clerk user profile default component. So in order to display that, you need to create one more subfolder because from the clerk profile, it will navigate into another subfolders as well as. So we need to capture all the rest of the subfolder which comes under the profile. So I'm going to destructure it, then use it, the name as rest. Then inside here, I'm going to bring the file called page.tsx. Then this is going to be a client component because I'm not going to do anything as a server side from here. Then sfc profile page div. Then I'm going to access this section. Then I'm going to paste it over here, bring that section. So inside this section, if I click this profile, it should take us to the profile. Currently it's nothing. So here I'm just going to bring the user profile from the Clerk Next.js itself. So you should be able to see this. So in order to fix this, like the UI part, you can change it through appearances, like the button styles and everything. You can change it to appearances, or you can find out the root style. So in this case, this is going to be the root style. Okay. So the card box doesn't, this is the card box. So this card box doesn't have any width or anything. So the entire width is being handled by using the CSS internal. This is the width, it's handling it. Okay. This is the width, it's handling it. So what I need to do is I need to make sure this appearance. Okay. And here I need to access the elements. And inside this, I just need to say root box. This root box needs to have the width as full width. Okay. So the root box should carry on the 100% width. And as the card, that is also carry on the width as 100% width, and the card box, that is also should carry the 100% width. So now you should be able to see that this is carrying on the 100% width. So if I say this, so what I need to do is this width property. If I refresh this, so still it doesn't making any changes. So I'm just going to get back over here. And for this section, it's occupying the full width. But for this clerk component, this root box, this one, it's not occupying the complete width because somehow this it's getting overridden over here. You can see it is getting overridden. So what we have to do is if I add the styles visibly over here as 100%, now it's occupying the 100% width. And if I remove that style now width, it's taking the 100% width. So what I need to do is internally, I just need to customize this user profile root. I need to figure out that particular CSS class name where it has been coming from. Otherwise, I need to hard code it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say access this CL user profile root. I'm gonna open our global.css file, and at the end I'm just going to say dot. For this I'm just going to say width as 100%, and for this internal, the CL internal one, width as auto. Now if I refresh this one, you should be able to see it's occupying the 100% width. So here if I switch to security, you can see it's taking the user to the profile and security. And if I click the profile, you can see it's the profile code. If the user wants to update the profile, he can directly upload and update the images and everything, and he can change the primary addresses and connect the different account directly from here, right? So this is full privilege given by the clerk itself, so you can directly use it in it. So we successfully finished this project, and now all we have to do is to deploy this project in the GitHub, and we are going to deploy it in the Vercel, and that's what we are going to do next. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to push all these changes. I'm just going to say changes. I'm just going to say project completed, committed. Then I'm just going to say pull or push to all, oops, sorry, pull or push to this GitHub. So it is going to push all the changes into that GitHub. Perfect. Now let me close this one. Oh, not necessary. This is also, this not necessary. Close this, and here also I'm just going to open my GitHub account, and let me get into my repositories, and there I should able to see this Next.js signature generator. Now I need to open my Vercel. I'm gonna create myself a new project, and here I'm just going to say signature generator. So sorry, this is the repository signature generator. I can see 45 seconds ago. So I'm just going to click import, and you can see it's automatically selected as the Next.js. And then I'm just going to create the project name as the signature generator, just like that, generator. Okay, then environment variables, we just have to update all our environment variables. Open the env and copy and paste all these things and paste it straight away over here. All the environment variables needs to be pasted properly. Okay, so dismiss this. Perfect. Now all we have to do is to click deploy, and we have to wait until it's been successfully deployed. So let's watch this builder log. So it will take some time. Like, let's wait until it's successfully being deployed. It's downloading all the necessary packages and everything. Let's wait. I hope it will be pushed and it will be deployed without any issues. All the packages are being downloaded and turbo package being installed, and it is optimizing, creating the optimized production build. So during the build, which should not cause any issues. Let's see. Creating. I hope there will be no issues. Oops, there are a lot of issues. What's that? Library generated. Oh my goodness. We missed one important thing, which is the Prisma. It's not initiated. So in order to make sure to initiate your Prisma, we need to make some changes in the scripts. The post install command, we missed it. So what you have to do is, so right after here, I'm going to add a comma, and then I'm just going to say post install prisma generate. That's the command. So changes, I'm just going to say changes, then um, project deploy bug fixed commit, and then it's committed, and then I'm just going to say pull or push to click it to origin. So it has been pushed. So I'm just going to click inspect deployment. So we are getting into error. So signature generator under the deployment section, code review that catches bugs before they reach production. Get started. Okay. Before the production itself, it is going to get catch that issue that it's asking some amount to be paid. So I'm going to delete this project. But somehow in my Vessel project, I couldn't able to deploy the changes again and again based on the commit. It's not happening. So every time I want to delete it, and then I'm just redeploying the project. So if you able to figure it out what is the issue, please let me know in the comment section. So I'm gonna create myself a new project now. This is the one which we updated like 50 seconds ago, right? I'm gonna import this. Let me delete the same. So we have to do the same stuff again. So I don't know why. Previously it was working. It was every time when I make some changes in the GitHub, it was instantly redeploying the changes. But right now, I don't know what happened. It is not working. So let us try to deploy now. I hope this should fix the issue. So yeah, because if the Prisma is being generated, of course it is going to have that Prisma instance, so it can access those details and everything. So we fixed that post install command. Let's check this out. It's downloading all the necessary packages. I hope it will work. So it is started to generating the build. So that should run the scripts. The post install script will work. I hope there will be no issues. Let's see. Let's wait, because that's the only thing we can do. Yep, it's compiled successfully and finished writing to the disk, and now it's checking for any type errors out there. So far I handled all the URL params and search params, everything in a proper way, the exact way that the Vercel is expecting. So I hope so there will be no issues. So it's just a warning. So okay, we are getting an error. We are getting an error where, so there are multiple same errors. So somewhere we are getting an error. Form description is defined, never used. Okay, it's just a warning. In the Prisma client, generated Prisma client, TypeScript ES. What is that? Okay, so we are getting this. Not sure why we are getting that error. So we have to search that error first. So let me search that error in the chat GPT. Why we are getting that? I'm not sure why we are getting that error. So let me check it out over here, because that's the same error. It's been constantly repeating. And then see, and the generated Prisma only. Maybe because of the generated Prisma instance. Prisma instance only, there is an issue. The library in the generated file only we are getting that issue. Not sure. Let me copy the complete line for this. Getting the error from the generated Prisma. From this location, we are facing that issue. So when you're working with the Prisma generated client, usually sometimes people accidentally use uh, it's asking us to Prisma generate ESM compactable output. Require works at the runtime but fails linting because TypeScript Next.js enforces import style. So let's ask how to fix this issue. I'm getting this error only on the deployment time. So we never use this require. Where I use this. So it's asking us to override this rule. Fix your imports everywhere else in your app. You should import it like this is how I just imported it. Is there what else the mistake is? This is another one mistake. Then it's saying empty object. Where this that empty object is being coming from? Okay, let's wait. Let's turn off the linting. Like how to turn off the ESLint. Basically, because of this ESLint. So let's worry about this particular part later. So let's turn off the ESLint check. We need to ignore the ESLint in the deployment. This is what we need. So in the next config.ts, if you are deploying on Vercel, ESLint runs during the next build. We can skip it by setting this in next config.js. Let's say, let's give this file and let's apply this code. So it is going to give us that how to set it up over here. How to ignore the ESLint on Vercel build. So here I just have to say ESLint, open it, ignore during builds. That is going to be true. Save it. So I just have to push this. Oh my god, changes, bugs fixed. Let's see whether it is fixed or not. I'm not sure, but let's give that commit message, push to origin, and let's get back over here. Huh? What just happened? Just now, let's refresh it. And now if I just click import, delete this, delete this, and just have to open the env, copy, click the environment variables. I just have to paste it, and I hope it should start. Okay, it's saying already exist. I know that it's already exist. I'm just going to say mail signature generated. Click it. So this is going to start deploying it. I hope this will fix the issue, because basically it's just ESLint configurations error only. So let's see, because on the coding there is no issues, everything is fine. Only the issue with the ESLint. This will happen because every time when we check anything, ESLint always throws in any issue. So let's try. If this one is particularly fixing that issue, we need to figure it out why this is happening, because for the Prisma client it's showing this import error. We need to make sure this why it is happening. I need to figure it out. So currently we just need to deploy this. Let's check this out. 55 seconds so far. Compiled successfully, checking for validity of the types. Okay, linting, it's been checked. Yeah, it skipped the linting. Yep, now it is finished. You can see it is being successfully deployed. If everything is working fine, I hope it will work. I know it will work fine, so no issues. So it's just yeah, everything is perfectly fine. It's configured and it's deploying the outputs. Let's wait until it's deploying the outputs. All right, so here we are. So it's completely deployed the output. So I just have to click to continue to the dashboard. There we go. So we just have successfully created that page, and all I have to do is to click open this. Perfect. So it is being loaded, and it's being loaded from the Firebase instantly, and I can't see any of these things. If I want to see, I just have to create an account. So before creating an account, I just have to update the clerk. So let me get into the clerk, and let me get into the start building. Where it is sign in. I just need to sign in. Google, choose my account, because we need to update this API webhook which we created on the Clerk application. Okay, signature generator, and these are the two accounts so far we have. And click the configure, get into the API webhooks, because it's using the local tunnel webhook which we created. We need to update that. Click this, and you just need to edit it, delete from here, paste it, remove this extra slash, paste that live URL which you deployed, and click save. Okay, now if you refresh it, this should be ready. And now all we have to do is to get back over here and try creating a new account. Click get started. I'm going to use my GitHub account, and I'm going to say authorize clerk. It is going to return, and it is going to create an account. It is creating, and it is being pushed back, and you can able to see I have an account over here. And on the Neon DB, if you check it out, you should be able to see the new user. There we go. So which is working perfectly fine. So it is coming, one of it is coming from the GitHub source. See, this is the GitHub source, my email account, the same name, but it is coming from the GitHub source email. Okay, see, which means our API key is also working perfectly fine. And I can't see the dashboard because I'm just an user. I can able to open here, and I can use those features which I have over here. Yes, and I can change all these stuffs from here, and I can simply copy this text and paste it. Let's say if I want to change the, let's use the default banner URL. Okay, it's coming. And let's say www.dribble.com. Okay, I can see the dribble icon. And let me copy this. Let me get back over here and let me paste it this over here. There we go. See, we have ourselves an awesome URL signature, which is working perfectly fine. And if I log this out, sign out, click get started, sign in with my Google, get into my admin account, click continue, and I should be able to see my dashboard. If I change the UI into light UI, this is how it looks in the light mode, which is perfectly fine. And if I get into the my profile page, this is how it looks, the profile page. And I can change the UI into system mode. This is how it looks in the system mode. Get in the dashboard section. Yep, everything is working fine. And if I want to bring the oldest one first, filtering is also working fine. And if I search for developer, yeah, everything is working smoothly as it's supposed to be. So we successfully finished the project, and I know we faced a lot of difficulties in this. So if you have any questions, please let me know in the comment section. All right then, so we successfully finished the project and we deployed the project in the vessel as well as, and during the deployment and during the development, we faced a lot of issues, and still this project needs a lot of upgrades that we can do, and this is just enough, I think, for the beginner level project. I think this is more than enough, and we handled everything smoothly and we fixed the issue. Okay, and if you have any specific questions regarding this project, feel free to contact me in the drop your questions in the comment box. I'm happy to help you. And if you wish to purchase this project, you can click the link in the description below by the Buy Me Coffee or Patreon. You can download this project by purchasing it. And I already included the documentation of this project, like how to install the packages and how to configure those packages and how to update your environment variables. All the necessary things are included in the documentations. I hope you enjoy these sessions. If you have any questions related to this, please don't hesitate to contact us, and we are so happy to help you out. All right, so we will see you in the next most innovative projects, and we are still working on the projects, and soon it will be uploaded as soon as possible. All right, I'll see you all in the next video. Thank you. Have a great day.